Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Chapter 10. Like-minded individuals. It was a few days later that Mason found himself walking down a dirt road with Ash, Misty, and Brock. They had all left Cerulean City the day after Ash and Mason had gotten their gym badges, having chosen to stay the night in the Pokémon Center to get their Pokémon healed, and because it was already so late in the evening chose to stay the night and start the next leg of their journey in the morning. That had been 2 days ago and Mason found himself growing more irritable and bored the longer they walked. Traveling like this was starting to really grate on his nerves. As much as he wanted to crack out his iPod and listen to his music he couldn't because that would get some odd looks from the rest of them and he didn't want to deal with the headache of answering their questions nor did he want to reveal that he was from another dimension. Most nights he thought to himself about how he had even ended up in this world, and if he was the only one to do so, he thought long and hard on those facts. While initially he had been caught up in the fact that he was in the world that he had grown up loving from his childhood and just wanted to become a trainer. The more time passed the more those questions seemed to pop up to him. Had someone brought him here? Was it just a freak accident? Could he ever get home? That last one kept him up at night, could he? Did he even want to? The fact was that his life hadn't been going that well before, shit happened and he didn't honestly want to deal with it all so maybe it was better if he didn't go back and just stayed here. It was why he had jumped at the chance to be a trainer, it just felt right. Mason tried to keep himself occupied in his thoughts as they walked down the road, before coming to a halt and being pulled from his thoughts by Ash of the, he'd actually forgotten how many times this was now. Remind me again where we're going guys, Ash asked as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly as Pikachu gave a sigh from his shoulder. Mason groaned, for the umpteenth time Ash, we're going to Vermillion City. This had been the 10th time that Ash had asked that question and Mason was beginning to wonder if his mom had dropped him on his head as a kid. Misty gave a dreamy sigh as he spoke, I can't wait until we get there. Vermillion is a port town, famous for all the luxury cruise ships that pass through it, I'm just dying to see it all. Ash groaned, Misty we don't have time for sightseeing, not when there are badges to win, he said impatiently. Brock cleared his throat to break up the argument before it got a chance to start. There's also a gym in Vermillion City as well, and from what I've heard he's quite strong. Mason nodded, yeah, I've heard he's supposed to be this crazy military dude who packs a punch with electric Pokémon, that's just the challenge I'm looking forward to. I'm going to have to think up some different strategies to combat him as none of my Pokémon has a type advantage over electric types, he commented, having already thought a lot about Surge and his gym and just hot to combat his Raichu. Ash was grinning like mad at the mention of the gym. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going, I've got my 3rd badge to win, he said and was about to run off when Mason caught him by his collar pulling him up short. Hold on Ash, we're still days away from Vermillion, and on top of that you haven't done any training since you left Pewter City, we can take these few days to train, you'll need them if you want to win your 3rd badge, Mason commented wanting to get Ash back on track. We can train on the road. Come in, the faster we get there the sooner we can both get our badges, Ash argued back as he pulled himself free from Mason's grip and started running off. Mason sighed as Misty and Brock started walking after him, Mason shaking his head as they walked. Apparently I didn't kick his butt hard enough in our last battle, he's still not taking his training seriously, he commented to them both. Brock gave Mason a side glance at the comment, what do you mean? You and Ash battled? Misty giggles, if you could even call that a battle. Mason mopped the floor with Ash's whole team back in Pewter City. Ash had been running his mouth about being a better trainer than Mason and Mason disagreed with Ash's lack of any seriousness as a Pokémon trainer. It ended with them battling and Mason taking down each of Ash's Pokémon in one-on-one battles with his own while still being careful not to seriously injure any of Ash's team, she recounted. Mason nodded, I was trying to get him to pull his head out of his butt and actually train his Pokémon as I do with mine on a daily basis. I thought I had got through to him, but apparently, I didn't do a good enough job. Brock nodded in understanding, I see, you're a good friend Mason, not many people would try to get through to a friend like that. But I have the feeling that it's going to take a lot more to make the message stick. Mason nodded, yeah, I just hope that I can get through to him sooner rather than later. Time skip. It was 2 hours later that the group found themselves off the side of the dirt path. Both Misty and Brock split between watching the battle that Ash was having with a young trainer they had happened across on the road, and Mason who was taking the time while Ash was battling to get in some training sessions with his Pokémon while they waited. As it currently stands, Spearow and Golbat were challenging each other in midair combat, the two female flyers keeping the other on their toes up in the air. While Scyther and Poliwhirl sparred in hand-to-hand combat. Mason was impressed by how hard Poliwhirl was going at Scyther, pushing the Mantis Pokémon to really have to move to block his blows. Mason suspected that Poliwhirl was taking his defeat at the hands of Gyarados as a personal affront to his strength and wanted to become stronger to prevent it from happening again. Mason was taking full advantage of that and was pushing the tadpole Pokémon harder than he used to see about bringing out more of his strength. As for Dratini, Mason had the small blue dragon off to the side of the rest working on a new move for his arsenal, one that Mason really wanted his partner to get down to give them an edge in battle, Dragon Breath, a second-generation move from Johto. Now normally Dratini shouldn't have been able to learn the move, but Mason had a theory that it should be possible. After all, Dratini could already use Dragon Rage. It was basically the same thing, only instead of releasing the draconic energy in one huge fireball it would be released in a violet flamethrower. Dratini could already access the draconic energies, now all he had to do was change how they came out. Again, Mason ordered as he stood off to the side watching his partner. Dratini gave a nod as he began to gather small amounts of draconic energy, as per Mason's orders, so that he could get the form down correctly before adding the power. With the small amount of energy gathered, Dratini began to mold it and with a cry went to release it, and just like it had the past 5 times the attack fizzled out, the flames only flaring for a moment before dying out completely. Mason sighed in frustration. They'd been at this only a couple of hours, but each failure was really grating on his nerves. It shouldn't be this hard to get it down, especially a weakened form of it. There's got to be something that we're missing, he sighed. Brock nodded, hearing him. The theory is sound. I wish I could help, but I know very little about dragon Pokémon. They aren't exactly common. But your other Pokémon seem to be doing well. They're really putting their all into their training, Misty commented, smiling. Mason nodded. Yeah, he said before shaking his head. All right you guys, that's enough training, for now. We'll pick things up again later. It looks like Ash is just about done, he said as he held up his Pokeballs and recalled his Pokémon to rest. Dratini came over to Mason and nudged his leg with his snout, giving a little cry. Mason arched an eyebrow. You want to stay out of your Pokeball, he asked, taking a guess at what his partner wanted. The more he hung around his Pokémon the better he was getting at that. Dratini gave a nod and Mason shrugged. All right then, he said before bending down to lift the small dragon up and placed him across his shoulders and the back of his neck with his head resting on Mason's left shoulder. And I win. Ash cried out as he fist-pumped the air, and that's number 10. Mason, Misty, and Brock began walking over, as Ash and the young trainer they met on the road started to shake hands. Wow Ash, you're really strong. That was a great battle, the young trainer congratulated Ash. Well, I guess I was pretty good there, Ash smirked before he opened his jacket to flash the 2 badges he had, being about as subtle as a herd of toros in a china shop. Oh wow, you have badges, the other trainer said excitedly. Oh, you mean these? Ash grinned. Misty's eyes narrowed. I think giving him those badges was a mistake. Brock agreed with a sigh. Mason nodded. Yeah, now his ego has swollen to the size of a Snorlax, and he only properly won one of those badges. What did you say? Ash said, turning on them, having heard Mason's statement. Take that back, I won both my badges fair and square. Mason snorted. Maybe the Cascade badge, but that was only because Misty didn't use her strongest Pokémon against you. Or are you saying you think you could win against her Gyarados? He smirked as Ash gulped at the memory of the large sea serpent. And let's not forget how you only have the Boulder badge because Brock gave you it after you almost won at his gym, and that was because of a faulty sprinkler system. And what about you? Ash said through gritted teeth. Last I checked we have the same badges and you didn't exactly win your second one outright. Misty only gave it to you because she was sorry for you. Mason glared at Ash for that and was about to speak before Misty stepped forward with fire in her eyes. I did not, I gave it to him because I recognized how skilled he was as a trainer, because he fought against Gyarados, my strongest Pokémon, and came out with a draw, and unlike some other trainers doesn't let the fact that he only has a couple of badges go right to his head. Misty snapped, making Ash flinch back. Now that's enough, you two," Brock said as he stepped in between them to keep a fight from breaking out. "We've been over this, that gym leaders have the last say in whoever gets their badges, so there's no point in fighting over it," he said with a gentle tone, trying to placate both sides. Misty harumphed and turned away. "I just don't like him judging my actions when he doesn't know what was going on in my head," she said with annoyance in her tone, but luckily she dropped the matter after that. The young trainer who had been watching on had wide eyes. "Oh cool, 2 trainers both with 2 badges, you both must be wicked strong. I bet the both of you could even beat AJ." "AJ?" Ash asked, confused. "Yeah, he lives just over there," the trainer explained as he pointed in a direction ahead of them. "He trains freshly caught wild Pokémon, and he's never lost a single match. Until now, he's never battled against a trainer like me," Ash said pompously. "What, like you? A trainer with a massive head but a tiny brain?" Mason snorted, making Ash fall flat on his face. Scene break. It was a little bit after they had left Ash's last battle behind and continued on in search of this AJ character. Mason sighed in slight annoyance as he remembered rewatching this episode in his weeks in Professor Oak's Watcher's hut. He just knew that Ash was going to really get on his nerves. It didn't take them long until they came across the rather impressive little setup that AJ had. Tall wooden walls fencing off the area with what looked to be a circus tent inside. And the sign read as he remembered. AJ's GYM. Undefeated. W/98, L/00. Note, gym not sanctioned by the Pokémon League. Mason couldn't help but whistle softly. Not bad, 98 wins in a row, that's an impressive win streak. This guy obviously knows what he's doing, he commented, knowing just how hard it was to build up a serious win streak like that. True, most could do it in any of the games, but after the number of times he'd been battling for real, he'd realized just how much skill it took to pull it off. Brock nodded. "Indeed, I know some gym leaders who can't even maintain a streak like that at their own gyms," he agreed. Ash snorted. "Big deal, look at that, it's not even licensed by the Pokémon League, this is going to be easy." Mason sighed. "Don't be stupid, Ash, just because the gym isn't sanctioned by the league doesn't mean this AJ isn't any good. It's a lot harder to get a gym sanctioned than you think," he commented, having read up about the facts beforehand the day prior when he'd visited the Cerulean library to sate his curiosity. Brock nodded again. "Mason's right, Ash. In order to have a gym sanctioned by the league, the prospective gym leader first has to prove themselves capable in battle. After that there are a number of written tests that need to be done by them, and this is all before the probationary PRD that usually lasts about 6 months, where the gym leader has to meet a certain number of battles against challenging trainers in that time frame. A gym this far outside any major city would have a tough time meeting the numbers expected, though it looks like he still does well enough for himself," he explained. "Alright," Ash sighed, "but I still say I'm going to beat him," he said, not sounding the least bit intimidated. Misty giggled. "I wouldn't be too sure about that. You may have won 10 battles in a row, but this guy has won almost 10 times that." "Big deal." Ash snapped. "I go for quality, not quantity," he said as he glared at Misty, only for Mason to smack him over the back of his head. "Bullshit." Mason snapped back at him. "The last 10 trainers you battled have all been greenhorns. None of them were serious battlers. They were all weak. That's the only reason you're on a winning streak." Ash rounded on Mason. "Oh yeah, well, I don't see you with any kind of win streak, so you're hardly one to talk." Mason scowled. "For your information, Ash. Back before you caught up with me at Pewter, I had a 9-trainer win streak running, and that only continued on when I got to Cerulean, where I took on the Nugget Bridge Challenge, where I beat a further 17 trainers, giving me a 26 win streak, which was only broken when I drew in my match against Misty. So I've had my own share of wins, far more than what you're currently at," he snapped back, making Ash flinch back. Misty giggled. "I'll go ahead and count your draw with me as a win. Technically speaking, you shouldn't really have faced Gyarados in our match, seeing as he's so powerful, so it shouldn't really count as a loss since you did so well." Mason just shrugged. "I'll think." About it, and see if my win streaks continue, he decided before the sound of rustling bushes caught their attention. Looking over they saw a young man coming out of the tree line. He had spiky green hair, wearing a black and red shirt and blue shorts, with a large backpack on his back. When he spotted them he grinned. "Well, what do we have here, more victims?" the young man grinned. "I take it you are AJ?" Mason asked for clarity's sake. AJ nodded, "That's my name, don't wear it out." "So I take it you and the loudmouth here are here to challenge me to a battle." Before Mason could respond Ash spoke up, "You bet we are, and I'm going to be the one to end your winning streak." AJ grinned, "Perfect, but don't think this is going to be so easy. Training Pokemon is my passion but beating little punks like you is my hobby, and one that I've gotten really good at," he said before snapping his fingers as the large wooden gates opened up and he began to lead them into his setup. Mason was impressed with what he saw. The tent was much larger than he had first thought, and in the clearing between it and the gate was a raised battle platform that looked to have taken some work to set up, with the 4 sets of steps set into the ground that lead up to the flattened earth. "Nice setup," Mason commented as he looked around. "Not too shabby at all," Misty agreed as she nodded. "Indeed, a respectable setup that looks to be keeping in code with all the standards of an official league gym. I'm very impressed," Brock said as he looked over everything. As they were looking around AJ took off his backpack and put it down, only for a very healthy and strong-looking Butterfree to come flying over and pick up the heavy-looking bag and start to fly back to the large tent with it. "What's in the bag?" Ash asked curiously. "Training weight for my hike along with all the wild Pokemon I just caught," AJ replied as he began to walk towards the raised platform. Mason arched an eyebrow at the weight's comment. Apparently, he wasn't the only trainer who trained themselves as well as their Pokemon to be strong. "Cool, can I see the Pokemon after our match?" Ash asked, excited at the prospect of seeing more Pokemon. "If you want," AJ replied in a casual tone, not really caring much before he turned on the stage and looked down at them. "So which Pokemon are you going to choose for my 99th win?" he grinned. 99th? Ash asked, confused as Mason facepalmed. It took Ash just a couple of seconds too long to work out just what AJ was getting at before he realized what his words meant. Seriously, how thick can he be? Mason thought to himself as he watched Ash run up and onto the platform before he, Misty and Brock walked over to Ash's side of the arena to spectate in the match. "I'll take you on after you mop the floor with him," Mason called to AJ. "What do you mean, I'm not going to lose?" Ash snapped back at him. Mason sighed. "You just keep believing that, Ash," he said, pitying the naive fool for what was about to befall him. AJ smirked. "You should listen to your friend, kid. You may think you're hot stuff but you're not playing in the Pokemon Little Leagues anymore," he said before he cracked a bullwhip on the ground making Ash jump. Mason blinked. Where did he even get that WHP from? He thought, completely confused for a moment. "After I win 100 matches in a row, I'll start competing for badges," AJ declared with a grin as he gripped his WHP tight in his hands. "That means he's only 2 wins away," Brock said in realization. "And it means he's going to be extra psyched to win," Misty added. Mason nodded, "which means Ash stands even less of a chance than I originally thought," he voiced with a smirk. Ash seemed to grow at Mason's words before looking to AJ again. 98 wins and you still don't have a badge, that's tough luck, AJ, he said before opening his jacket flashing his 2 badges. "I only have 10 wins and I have 2 badges, he claimed, and Mason could practically see Ash's nose growing longer. AJ smirked. "Did you buy those badges or steal them?" "Either that or you competed in some loser gyms." "Where were they, Failure City or Wimpsville?" Mason gulped as he felt heat flare up beside him at AJ's words and looked to see both Brock and Misty with fires in their eyes. They were set. "Hey Mason, when it's your turn to battle, clobber this guy," Brock requested. "Pound him into the ground. No one disrespects my gym like that," Misty said passionately. Mason chuckled and nodded while Ash just falls flat on his face before turning back to them. "Hey, what about me? Shouldn't you be telling me that?" Ash states, getting more annoyed. "Just hurry up and lose already so Mason can beat this guy. We already know you're not going to win," Misty says, brushing Ash off. Ash grits his teeth. "Girl, I'll show you," he said before turning back to AJ. let's get this started. AJ smirked, fine by me, he said as he pulled a Pokeball from his belt. Sandshrew, let's go, he called, throwing his Pokeball out as the mouse Pokemon appeared from his Pokeball and onto the field. Mason watched closely from the side, his eyes looking over the small Pokemon. He could tell by looking that Sandshrew was well trained. He was slightly larger than what his Pokédex entry said about his species. Instead of being 2 feet tall, he looked a good half a foot taller and had a fair bit more bulk to him. AJ's training methods were clearly working. A Sandshrew HM, this should be interesting, Ash grinned, clearly not noticing his opponent's strength. Remember Ash, Sandshrew is a ground type, Pikachu's electrical attacks won't work on it, Misty reminded him. I know that, so shut up, I don't need your help, Ash snapped. Says the guy who went up against a rock-type gym with Pikachu as his only strategy, Mason countered, smirking. Ash growled as he turned back to the battle. Pidgeotto, I choose you, he yelled as he tossed his Pokeball out into the air as the large bird took to the sky. Well, at least he's using strategy this time, Misty sighed. Pidgeotto should have the advantage, being a flying type, Brock agreed. It won't matter, Mason stated plainly, the difference in strength and training is too great. And sure enough, as AJ cracked his WHP again, Sandshrew took off running at Pidgeotto as the bird took off higher into the air. Too bad your Sandshrew can't. Ash began to say cocky before Sandshrew rolled up into a ball and bounced himself off the ground and launched himself up at Pidgeotto, slamming against him with all his weight. What? Pidgeotto crashed to the ground, clearly hurt from the impact, as Sandshrew landed back in position in front of AJ awaiting his next command. Wow, Misty said in awe, wasn't expecting that. Brock nodded, Sandshrew is clearly well trained to be able to move on command like that. This battle was over before it even started, Mason states as he watches on. Finish it. AJ orders as he cracked his WHP again and Sandshrew moved to attack again. Ash moved in a hurry to call back Pidgeotto before the attack could hit, before he called out his next choice, Butterfree, I choose you. He called out as he tossed his next Pokeball, use Stun Spore. Butterfree moves on command and began to let off the yellow dust over the battlefield as he moved toward Sandshrew. That won't work. AJ said as he cracked his WHP again and Sandshrew jumped up before diving towards the ground and began to dig, disappearing into the earth to avoid the spores. And checkmate, Mason states as the Stun Spore ended. AJ cracked his WHP again. Sandshrew shot out of the ground and high into the air with speed as he launched up behind Butterfree, catching him by surprise, and in seconds had the butterfly pinned to the ground with his wings trapped. And that makes victory number 99, AJ declared with a grin as he struck his WHP again and Sandshrew moved off the now exhausted Butterfree. Ash quickly returned Butterfree before turning to grab Pikachu. Come on, you have to go help your friend, he said, only for Pikachu to grab the edge of the arena, leaving Ash to try to pull Pikachu in by his tail. Mason, Misty, and Brock all wisely took several steps back just in time for Pikachu to let out a powerful electric attack, shocking Ash badly as he fell to the ground twitching. Mason sighed, what an idiot, he said before looking to Dratini, who was still perched over his shoulders, ready to win buddy. Dratini gave a confirmed cry, making Mason smirk as he walked forward and up the steps before turning and using the bottom of his boot pushed Ashmi twitching form off the platform. Let me show you how it's done, he told him before looking to AJ and Sandshrew, ready for a real battle. AJ smirked, you bet, once we beat you we'll have our 100th win and can finally start competing for real. Mason smirked, sorry to say but your winning streak is about to be broken, Dratini ready for battle, he said as Dratini gave a cry and threw himself off Mason's shoulders and out onto the field. Misty blinked, Mason, why aren't you using Poliwhirl? He'd have an advantage in this fight. Mason nodded, I could, but Dratini wants to fight, besides, it's only fair I face his partner with my own. AJ grinned, good Sandshrew was my first Pokemon, he's been with me from the start, I'm assuming it's the same with you and Dratini. Mason nodded, yep, I hatched him myself, he's been with me from the start of it all, so it only seems fitting. AJ nodded, that it does, and it will make our 100th win all the sweeter. Sandshrew, go Fury Swipes, he ordered as he cracked his WHP. Sandshrew threw himself forward with his claws raised ready to attack as he got closer to Dratini. Mason smirked. Dratini used Twister knock it back. He ordered. Dratini gave a cry as his draconic aura enveloped his body and the winds began to pick up and lashed out the rapidly approaching Sandshrew. Sandshrew slowed, still trying to advance as he was pummeled by the draconic winds, his clawed feet digging into the ground to keep it from being pushed back by the winds, and kept pushing forward much to Mason's shock. It's going to take a lot more than some winds to stop us, Sandshrew go. AJ ordered, grinning confidently. Mason mentally cursed as Sandshrew got within striking range. Dratini use agility to dodge. He ordered quickly. Just as Sandshrew claw came down, Dratini cut off his attack and blurred away from the mouse Pokemon, putting some distance between them as Mason began to strategize. This battle wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. Push the attack, Sandshrew, / let's go, AJ ordered as he cracked his WHP. Sandshrew instantly took off again, his claws lengthening and began to glow with power as he moved in for the attack. Dodge again with agility and attack back with Dragon Rage. Mason ordered. Once again Dratini blurred out of the range of Sandshrew's claws just barely in time, and the second he stopped moving he reared his head back and channeled his draconic energy into his maw and let out a speedy Dragon Rage with all the power of a fully charged one. All the training the last few days had really paid off. Dig to dodge. AJ ordered with a crack of his WHP, making Sandshrew instantly dive underground as the Dragon Rage missed. Dratini, use Dragon Rage down the hole. Mason ordered, thinking strategically. Dratini nodded, moving to the hole as he prepares to fire again. As if we'd let that happen, Sandshrew, earthquake. AJ ordered loudly as he cracked his WHP again. Mason's eyes widened, as did the others, when suddenly the entire area began to shake, causing Dratini to misfire the Dragon Rage and hit the ground, knocking the small dragon back. Dratini, Mason said in worry, his eyes wide. But it wasn't over yet as AJ cracked his WHP again as Sandshrew burst from the ground from below where Dratini landed, claws out as he delivered a powerful blow to the small dragon, making it cry out. Mason clenched his fists tightly as he heard the pained cry of his partner. Dratini, use Wrap, don't let him dig again. He ordered, his eyes focused, doing his best to keep his mind clear and calm. Dratini obeyed and threw himself at Sandshrew, his body wrapping around the mouse Pokemon and squeezing. That won't hold us, Sandshrew, break out of it and use Slash. AJ ordered as he cracked his WHP again. Sandshrew instantly obeyed as he began to flex his arms to break the wrap he was in. Mason instantly cursed in his head, Dratini, Dragon Rage point blank. He ordered, thinking quickly. He needed to gain some ground or this would be over before they even had a chance. Dratini obeyed, and thanks to all of the training he was able to gather the draconic energies just in time and was about to fire just as Sandshrew broke free. It was in that moment that something happened, and instead of a ball of draconic flames that came out, it was a powerful stream of them that burst forth and caught Sandshrew full in the face, blasting the two Pokemon apart. Both trainers' eyes were wide at the sudden attack. Mason was instantly trying to work out what happened. That wasn't Dragon Rage, that was Dragon Breath, but how, why did it happen this time? Could it be purposefully weakening the draconic energy before was what was causing it not to work? He thought to himself. We're not done yet, it will take more than whatever that was to beat us, AJ said as he cracked his WHP and Sandshrew got back to his feet, albeit a little worse for wear after taking the powerful blast of draconic fire to the face. Go Sandshrew, use Slash again. AJ orders, his WHP cracked the ground. Sandshrew took off with speed, rolling into a ball and shot towards Dratini, who was still recovering from the explosive attack. Mason cursed, Dratini, use Dragon Breath, full power. He ordered, hoping Dratini could pull off the attack a second time. Dratini looked up just as Sandshrew threw itself into the air and unfurled, coming at Dratini with his claws out ready to attack. He reacted instantly to Mason's orders and gathering up as much draconic energy as he could in his maw and released it with a cry as a stream of violet flames erupted from Dratini's mouth. Sandshrew's eyes widened as he saw the flames come roaring at him, but the crack of AJ's WHP caught his attention. Use Dig to dodge. Sandshrew immediately changes his aim and shot down to the ground, disappearing under the ground to evade the flames, but Mason was prepared. Keep the flames going and aim for the hole. Mason ordered, much to AJ's horror. No. AJ yelled in shock, but it was too late. The violet flames washed down the hole like water down a sink drain, flooding the tunnel Sandshrew had dug in an effort to escape the flames, and they just kept coming. The next second the ground shook, and 3 meters away from the hole the ground cracked, and in a geyser of violet flames, Sandshrew erupted from the ground with a cry forced from the ground by the strength of the flames and launched into the air. Sandshrew! AJ yelled in worry. Finish it, Dragon Rage! Mason ordered, knowing he had to end this now before Sandshrew could reach the ground and AJ could use Sandshrew's more powerful moves. He knew that he knew Fisher, and he didn't want to give them the chance when Sandshrew was in a prime position to use it now. Dratini didn't waste a beat. Gathering the draconic energies once more, he took aim and let the fireball fly true. Sandshrew had no way to dodge, and the impact shook the air as it landed, and from the smoke Sandshrew plummeted to the ground like a rock, crashing down flat on its front, his eyes closed, showing he was down for the count. AJ looked like someone had just gut punched him for a few seconds before he sprinted out into the battlefield. Sandshrew. Mason for his part felt his shoulders slump as he let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. That match had been one of the toughest yet. I really need to step up our training, possibly start coming up with some combination moves. The second I reach Vermillion City, I'm going out battling and then hitting the stores for technical machines. I need to teach Dratini some more moves, he thought to himself before walking out into the field and kneeling down at Dratini's side and rubbing the small dragon's head. Well done, partner, that was a great match. I knew you had it in you, he praised the small dragon, who gave a pleased cry in response. Both Misty and Brock came up onto the platform, Misty carrying Mason's bag to him while Brock went to AJ, already getting medical supplies out of his bag to see to Sandshrew. Mason quickly saw to treating Dratini's wounds with some potions, making sure his partner was okay and that there weren't any adverse effects from the attacks he had taken. Once he was sure that Dratini was fine, he let the small dragon rest on his shoulders again before he approached Brock and AJ, who was now cradling a fully healed Sandshrew with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, buddy, I let us down, all our hard work, gone because I screwed up, AJ apologizes as he hugged Sandshrew, who was hugging his trainer back, mourning the death of their 99th win streak. Mason couldn't help but feel a little bad for him. The guy had been training his butt off to get those wins, and it showed with just how massively overpowered his Sandshrew was. Mason was amazed that he hasn't evolved into a Sandslash with how much training it had probably undergone. He knew that Dratini was nowhere near evolving given how notoriously hard it was to level his species up in the games. He bet it was the same here as well. Hey AJ, Mason said as he held his hand out to him, that was a great match, you're one hell of a trainer, and your Sandshrew is incredibly powerful, you should be proud of yourself. AJ looked at him and sighed, taking his hand. Thanks, but it still doesn't change the fact that I lost, all our hard work down the drain just like that, he sighed. Mason shook his head. It shouldn't matter, 99 is an incredible win streak all on its own, you're already plenty ready for the gym challenges. In fact, I was hoping that you'd be able to give me some tips on how to train my Pokémon, since you've obviously been at this and know what you're doing far better than I do. AJ looked taken aback. Oh really, you'd actually want to learn from me after you just beat me? He asked, confused. Mason nodded. Of course, I'm always willing to learn, and it's not as if it was a complete blowout. You made me work for that win, so you're obviously doing something right. If you want my advice, you should just forget about your loss to me, and put your win streak off until your next battle to decide. If you lose that, then it should count, everyone has an off day. Ash jumped in at this. Does that mean I should hold on to my win streak too? He asked hopefully. Mason snorted. Oh hell no, you got flattened and then used to mop the battlefield, your win streak is dead and buried, he said, prompting Ash to hang his head as a storm cloud reigned over him. AJ seemed to ponder Mason's suggestion and looked to his partner. What do you say, buddy, wanna call this match an off day and we try again for our 100th tomorrow? Sandshrew nodded his head vigorously, clearly agreeing with the suggestion, making AJ smirk. Well, I guess that settles it then, our win streak is still alive. This just means we'll have to train extra hard until the next battle comes, AJ proclaimed as Sandshrew gave a cry of agreement. In fact, let's go get started, AJ states before looking to Mason. You said you wanted some tips on how to train, come on in and see for yourself how we do things at this gym, he smirked before starting to walk towards the tent. Mason nodded and looked to the others. You guys wanna come? Misty smiled. Sure thing, should be interesting, she chirped happily. Brock smirked. Of course, I'm really interested in how to find out about how AJ sees to his Pokemon's dietary needs. Ash frowned. Why, so he can rub my nose in the fact that he beat me. Mason rolled his eyes as he turned and started towards the tent also as Misty and Brock followed him. How about so you can see how important actually training your Pokemon is in order to become stronger, he called back as they entered the tent. Getting inside, Mason was pleasantly surprised to see the impressive setup that AJ had set up, a huge pool next to a weight area. He could see the benefits of having both. Swimming was great for building up stamina and endurance, while the weights would help to build a Pokemon's physical strength, two key aspects to work on, and Mason knew that the pool could also be used in other ways. As if to prove his point, the sound of AJ's WHP cracked through the air, making the trio focus on him, at the same time that Ash finally decided to come in. Up above the pool on the 10-meter-tall diving board, Sandshrew stood in his strength gear before throwing himself off the platform and performing a mid-air somersault before splashing down into the water. Mason gave an impressive whistle as he walked over to the pool. And AJ, water resistance training, impressive, I've only read about it and never actually seen it in practice. AJ smirked. Thanks, you're looking at the only Sandshrew in these parts that is completely immune to water, he claimed as Sandshrew burst from the water and began to spin rapidly to dry off. No resting back in the water. AJ ordered as he cracked his WHP again. This doesn't look like training at all, to me it just looks like you're being cruel to Sandshrew, Ash claimed, scowling at the sight of Sandshrew diving back into the pool again. AJ snorted, and what would you know about my Pokemon or our training, judging by how easily I beat you before? You barely, if ever, train them properly at all, that's no way to be a Pokemon trainer. Mason snorted. Save your breath, AJ, I've been trying to drill that into Ash's head since nearly the moment I met him. He won't listen, though I do have to say that the WHP is a bit much on your part though, a little overkill, he smirked. AJ chuckled. What can I say, I'm passionate, he agreed as he gestured to his other Pokemon. A trio of Rattata was training by using tackle attacks on a medicine ball as they passed it back and forth, while up in the air a Butterfree and Beedrill were sparing, obviously going through well-practiced movements at a fast pace. Mason nodded just as he heard a splash and Sandshrew came up from the water again, spinning once more to dry himself off. Impressive, very impressive indeed, Mason nodded as Dratini gave a cry from his shoulder, making Mason smirk. Hey AJ, do you mind if I let my Pokemon out to train with yours? I've only been able to get a little training in today while Ash was getting his win streak. AJ smirked. Sure thing, the more the merrier. Mason nodded as he took his Pokeballs off his belt and tossed them up into the air. Come on out, guys. In 4 flashes, Poliwhirl, Scyther, Spearow and Golbat all appeared, looking around them before focusing on Mason as he put Dratini down to join them. Now it was AJ's turn to whistle. Wow, that's a strong-looking team you have. Already with 2 of them evolved, I can already see them becoming a real powerhouse team when they're all evolved. Thanks, Mason nodded. Mind if we have Spearow and Golbat in a trio with your Butterfree for some air combat? Scyther can probably spar against your Beedrill, and Poliwhirl and Dratini could do with some pool time. AJ nodded. Sounds like a plan to me, he said before giving a whistle to get his Pokemon's attention and started to partner them all up. Time skip. It was over the next half an hour that both Mason and AJ watched their Pokemon train together. Brock and Misty had even had their own Pokemon join in, though they had refrained from releasing Gyarados and Onix respectively, given how large both of them were. Misty's water Pokemon were in the pool with Poliwhirl and Dratini alternating between swimming drills and water combat. While Brock's Geodude was training with AJ's Rattatas, knocking the medicine ball between them from one to another with tackle, and his Zubat had joined Butterfree, Golbat and Spearow who were sparing above. It had turned into a real event for them all, except for one in particular. Ash was just standing over to the side of it all with a frown on his face as he watched everything, AJ in particular, as he kept cracking his WHP and giving out orders. This had been happening since it all started and Mason was getting sick of his sulking and decided to do something about it. Just as the bell rang to signal the break, he walked over and gave Ash a smack across the back of his head. "Oh. What was that for?" Ash snapped at Mason with a scowl. For being a stupid idiot, Mason snapped back, "You've been standing in that one spot for the past half an hour glaring at AJ, and for what? Because he's being hard on his Pokémon while he's training them. Grow up, Ash. This is what being a trainer is all about. There's a time and place to have fun with your Pokémon, but if you want that to be all the time, you shouldn't have signed up for the gym challenge, because unless you're going to train, you stand no chance of winning the Indigo League just by making friends with your Pokémon and never training them. So what? You want me to work my Pokémon every day and run them into the ground until they're exhausted," he said, gesturing to all the Pokémon who were on the ground exhausted from their training. "They're my friends, not tools just for battles," Ash snapped back. "If that's how you see it, you should just quit now. You're not cut out to be a Pokémon trainer," AJ commented, hearing Ash's little declaration. "Just because I push my Pokémon hard doesn't mean I don't care about them. It's because we both have a dream to be the best, and in order to achieve that for us both, I have to push my Pokémon or we'll never achieve our dreams." Ash didn't look as though he had heard anything after AJ's comment about him not being cut out to be a Pokémon trainer, as he glared at AJ with his fists balled down by his sides as if he was ready to take a swing. Luckily, any fight was prevented when Brock came over with his hands up in a placating gesture to defuse the situation. "All right, that's enough. No need to start a fight," he said gently before looking to AJ. "AJ, I've been meaning to ask you about the food you feed your Pokémon. I'm an aspiring Pokémon breeder and I was curious," he began to say. AJ smirked. "Say no more, Brock," he said, and gestured for him to follow. Both Mason and Brock followed AJ over to a set of cupboards which AJ opened to reveal a number of Pokémon food containers with various type labels on their fronts to show what's food is in which. "Impressive, you have a wide range of Pokémon foods here. I'm assuming that they're all your own blends?" Brock inquired. AJ nodded. "Of course, in order to get the most out of my Pokémon's training I have to carefully monitor their diets so that they get all the nutrients they need, as well as keeping them happy with the flavor of their meals. Sandshrew likes his chow nice and spicy, while my Rattata like their chow sweet, and Butterfree prefers something a bit sweet but hates anything spicy. Beedrill loves anything spicy but like Sandshrew has to have it moist so it's not too dry," he explained. "I keep a small plot out the back for growing berries to mix in with the various chow mixes for flavor and add in the other ingredients to help develop certain attributes, speed, attack and the like." Mason nodded along as he listened alongside Brock, mentally taking notes for when Brock would be walking him through making his own Pokémon food again, and what followed was an in-depth lecture from AJ on how he personally prepared each of his Pokémon's food by hand with certain goals in mind for their training. Mason found it quite fascinating as it wasn't really an aspect the games or the anime had gotten much into, and he could see how beneficial it would be, how he could tailor his Pokémon's training with the right balance of nutrients and berry mix to get the flavor the Pokémon preferred. He knew already where the tastes were coming from, his Pokémon natures, another thing the anime never really touched on but figured it would be a part of the Pokémon world. He'd have to do some testing to work out just what each of his team's natures were, judging by what flavors they preferred and disliked, seeing as how the Pokédex didn't give that information. They finished just in time as they heard the bell ringing again, signaling that break time was over. "All right, break time's over," AJ announced as he cracked his WHP again. "Back to work. Come on," AJ ordered his Pokémon as they all began to get up from where they had laid down to relax. Mason's Pokémon all looked to him and he nodded back to them. "Time to get back to work," they all nodded back to him. Ash frowned seeing all of the Pokémon getting back up even though they all looked completely exhausted. He looked to Mason and AJ scowling. "They need longer to rest, they're still tired," he claimed, not noticing the scowls that he got from both trainers' Pokémon as they returned to their training. Mason sighed and shook his head. "They've had time to catch their breath. My team is used to longer training sessions than just that. And my Pokémon are no pushovers either," AJ said before looking over to where he last saw Sandshrew, only to frown when he saw Pikachu curled up in a ball. "What's your Pikachu think it's doing?" Ash looked over, his eyes wide as he ran over to Pikachu. "Pikachu, are you okay?" he said as he knelt down to try and help his partner uncurl only to fail. AJ frowned as he walked over and knelt down. "Give him here," he said, taking the curled-up electric mouse, and with a couple of clicks Pikachu sprang back up with a sigh of relief as Ash took his Pokémon back. AJ looked at the device and frowned. "This is Sanshrew's," he said before standing up and looking around, not seeing any sign of his buddy. He looked back to Pikachu. "Pikachu, do you know where Sandshrew is?" Pikachu looked to AJ and shook his head sadly in a negative, and AJ's frown deepened as he turned away. "Sandshrew, where are you, buddy?" he called out but got no response. "Sandshrew." Ash seemed to smirk triumphantly. "Maybe he ran away," he suggested, getting AJ's attention. "Say what?" AJ asked with a scowl as he balled his fists at the mere suggestion that his partner would abandon him. "Given how you treat your Pokémon, I'm surprised," Ash continued to say, only to be cut short by a right hook to his jaw that sent him sprawling and right into the pool with a splash, Pikachu jumping free at the last second to not get wet. Only the punch didn't come from AJ. Mason stood a few feet from where Ash had been, his fist balled as he glared at the water as Ash came up. "Shut your DMN mouth, Ketchum. You have no bloody clue what you are talking about." Mason spoke with venom in his tone. He was absolutely sick of Ash's bullshit. "You think a Pokémon would abandon their trainer just because they're hard on them in training? Do you think my Pokémon will abandon me just because I push them to be better than they already are so that they can become stronger? Grow the hell up, you idiot. If you're too stupid to see what's right in front of you, then AJ's was right. You should quit being a Pokémon trainer because you clearly don't get it," he said before gesturing to all of AJ's Pokémon who were looking just as worried as their trainer. "AJ is a trainer, just like you, just like me. The only difference between you and him is that he trains his Pokémon, pushing them to their limit every time. Not out of cruelty, but because he cares for them just as any trainer does for their Pokémon. If you can't see that, you're more of a moron than I thought, and clearly not cut out to be a Pokémon trainer." Ash just floated in the water, not sure whether to be shocked or angry over Mason punching him and what he was saying. His ears were ringing and his jaw hurt like hell though. Mason turned away from Ash to see both Misty and Brock giving him concerned look, but he didn't say anything before looking to AJ. "Let's find Sandshrew," he told him before whistling to his Pokémon as they all came to him. "Spread out and search around the area. Sandshrew is missing. Find him," he ordered. His Pokémon all nodded and quickly took off to begin searching, being joined by AJ's Pokémon a couple of seconds later. Mason clenched his fists. He had completely forgotten about Team Rocket's fudged-up attempt to steal Pikachu and swiping Sandshrew instead. He had been so distracted by AJ's poke food talk and trying to learn all he could that it had completely slipped his mind. He should have been more alert and put a stop to it before it happened, and now those three idiots had gotten one over on them, and he didn't know what made him feel worse. That it happened, or the fact that those three clowns did it while he was there to stop them with prior knowledge of what they would do. He felt like such an idiot. Mistaking his silence for concerns for Sandra's well-being, Misty came up to Mason and put her hand on his shoulder. He looked to her and she gave him a small smile. "We should go help with the search too," she said as Brock came up as well, remaining silent but nodded in agreement. Mason smiled back and nodded. "All right, come on," he said, and started to the door. Of the three of them plus AJ left to split up and search, leaving Ash to climb his way out of the pool on his own, a bruise already starting to form on his jaw from where Mason had slugged him. But what Mason had said to him began to rattle around his head as his ears rang from the punch still, and he lay down at the side of the pool looking up at the ceiling of the tent, a frown on his face as he became lost in thought. Scene break. It was a good 10 minutes into the search for Sandshrew. Mason knew that Sandshrew would come back on his own, but he was hoping to find Team Rocket before then and redeem himself for not stopping this before it happened. As they are searching, Misty approaches Mason, a look of concern on her face. "Did you really have to do that back there with Ash? I know he can be a thick-headed idiot at times, but did you have to punch him?" she asked. Mason looked to her at the question before looking away and sighing. In truth, the punch had only been half about Ash's stupidity, the other half had been about himself allowing this to happen. It shouldn't have happened, not with him there. That had been the tipping point for him. That and Ash actually having the gall to say what he did, and for what he knew Ash would have and still might do when they got back, trying to convince AJ's Pokémon to come with him and abandon AJ like he was convinced Sandshrew had. "I'm not going to apologize for it," Ash was way out of line saying what he was, Mason stated, there's only so much of his stupidity that I can take in one day and he's being exceptionally stupid today. Training Pokémon is part of, if not all, that being a Pokémon trainer is all about. It's in the bloody name for Mew's sake. Ash needs to grow up and catch himself on, or it's his Pokémon that are going to be the ones to suffer for their trainer's stupidity. Misty sighed, I know that, and I know you mean well, but look at it from Ash's perspective. To him it's someone trying to tell him what to do and how to be a Pokémon trainer. He wants to become strong himself, everyone has their own style, and he'll learn in his own time and in his own way. But that's just the thing, Misty, he isn't. He may want to be strong, but he's doing nothing to actually become strong. He's not training his Pokémon, he's not strategizing, he's running around with his head up his butt and thinks this is all just some game and that everything will go his way if he just plays nice with his Pokémon, and it's that very fact that pissing me off. Mason frowned. He has the same number of badges as me, and he's only properly earned one of them. He's catching Pokémon but not training them. He's just skating by on luck and bullshit, while others like me are actually training to get where we are. And to top it all off, he has the ball to actually gloat about his accomplishments in the presence of someone who actually had to work and not bullshit his way through. He said before throwing his hands in the air, can you blame me for being set off? Sooner or later he's going to crash and burn. It'll be his Pokémon to suffer for his stupidity. Misty listened to Mason's rant concerned. She understood how he felt, but she could tell there was more than just the irritation of seeing Ash get by on luck, and she thought she had figured it out in the last part of his rant. She smiled, you're doing it so that Ash's Pokémon have a better trainer and so that they won't get hurt because of Ash, and so that Ash won't feel bad when he sees his Pokémon get hurt? She voiced her suspicions. Mason remained silent for a moment, frowning. In a way it was partly true, yes to the first part, he replied, but I couldn't care less about Ash's feelings on the matter. His Pokémon need a proper trainer who will actually train them. He may as well just be keeping them as glorified pets otherwise, he said before looking around and sighing, come on, let's head back, see if the others have found anything. Time skip. When they arrived back at the tent, everyone else had already returned, and AJ looked to them as they came in. Anything? He asked with a look of hope, only for that look to fall when he saw they didn't have Sandshrew with them. Nothing, and we walked straight for a good 10 minutes searching with no signs. We were hoping you guys would have had more luck, Mason said with a sigh. Inwardly he knew it was only a matter of time until Sandshrew turned up, bursting through the ground with Meowth with him, but he couldn't shake the worry that he had inside him that was beginning to sink in. What if his presence had changed something? What if Sandshrew didn't come back this time? Lucky for Mason he didn't have to dwell on those thoughts for long, as several feet in front of AJ began to crack and bulge the next moment before Sandshrew burst out of the tiled floor and threw himself into AJ's arms. Sandshrew! AJ said in surprise and relief as he hugged the Pokémon tightly as his other Pokémon began to crowd around to welcome the missing Pokémon back. Mason let out a sigh of relief that his presence hadn't changed things this time, and he glanced over to Ash, seeing as the other trainer had been quiet this whole time. Ash seemed to be looking at AJ with a pained look, as if realizing how big of an idiot he'd been. He glanced to Mason only to see him looking before turning his gaze away in shame. Mason smirked. Finally realized it, did you? Well, at least you didn't make yourself out to be as big of an idiot like you did in the anime. Guess my punch was good for something, Mason internally mused to himself before looking down at the unconscious form of Meowth and scowled. So that's what happened, Mason said aloud, getting everyone's attention as they looked to him and the unconscious cat Pokémon. Wake up, you little sheet. Mason snapped before drawing back his foot and kicking Meowth with the toe of his steel-toed boot and launching the feline into the pool with a splash. The boot connected. Meowth woke up with a yelp before he found himself airborne and landing in the pool, spluttering as he tried to keep himself afloat and swim for the edge of the pool. By the time he reached it, he looked up to find himself surrounded by everyone, Pokémon included, all looking down at him angrily. So that's what happened to Sandshrew. Team Rocket must have tried to kidnap him, Misty said angrily. Team Rocket? AJ asked for clarification, his fists balled in anger at the thought of anyone stealing away his buddy. It's just as it sounds, a criminal organization who steals strong Pokémon and use them to commit other crimes. Meowth here is the mascot of a certain team of them that we've run into in the past, Mason explained. Meowth bristles at the comment, I ain't no stinking mascot. He snapped as he climbed out of the pool before flinching back at all the angry glares he was receiving. So where's the rest of your pathetic group? Where there's a stink there's usually something rotten nearby, Mason asked with disgust. As if speaking about them made them appear, the voices of Jesse and James came from the doorway. Prepare for trouble, make that double. Everyone turned to look to the doorway and sure enough there the two members of Team Rocket stood. To protect the world from devastation, to unite all people within our nation, they began to recite. Mason scowled, oh give it a rest you idiots, no one cares, he said cutting them off and making them fall flat on their faces at the sudden interruption. How rude! Jesse screeched indignantly. Didn't your parents ever teach you any manners boy? James scowled. Mason snorted, I'm an orphan so no, now do everyone a favor and just get lost. Hold up a minute, AJ said stepping forward, are these lot the crooks who tried kidnapping my sand shrew? Jessie snorted, that was an unfortunate mix-up, she said waving her finger. We have no interest in your second-rate sand shrew, we only seek rare and powerful Pokémon, of which your sand shrew is neither, James scoffed. Second-rate. AJ snapped his fists clenched at his sides at the insult. The only two Pokémon here that we care about are Pikachu and Dratini, you can keep all those other wimps, Jesse smirked. Wimps are they? AJ scowled his jaw clenched. Mason watched and hid a half-smirk, as much as he would have liked to stop Team Rocket beforehand and dealt with them himself, he was actually looking forward to seeing what was about to happen now, Team Rocket had just messed with the wrong trainer. If you want a battle. Ash said as he stepped forward ready to fight only to be blocked by AJ. Hold on Ash, let me handle them, AJ declared, no one insults my Pokémon and gets away with it, he declared angrily as he glared at the Team Rocket trio, let's step outside. Time skip. What followed after that, had left a smirk on Mason's face for the remainder of the evening, after watching AJ thoroughly thrash those clowns and then watch as they proceeded to run away after being scared shitless by Sandshrew practically destroyed the clearing with a fissure attack during the battle. Mason could only shake his head as he stood on the edge of the chasm looking down into the darkness and whistles in appreciation. Man, I'm glad you didn't get a chance to use that against me in our match, he commented as he took a step back from the edge. Mason couldn't help but look at Sandshrew with a little bit of fear, the fact that something so small could wield so much power was frightening, and Mason was reminded just how powerful some Pokémon could be. AJ smirked, yeah maybe our match would have turned out differently, but I guess we'll never know, especially now with this being my 100th win, he grinned. Mason nodded, congrats about that by the way, I suppose you'll be heading out now then. AJ grinned, you bet, expect to see me at the Indigo Plateau, we'll have those 8 badges in no time, he boasted. Mason nodded, I have no doubt, I'll be looking forward to our battle when the time comes, he said holding his hand out and AJ took it. Same, don't think you'll win next time though, AJ smirked before breaking away to head inside to pack. Mason watched him go before turning back to the chasm and smirked, yes that would be a battle he would definitely be looking forward to when the time came. Time skip. After parting ways with AJ outside of his gym, the four were on the road once again, they had been walking for the last mile in a silence that had settled over them, mostly due to Ash who had been walking with his head down since they parted with AJ. They had just passed a crossroads when Ash finally spoke up. Mason, Ash spoke, she word sounding strained, look I want to say I'm sorry for the way I acted back at AJ's gym, he explained, and how I've been acting before that, shirking your advice on training my Pokémon and not taking things as seriously as you do. As Ash spoke they all stopped to listen to him as he apologized. Both Misty and Brock smiled knowing that this was difficult for Ash to say but pleased to see he was actually seeing reason. Mason for his part simply nodded and urged Ash to continue, seeing that the other trainer wasn't done. Ash swallowed, after seeing how strong AJ's Sandshrew was, because of how AJ trained him properly. I want to ask if you could help me. I know I don't know as much as you do about Pokémon training, but I want to learn, I want to become the best, and I understand now that it won't happen if I don't train my Pokémon at every opportunity. I know I don't have any right to ask this of you, especially after how I've been acting, but... He began to continue only for Mason to raise his hand to stop him. Alright, Mason spoke, giving us a hard glare. I'll help you, Ash. If you want to finally turn yourself into a good Pokémon trainer, then I'll gladly help. But that's only if you're serious. I won't help you if you don't take this seriously and give it your all, understand? Ash gulped and nodded. I am, and I do, he said before bowing. Thank you. Mason nodded and let out a sigh. We'll start your training tomorrow on the road so that we're not held up. I'll need that long to think about where to start you off, he said as they began walking again. We can help too, Misty offered as they walked. We weren't gym leaders for nothing, you know. Brock nodded. Yeah, part of being a gym leader is about passing on knowledge to trainers who want to learn, so we'll be able to help out where needed too. Ash smiled. Thanks you guys, he said, and they could tell that he meant it. Mason remained silent as they continued to walk, his smile fading somewhat as they did. He was happy that it appeared that he had finally gotten through to Ash. This was certainly what he wanted, but he suspected that just like the last time it wouldn't last, only time would tell. Chapter 11. Going back to school. It was later the next evening that Mason found himself growing more and more irritated, a growing trend in these past few days. They had been keeping to the canon pace of things as far as Mason could tell. He knew they had to, but in the time that they had, Mason had begun Ash's proper education, starting with the very basics, but the more they went on, the more Mason wanted to strangle Ash. For the 5th time, Ash, an electrical attack will not work if you use them on rock or ground type Pokémon. They are immune, Mason said, rubbing his brow as they walked through the thick fog. Water or grass moves should be your go-to for dealing with both, or ice against ground, or fighting, ground or steel type moves against rock types. But then how do you explain Pikachu's attack beating Brock's Geodude and hurting his Onix? Ash protested, confused. Mason facepalmed with a groan. Your bullshit luck, that's how, an anime bullshit for the sake of the story that is just utter rubbish, he mentally griped as they continued. As bad as Ash was on the book side of things, Mason had to give him credit. Ash was showing promise in the actual training aspect of things. The other day when they had stopped for dinner after leaving AJ's gym and Mason went to train his Pokémon, Ash was right there with him, and so were his Pokémon, and Mason could see that each of them were eager to train and get stronger, and as a result they ended up having a very productive training session with their 2 teams pairing off to train. Pidgeotto and Butterfree with Golbat and Spearow, Poliwhirl with Scyther, and Pikachu with Dratini as per usual, and they made good progress in toughening up Ash's team, while Mason got to work in toughening up Ash. Right now, however, they were trying to find their way through this thick mist that had descended on them in the early hours of the morning. Mason knew what it meant and what was coming, but remained silent about such things, not wanting to draw attention to himself for knowing future events. This mist is starting to drive me mad, Misty complained. We've been walking around for hours now and it feels like we're not going anywhere. Mason sighed. Yeah, you're right. We can barely see 10 feet in front of us, he agreed. And it was true, the mist was really thick. He could only just make out the tree line to their right that they had been keeping close to for the past while. It wasn't really that productive a way to travel. I suggest we all take a break, Brock voiced. Perhaps wait a while until this mist settles down, he said as he took his bag off his shoulder and began to pull various things out of it, a table, a tablecloth, 2 chairs, plates, and various other things. Mason just arched an eyebrow at the scene while Misty and Ash sweat dropped. Now that Mason knew about the capsule technology, it really wasn't that strange, but still, seeing all of that come out of one backpack was rather comical. And I have just the thing, for us to drink while we wait, Brock added as he took out a brown bag from his backpack. I bought this herbal tea back in Cerulean City, he said as he opened it up to let the scent out. Misty's eyes lit up as she smelled the herbs. Oh, I know that blend, my dad used to drink it all the time, it's delicious. Brock smiled. Excellent, now I've got a supply of water here somewhere, we just need wood for the fire. Ash, would you mind going out and seeing if you could gather up some firewood? Mason, could you help me set up a stand for us to use? Mason nodded. Sure thing, Brock, he said as Ash slumped with a groan until Mason gave him a pat on the back. Hurry back, Ash, when you get back we can see about another training session while we wait for the mist to clear, he said to encourage him. though internally knowing that Ash wouldn't be getting firewood anytime soon. Ash seemed to perk up and nodded. "Okay," he said before he and Pikachu took off into the forest to look for firewood. Mason shook his head when Ash was out of sight and went to help Brock while Misty sat at the table to wait. It only took Mason and Brock about 5 minutes to set up a small fire pit with some rocks and Brock's metal stand for the tea kettle in place. All they would need was the firewood, and so sat down to wait for Ash to come back. It was after another 5 minutes that Mason gave a sigh. "I think that idiot has gone and got himself lost in the mist." Misty sighed. "I think so too, and I was really looking forward to having some tea," she said in disappointment. Brock nodded and began to pack everything away. "Give me a hand to pack up and then we'll go look for him," he said, getting a nod from both Mason and Misty as they packed up camp right quick before heading off in the direction that Ash went. It only took them a couple of minutes to find Ash, in the middle of an argument with several younger teens all dressed in some kind of school uniform. "We have to maintain our standards," a kid with green hair argued back at Ash. "Oh yeah, well if this school of yours is turning out students like you then I'd think the standards would be pretty low already," Ash snapped back. "That's right Ash, you tell 'em," Misty called Ash on as she and Mason walked up to them with Brock training behind. "So these are the infamous Pokémon Tech students?" Mason said as he eyed the group of blazer-wearing teens before scoffing. "I'm not impressed." "Pokémon Tech? What a joke." "Pokémon Tech?" Ash asked confused, as Misty walked up to him and began to explain. The 5 other teens glared at Mason for his comment. "What was that?" one with spiky red hair growled. "I said Pokémon Tech is a joke. I mean seriously, name me one student who graduated from your so-called school who's even made it past a single Pokémon of the Elite Four, never mind took on the regional champion." Mason rolled his eyes. "And what would you know?" a green-haired boy spat. "You're just a pathetic nobody, you probably don't even know the first thing about being a trainer." Mason smirked. "I bet I'd know more than the 5 of you combined because unlike the 5 of you I don't limit myself to what's taught in the classroom and believe everything I'm told." "Oh yeah, prove it," a blue-haired boy said cockily. Mason shrugged. "Alright, let's try something simple then. How many Pokémon types are there?" he asked plainly. The blue-haired boy snorted while a boy with long black hair answered. "There are 15 types, everyone knows that," he said, getting nods from the 4 others in agreement. Ash chuckled while both Misty and Brock just looked amused. Mason downright smirked, all that seemed to piss the 5 boys off. "What's so funny?" the black-haired boy growled. "Your answer," Mason replied, knowing that Ash, Misty, and Brock were already in the know about this after he had taken time, the other day, to educate Ash on the Pokémon types during their training session. Needless to say, Misty and Brock had been impressed with his advanced knowledge given that most new trainers wouldn't be aware of such things. There are actually 18 types. 2 new types were discovered in Johto, Steel and Dark, while in the Kalos region Fairy types were discovered, and many Pokémon are being reclassified with more than one typing because of this, he explained, having actually verified this information back in his trip to the Cerulean Library. The trip had been very informative for him. The 5 boys looked like they had just been gut-punched by the statement, half looking sad at being lectured and the other half annoyed at the fact that they were wrong. Pokémon Tech has a set curriculum based off of this region's knowledge of Pokémon at the time, but that is the problem. Pokémon are not just confined to this region and knowledge does not remain stagnant, and if you learn everything in a classroom you can't verify it all for yourself. To do that you have to get out there and travel, Mason stated. The school won't give a shit about you, it doesn't care, it's already got the money from your parents for your education. And if you fail after graduating it's not their fault, it's yours for not trying hard enough. 4 of the boys looked to be in thought about Mason's words, but the redhead boy just clicked his teeth and turned away. "Whatever, I'm not going to listen to a wannabe like you. Come on guys," he said as he started walking back into the mist, the others following him. Mason just shook his head. "Idiots." The student left behind looked to Mason frowning. "Did you really mean that?" he asked looking crestfallen. Mason looked to him and sighed. "I did. Pokémon Technical is a joke of an institution. while it may have a lot of fancy toys, it doesn't teach you anything different than what you can learn on your own while you travel. It's a waste of money that would be better spent on books for self-study and supplies for traveling. He stated from his own point of view, you'd be far better off withdrawing, getting your tuition back and traveling to learn what you need to know to be a good trainer, and not be cooped up in some classroom. The young boy looked down and went into thought over Mason's words, while Ash seemed to be getting angry. Oh, those guys are really getting on my nerves. Who do they think they are? Where is this place anyway? Ash began to say, only to be cut off as the sound of a bell rang out and the mist began to clear away. Today's special class, Fog Battle Techniques, is now ended. Tomorrow's class will be Snow Competition Secrets, a female robotic voice said over a loudspeaker as the mist faded away to reveal the large triple-story building with white walls and a red roof, and the fact that they were currently standing in the courtyard of the school grounds. Mason snorted. Like I said, a lot of fancy toys, he said, rolling his eyes. The young boy sighed. Oh well, I guess they'll make me into a snowman again just like the last time. Do they treat you like that all the time? Ash asked, shocked. Why do you put up with it? My friends are just trying to help me, the boy defended. I've learned a lot with them helping me. With friends like those. Who needs enemies? Brock said with a frown. It's better than the alternative, the boy said, and pointed over to a middle-aged looking man with glasses in a uniform huddled under a tree reading a book. That guy's an upperclassman, but he's in the beginner class with me because the advanced classes are so hard, people get held back all the time, no one wants to leave without getting a diploma, and because he's so old no one bothers to help him, as my friends help me. And what do the teachers think about that kind of help? Misty asked, not sounding impressed. They don't even know about it, or if they do they pretend not to, the kid replied with a sigh. Mason just rolled his eyes. As I said, the school doesn't care about you, it just wants your money. If it did care about its students, then every student would be graduating in a set time frame with each getting taught all they need to know, even if it is just the basics. It would give you a base to grow your knowledge out from as you travel. I for one think this whole thing is stupid. Who's in charge of this helping anyway? Ash said with a growl. The kid reached into his blazer and took out a photo and showed them. Mason just glanced to see the picture of a brunette girl who looked to be about the same age as them. This is her picture. Almost immediately both Ash and Brock began to look at the picture with an unhealthy interest. Misty, on the other hand, wasn't impressed. Hey, if she's the reason that you're treated so badly, why are you carrying her picture around? Misty snapped. The kid rubbed the back of his head. I may hate how she treats us, but I like how she looks, he admitted. Unlike some other girls who treat you bad and look even. Ash began to say absent-mindedly, only to be silenced when Misty drove her fist into the top of his head and slammed his face into the ground. Shut your mouth, Misty snapped before she began to stomp off. Mason arched an eyebrow. Misty. Where are you going? He asked, having an idea. Where do you think? To find this little witch so I can straighten her out. Misty yelled back as she stomped towards the front doors, muttering dark thoughts under her breath. Scene break. With no other options left to them, the four boys followed Misty into the school, and after 5 minutes of aimlessly walking around looking for the girl, Misty finally gave in to let Joe guide them to where Giselle normally works by herself. It took them a couple more minutes to get to the room, which was rather big, filled with a load of machines with screens on them. Giselle always practices here by herself, Joe explained as he leads them into the room. Even if you beat her in a fight, it won't matter to her. Here at the Tech, it's your skill as a trainer that counts more than winning in any one battle. I don't care, I'm still going to beat her, Misty declared angrily. I trained at the Cerulean City gym, I don't care how good she claims to be. Oh, Cerulean City, water Pokémon, Joe said as he moved to one of the machines and booted it up. How do you know? Misty asked, scowling. I always beat em on the simulator here, Joe said as he played through the simulated battle with his weapon bell beating the Starmie. What is this? Misty said, sounding offended. A simulation is one thing, but this is real life, she said as she took out Starmie's Pokeball. Let's battle. Joe gave her a grin. You'll be sorry, he said as he got up. Mason just shook his head. No kid, you're the one who's going to be sorry. Time skip. And Mason was right, he was sorry. Joe's Weepinbell didn't even get out one attack before it was hit by an overpowered water gun from Starmie that knocked it out in one go, giving Misty the win in an instant. Ash looked to Mason. Hey Mason, didn't you say that grass was the best choice to go against water Pokemon, along with electric before? He asked, so why did Joe lose? Mason snorted, typings are important, but a Pokemon's training is also important. Misty's Starmie has far more battle experience than Joe's Weepinbell, and as a result is far stronger, he stated only to stop when the sound of a single applause was heard. Well, I must say, came a female voice, making them all look to see Giselle walk over to them, followed by the 5 boys from before. It appears that you do actually know some key things about being a Pokemon trainer, she said, looking at Mason before glancing to Joe, things that others still apparently need to learn. You're an embarrassment to the whole school. Both Ash and Brock began to fawn over Giselle's beauty, but Mason just looked at her dispassionately. As she began her little speech. I'm the top student in the beginning class of the most exclusive prep school in the. Giselle began, only to be cut off by Mason. If by most exclusive you mean most expensive, you'd probably be right, Mason stated. Also, being the top student in a beginner's class really isn't something to be boasting about, considering you look about a year older than all your fellow classmates, he pointed out. Giselle looked like she had just been slapped, before she glared at Mason. How dare you? I just held myself back because I want to help my classmates be the very best that they can be, she defended herself. Translation: you moved on to the next class and found it too hard, so held yourself back just so that you could keep boasting that you were the top of your class instead of having to work, Mason said, bursting her bubble, deciding to give her a taste of her own medicine just as she had given Joe in the anime. Shut your mouth. Giselle snapped back at him, you don't know anything about me. I know a pretender when I see one, and you have it written all over that pretty little face of yours. With an attitude like yours, I'm reminded of the saying that some people's beauty is only skin deep, Mason countered back. Pretender am I, Giselle said as she brushed her hair back. I'll show you, I challenge you to a. She began to say again, only for Misty to butt in this time. Hold it. Misty yelled, if anyone is battling you I am, if anyone is going to put you in your place it will be me, she declared before Mason had a chance to stop her. Giselle just snorted. Fine then, she said as she plucked her Pokeball from the stand, this won't take long, go Graveler, she called, tossing the Pokeball as the large boulder Pokemon appeared on the field. Mason frowned, he knew what was going to happen, but he couldn't exactly stop things now. If he did, Misty would get angry at him for getting in her way, and Giselle would just boast about things. Even more, he had to admit the anime had it right in this particular instance, never get yourself into the middle of a catfight. Graveler grinned before it jumped at Starmie with speed. Starmie dodged quick enough and countered with a water gun, only for Graveler to attack again, completely unfazed by the water, and collided with Starmie mid-air and sent it flying out through a window and into the pool. Misty looked at the broken window in shock before she quickly took off to check on her Pokemon, everyone following her out. Scene break. The group ran out to the pool and Misty quickly fished Starmie out of the water, looking very worried about the damaged gem on Starmie's front as she held her Pokemon close out of worry. Well, that didn't take long, Giselle said as she brushed her hair back. If you still want to battle we can continue here, you'll even have the advantage with the water from the pool, she stated. Misty looked at Giselle with a hateful glare, and I suppose you'll use another Pokemon with a weakness against water, she said angrily. Pokemon are only as strong as the trainers who raise them. A Pokemon who's weaker but better trained can still win, it depends on the trainer, Giselle boasted. As a gym leader you should know that, she added snobbily. Mason frowned, and I'm sure that you trained your Pokemon all by yourself for long hard hours on end, and didn't use any of Daddy's money to buy your Pokemon from other trainers who have already trained them to be that strong, he stated, voicing his suspicions. He had always found it suspicious how this girl had such strong Pokemon. Giselle scoffed, so what if I did? A trainer uses every advantage they have to win. So what if I didn't train all my Pokemon by myself? They're still mine, and I still won. That isn't what being a trainer is about, Mason said firmly. While it's true that Pokemon types may not play a key point in Pokemon battles when one side is clearly stronger than the other. What is important at the training that the Pokemon go through? How can you call yourself a trainer if you rely on other people to train your Pokémon? What matters is winning, and that's all there is to it. Go ahead, prove me wrong, Giselle challenged him. Before Mason could respond, Ash stepped up. Gladly, he said, getting a look of confusion from Giselle. And just who are you? Giselle asked. Mason at this point ignored the conversation and instead went to help Misty with Starmie as he took his bag off his back and began to fish out his medical supplies. Here, lay Starmie down here, Mason told her as he put his jacket down for some padding for Starmie. Misty nodded and did so. Thanks, she said as she watched silently as Mason began to treat her Pokémon, feeling completely trodden on how she had been beaten so easily like that. Hey, Mason said, getting her attention as he applied the potions, don't let that one battle get to you. You don't have any idea how skilled Graveller's last trainer was, so you had no idea how strong it would be. Don't blame yourself for Starmie losing. I'm sure if you were using Gyarados out there in that battle you would have won no problem. Misty gave a small smile at Mason's words and brought her hand up to her eye to wipe away a small tear she felt coming. Thanks Mason, she said softly and turned away to hide a slight blush she felt forming from his words. He has such faith in me, she thought to herself and couldn't help the warm feeling in her chest. Mason smiled as he caught the bush but didn't say anything as he went back to treating Starmie. It only took a few minutes until the mysterious star Pokémon to be back up on its pointed legs, the gem on its front completely healed. Just in time for the silence to be broken by a shrill cry of, "I can't believe this." Both Misty and Mason looked over to see Giselle throwing a fit, with her cub one on the ground in front of her crying and Ash celebrating with Pikachu over their win. It's not possible, I refuse to believe that an electric Pokémon can beat my ground Pokémon, there's no way. Giselle declared angrily. Even though it just happened. Ash said, clearly not happy with her attitude. Shut. Giselle began to yell at Ash only to stop when Cub One came over to her still crying and hugged her legs for comfort, and she glared down at the small Pokémon. Get off of me, she snapped and kicked him away, getting shocked looks from the other students and the gang all watching. Don't touch me. How can you call yourself my Pokémon when you can't even win when you have a clear type advantage, and after Daddy spent so much money on your training? Giselle snapped angrily. Cub One burst out into fresh tears from being refused comfort and began sobbing even louder. Be quiet. Giselle snapped, that's it, I don't need a weak Pokémon like you who can't even win a battle with a type advantage, she said before throwing Cubone's Pokeball at the ground, breaking it in half, before she stomped away in a fit. Everyone was speechless as they watched Giselle go. Mason swallowed hard. That certainly didn't happen in the anime. Did I cause this to happen? He thought to himself as he started to feel bad for Cub One. Had his words actually caused this to happen, and knew he had to do something. Slowly he approached Cub One and knelt down to the small lonely Pokémon. Hey Cub One, he began to say, only for Cub One to instantly latch onto him crying. Mason frowned and let out a sigh as he placed his hand on Cubone's back to comfort the small Pokémon. It's okay, he told it, you don't have to be sad, he spoke softly as he took out the potion in his pocket. There was just enough left from treating Starmie to help Cub One, and he gently began to apply it to the small injuries that Cub One had from battling Pikachu. It took only a few seconds for the wounds to heal and for Cubone's cries to turn to sniffles as the pain ebbed away. There we go, all better, Mason smiled. You're pretty strong, you know. I caught some parts of your battle with Pikachu, he spoke with a smile as the small Pokémon looked up to him. I don't care what that girl says about you, you're strong, why don't you come with me, my team would love to have you. Cub One, the small Pokémon said, and Mason smiled, getting the idea from his tone. Yes really, so what do you say? Mason replied, only for Cub One to start crying and hugging him again. Mason smiled and rubbed its back. I'll take that as a yes. Time skip. After successfully capturing Cub One in a Pokeball, Mason and the others went to leave the campus, wanting to put this whole incident behind them and continue their journey. But much to their shock they were met at the gates by Joe along with the 5 other teens that had been bullying him before. Each of them in traveling clothing. Guess I really did change a lot just by being here, Mason thought to himself before speaking up. What's all this then? The leader of the group with red hair rubbed the back of his head. Listen, I want to apologize about what I said before. We've thought a lot about what you said earlier, he began to explain. We used to really look up to Giselle, we all thought she was great until today, the teen with blue hair said. We never thought that she'd do something like that. She always talked about how she was for the future of Pokémon and Pokémon trainers. Now we can see that was all a load of lies, the green-haired kid added. We've all talked and decided to do what you suggested before Mason, Joe spoke up. This school is great and all, but we all really just want to get out there and become real trainers, and not fake ones like Giselle. Misty smiled, that's great, I'm glad that you've all seen what a total beach she is, she said, glad that they weren't blinded by her pretty face and could see her for what she was now. The redhead nodded, yes, we've all called our folks and told them of our decision, we're all going to be traveling together to help support one another, but not in the same way as we did here, that was all Giselle's idea. Mason nodded, well, I'm glad to see that I had a positive influence on you then, he said as he held his hand out to the redhead trainer. I'll be looking forward to facing each of you when the Indigo League comes around. The redhead nodded and shook Mason's hand, same here, call me Jasper. Chapter 12. Hidden Pokémon Village. It was another day of traveling for our group, and once more Mason found himself irritated beyond belief. It had been 2 days since they had left Pokémon Tech, and while it had been a productive 2 days, training-wise, the actual traveling aspect of their journey felt like they were going in circles. God, I hate filler episodes, this is precisely why I didn't want to travel with these three, Mason thought to himself as the 4 of them pushed onward through waist-high tall grass in the middle of a forest, and here I thought tall grass was only in the video games. Remind me again whose bright idea it was to take a shortcut through the forest, Mason sighed as he swatted a bug away from him, making a mental note to buy some bug spray at the next city. No wonder they took so long to get to Vermillion City at this snail's pace. Don't worry, Ash said, looking back at Mason as he leads them through the grass, I'm positive this way will take us back to the path. Positive? Brock added from the rear of the group, not sounding the least bit convinced. That's what you said an hour ago, Misty groaned, I'm tired, we've been walking for ages. I told you to stick to the main road, but no, you had to take a shortcut, she added with a sigh. I took the shortcut. Ash said indignantly, it was you who said to go this way. Ash defended himself. No, she didn't, she said not to go this way, Mason voiced, remembering a couple hours back when Ash had decided to veer off the path wanting to catch some Pokémon and they had all followed him. Exactly. Misty stated, pleased that Mason was agreeing with her, if I was leading we wouldn't be lost like this. Who says we're lost? Ash yelled angrily, still refusing to admit it. The fact that we've been walking for hours and the road is nowhere in sight is a big clue, Mason replied as he pushed past Ash, who had stopped to argue with Misty. Now come on, let's go and find a place to rest for a bit, and then when we can figure out where we are. Brock nodded as he walked after him, good idea, we'll all think clearer after some food and everyone's had a chance to cool off, he agreed. Both Misty and Ash gave each other one final glare before they turned and started to walk forward again, following Mason, who was now leading them. Thankfully for their feet, it only took another 5 minutes to get out of the tall grass and reach a clearing with some rocks for them all to sit on and rest. Misty quickly sat on the most comfortable rock and began to take her shoes off and rubbing her feet. Finally, all this walking was killing my feet. Mason sighed as he took his bag off and slumped at the side of a boulder and slid down it to rest. You're telling me, even with my padded boots my feet are still throbbing, what I wouldn't give for a warm bath, even a cold basin of water to soak my feet in would be heaven right now, he said as he rested his head back on the boulder. Brock nodded, yeah, now let's eat something, he said as he opened his bag and took out a small box, opening it to show some rice ball that he had prepared earlier and started to hand them out. It's important to keep our energies up when we're on the road. Brock, if I had a hat I'd take it off to you, that's the smartest thing I think I've ever heard you say, Mason joked as he took one of the offered rice ball and began to eat it, grateful for the food. Sadly, Mason's little reprieve was not to last, as no sooner had Ash's rice ball eaten they all heard the sound of splashing, and Ash was quickly on his feet to check out the sound to discover that it was a small Odish drinking from a small spring at another set of boulders across from the ones they were currently resting at. Oh wow, a Pokémon, Ash said as he quickly took out his Pokédex and pointed it at the small Oddish to check its data. Oddish. This Pokémon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around, the Pokédex recited from its records. I'll catch it, Ash announced as he put his Pokédex away and took out his Pokeball ready to battle the small grass type. Hold it, Misty said as she got in front of Ash. It's near water so I want to catch it. Aw come on Misty, I saw it first, Ash complained. Mason sighed. Here we go, he thought to himself as he moved to stand up. Misty, Oddish isn't a water Pokémon, he said as he stood up, it's a grass type. Misty smirked. I know, but it's still cute, she said taking out her Pokeball. Just because I'm a water Pokémon trainer doesn't mean I can't catch a cute Pokémon, she said before looking to see the small grass type running away. Oh no you don't, go Starmie, she said before throwing her Pokeball and calling out her Pokémon to block Oddish from escaping. Oddish quickly began to change its route and tried to escape, not wanting to battle. Oh no, you don't Starmie, use water gun. Misty ordered and Starmie obeyed, firing a powerful stream of water that sent Oddish into the air. That's it, now finish with rapid spin. As soon as the water stopped, Starmie was in the air spinning fast and catching the disorientated weed Pokémon by surprise and sending it to the ground, its eyes spinning. Perfect, Misty said with a grin as she took out an empty Pokeball. Pokeball go, she said as she tossed the ball at the downed grass Pokémon, only for a green blur to shoot out of the tree line and block the Pokeball before it hit its mark. What's that? Ash said in shock as Misty looked disappointed that her capture had failed. Mason smirked as he saw what had blocked the ball. Bulbasaur stood protectively in front of Oddish, growling as it glared at them. Looks like a Bulbasaur to me, and it doesn't look one bit happy. Oh wow, I can't believe it, a Bulbasaur, Ash said acting starstruck seeing the rare Pokémon, and Mason couldn't blame him either considering how rare the Pokémon was. Ash quickly held up his Pokédex to get another reading. Bulbasaur. It bears the seed of a plant on its back from BRTH. The seed slowly develops. Researchers are unsure whether to classify Bulbasaur as a plant or animal. Bulbasaur are extremely tough and very difficult to capture in the wild. As soon as Ash's Pokédex finished speaking as if to prove it right, Bulbasaur sprinted forward and caught Starmie with a powerful tackle attack, knocking the star Pokémon back before Bulbasaur let its vines shoot out and smack Starmie hard, sending the water Pokémon back even further with some serious damage. Starmie! Misty cried and ran to her downed Pokémon, who had taken some serious damage from the two attacks, one being super effective and a critical hit. Ash quickly stepped forward. Now it's my turn, he said as he pulled a Pokeball from his belt. Butterfree, go use sleep powder. Butterfree appeared out of his Pokeball in the air and instantly went in as ordered. Mason couldn't help but smirk seeing it. Ash certainly was learning from him well. This had been something Mason had drilled into his head about getting the advantage quickly in non-official matches and wild encounters. If you called the attack as you were calling your Pokémon out, your Pokémon didn't have to wait for an order and inadvertently give the opponent a chance to attack first. Mason just counted him unlucky that this was the first time Ash put his tactics into use. No sooner had Butterfree started to fly over and let out the glittering powder did Bulbasaur start a counterattack by taking in a deep breath and literally blowing the powder back at Butterfree, who instantly began to sag in the air as he became sleepy. Note to self, use hypnosis or another sleep-inducing move that doesn't involve spores, too easily countered by smart Pokémon. Mason made the mental note, inwardly smirking at Bulbasaur's creativity. Oh no, Butterfree, hang in there. Ash began to say, but it was too late. As soon as Butterfree got low enough to the ground, Bulbasaur went in for another tackle and sent the butterfly Pokémon flying, along with Ash's hope of catching him, before he and Oddish took off running as Ash slumped to the ground in defeat. Oh! The Bulbasaur! Ash whined as he watched them run off. Mason sighed. Well, that was something. Come on, let's go, he tried to say, only for Ash to cut him off. No, I'm not giving up. Ash interrupted as he quickly recalled Butterfree and quickly took off running after Bulbasaur with Pikachu giving chase. I'll catch that Bulbasaur, just you wait and see. Ash! Brock called as he began to run after him. But we only just stopped walking. Misty called as she went as well. Mason slumped. "Can't we just have 5 minutes to rest?" he groaned before running back to grab his backpack and took off sprinting after them, his feet throbbing. Scene break. "I can't believe you lost it, and to make matters worse, now we're even more lost than we were before," Misty groaned as they walked through the forest. It had been 20 minutes since the battle with Oddish and Bulbasaur, and the group of 4 were once again lost after following Ash deeper into the forest. "It's not my fault, I know they went this way, they're just too fast," Ash complained as they walked. "Oh, and who was the idiot who went running into the forest after them?" Mason grumbled. The throbbing in his feet had reached a new level of pain and he was getting really sick of walking, and he knew it was only going to get worse. Thankfully they seemed to reach a clearing in the forest, only for them to realize that they had reached a divide in the forest where a large chasm divided the forest with a rope bridge leading across to the other half. "Ha, I knew it, they must have crossed over this way," Ash said as he started to cross the bridge. "I bet there are loads of Bulbasaur on this side of the forest," he said victoriously. Mason sighed and resigned himself to his fate, knowing what was going to happen as he began to cross the bridge as well, keeping one hand firmly on the right-hand side of the bridge, knowing what was coming. "But where is this place?" Misty said as she looked around as they crossed, sounding concerned. "I can't find this bridge on my map," Brock added as he held his map out in front of him. Mason sighed. "Next chance I get I'm getting a GPS or a PokeNav. I hate being lost," he complained, only to stiffen as the wind began to blow stronger. This was it. Suddenly the bridge began to rock violently with the wind and Mason heard the telltale snap of the rope behind and to his left. He gripped the right-hand rope hard with his right hand and reached behind him as the bridge started to go and grabbed Misty's wrist as the bridge went. "Ayaha!" Brock cried as he fell from the bridge as he lost what little grip he had and fell from the bridge, landing in the river below. "Brock fell into the river," Ash yelled. "Yeah, no shit." Mason snapped, "Worry about him later, right now start climbing or we're going to be next," he yelled as he held onto the bridge with one hand while he held Misty by the other. "Mason, don't let go," Misty pleaded as she held on to his hand for dear life. "Wasn't planning on it." Mason groaned and was instantly thankful for the training that he had been putting himself through as he began to pull himself over to reach the ropes of the other side of the bridge to use as a kind of support to help them reach the other side. Time skip. Those were the longest minutes of Mason's life as he climbed out of the chasm from the bridge and pulled himself and Misty over the edge, before he collapsed on his back breathing hard. "That's it, from now on I'm doubling my workout routine," he thought to himself as he tried to get his breath back, before he suddenly found his mind be taken by something else as Misty hugged him breathing hard as well, but out of fear. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," Misty said rapidly as she hugged him tightly. "I thought I was a goner until you grabbed me." Mason was too out of breath to reply. That climb had really taken it out of him, his heart was hammering in his chest, and could only nod in response as he lay on the ground spread eagle, his arms feeling like lead weights, and his feet were still killing him. "I'm completely wiped out," Ash said as he rested on his hands and knees just off to the side of them. After a moment Misty suddenly pulled herself up with a gasp. "Oh no, we can't rest now, we need to find Brock." Mason, who was still getting his breath back, held up a finger. "Minute," he breathed desperately, needing to catch his breath but nonetheless began to slowly pull himself to his feet to get ready to start the search. Time skip. Following the side of the chasm, they were lucky enough to find a small goat path down the side of the cliff that went in the direction that the river had carried Brock off in. Reaching the bottom, they took off down the path that followed the river that seemed to be getting wider as the chasm started to lessen off and get lower. As they were running, Mason was wincing as he felt every step with how sore his feet were. He was sorely tempted to stop and let his feet cool off in the river but knew the others wouldn't really be okay with that and explaining things wasn't really an option. As he ran, Mason suddenly felt the ground began to give out from under him as he took a step, and his eyes widened. "Whoa," he cried as he suddenly felt himself falling but just barely managed to put his other foot forward in time and reach back to grab Misty yet again as she let out a cry as she began to fall and pulled her forward as well, pulling them both out of the way just as the ground gave way, revealing a large pit trap behind them. "Wow, thanks," Misty said as both she and Mason looked back at the hole. "Don't mention it," Mason said back before frowning at the hole. it was a good 8-foot drop, that would have hurt. What's this doing here? Ash asked, confused as to why there was a large hole in the middle of the road. Mason sighed, well, isn't it obvious? Someone had booby trapped this side of the forest, first the bridge just giving out like that and now this, someone clearly doesn't want visitors. Never mind that now, Misty said as she turned, we'll just have to be on the lookout for more if that's the case, we need to find Brock. Mason nodded and started walking as well but winced on the next step and stumbled slightly. Ow, he complained. Misty looked to him in worry, are you okay? Mason shook his head, my feet are killing me, it feels like I'm walking on hot coals with every step, he sighed as he moved to the side and sat down on a stone, wincing with every step, you two go on ahead, I need to rest my feet for a bit, I'll catch up. Both nodded to him and started off again as Mason sighed and tried to move his feet again only to wince. I hate walking, Mason hummed to himself as he moved over to the river painfully and, not caring any more, dunked both his feet into the water, boots and all, letting out a relieved sigh as the cool water soaked into his socks and boots. He really needed that. There has got to be a better way to travel than on foot, Mason sighed to himself as he lay back on the ground, his feet soaking in the water. Time skip. Mason only rested for about half an hour before pulling himself to his feet again. His feet were still sore but his water-soaked socks and boots managed to keep them cool so the pain wasn't too bad and let him continue on for the next bit of the walk. The problem came when he didn't find Misty or Ash anywhere and groaned, where the hell did those two get to, he said to himself as he continued to follow the river. He knew they had to be along the bank somewhere, they couldn't have been that far ahead of him. He didn't have to wait much longer however as he finally found the pair of them sitting contentedly in a net hanging from a tree. He stood there for a moment before sighing, do I even want to know? He asked, inwardly glad that he had stopped when he had and not got caught up as well. Mason. Misty said, happy to see him. Cut us down, we've been stuck up here for ages. Ash complained as he began to struggle. Mason sighed and shook his head as he moved to the rope holding the net up. All right, hold still, he said as he began to take his bag off his back, remembering he had gotten a knife as part of his supplies back in Pewter City, but paused when he heard a snap off to the left before a familiar voice spoke. Here you guys are. Came Brock's voice as he came through the trees. Hey, Brock. Ash yelled, just as Mason cut the rope to the net and let the net drop a few feet before he grabbed it. Unfortunately for Ash's part of the net broke and he fell out, with Pikachu landing on top of him as a cushion, while Misty was lowered slowly to the ground and got to her feet. Where have you been, Brock? We've been searching for you for ages now, Mason said as he folded the knife up and put it away in his bag again. Yeah, Ash agreed as he got up, we saw you fall into the river, then what happened? Well, I was being washed away in the rapids, Brock said as he began to recount his story. When I was about to go under, a hand reached out and caught mine before pulling me from the river. The girls who saved my life was incredibly appealing. Appealing girl, HM? Ash said a little bit in disbelief. Mason snorted, leave it to you to fall from a cliff and end up getting saved by an appealing girl, he said shaking his head. Isn't it meant to be the knight in shining armor that saves the princess, and not the other way around, he joked. Oh huh, Brock responded dryly. Anyway, come on and follow me, I've got something to show you all, he said as he began to lead them back in the direction he had come from. Mason followed behind, limping slightly, the pain in his feet still present. I'm going to need to get myself a walking stick at this rate, he thought to himself. Time skip. It took them a few minutes before the four of them finally reached a clearing with a small cabin next to a small body of water. Walking out of the tree line, they caught the attention of a young woman who looked to be about Brock's age, with long blue hair held back by a yellow bow, wearing a pink shirt and red overalls. Oh, the woman said in surprise seeing them. Brock smiled, Melanie, these are my friends that I told you about, Ash, Misty and Mason, he said as he introduced them. Guys, this is Melanie. Oh, so these are your friends, Melanie smiled before giving a slight bow. So you're Brock's friends, he's told me all about you. Mason nodded before looking over to see all of the Pokémon currently eating: Weeping Bell, Rattata, Oddish, Paras, Caterpie. Quite the lineup of Pokémon you have here, he said, drawing the attention of others' attention. Oh wow, Misty said, finally seeing them. do all these Pokémon belong to you? She asked. Oh no, Melanie denied as Brock walked over and began to pet the paras. This is a place where Pokémon can rest and relax, Brock explained for her. Like a summer camp? Ash suggested. Well, sort of, but all year long, Brock corrected. Sounds like a spa and resort to me, Mason said as he moved from foot to foot trying to keep his weight spread out so as not to hurt too badly. I could really do with something like that right now. Melanie noticed that he was in pain and frowned. Oh my, are you alright? She asked. Mason waved her off. I'll be fine, but do you mind if I rest by the water to cool my feet? We've been walking for a while. Melanie smiled. Not at all, please rest all of you, you're all welcome here, she invited them. Mason nodded and limped over to the water and sat down to rest as he took his wet boots and socks off. The bottom of his feet were a painful red and were too painful to move as he slowly rolled the bottoms of his breaths up and lowered his feet into the cool water and let out a sigh of relief as the cool waters washed over his sore feet. Taking off his bag, Mason lay back on the cool grass and sighed. Much better, he thought to himself as he closed his eyes to relax, drifting off into a light sleep now that he knew he could. It was about 15 minutes later that Mason was gently nudged awake by Misty, who smiled down at him while holding a paper plate down for him. Hey, have a nice nap? She asked. Mason gave a yawn. Yeah, I needed it, he said as he slowly sat up and took the paper plate that had 3 rice balls on it. Looking behind him, everyone else were eating and the others had let out their Pokémon to get some fresh air and food. Odd, not something I remember happening in the series, Mason thought to himself, but shrugged it off as he put the plate down before calling out his own team. Grub time, guys, go ahead over to the others and get some food, we're resting here for a while, Mason told his team and they all nodded before doing just that. Misty smiled as she sat down beside him by the water's edge. How are your feet? She asked. Mason sighed. A little better now, walking all that way was a bit more than what I'm used to, he said as he took up one of the rice balls. Did you not walk a lot before becoming a trainer? Misty asked curiously. Mason nodded. I did, just never for hours on end like that, he said, being careful of his words as he swallowed, remembering to stick to the story that he had come up with for Professor Oak about him being an orphan, maybe 1 or 2 at max. Misty nodded. I remember back at the Pokémon Center in Viridian City, you said you were an orphan. Misty asked gently, being careful. Mason nodded. I did, and it's okay, it's not a sensitive subject for me, he said, making her relax. I don't even remember my parents, to be honest. It's always just been me by myself. Must have been rough, growing up like that, Misty said sadly, feeling sorry for him. She knew what it was like not to have her dad anymore. Her mother had left on a cruise to get away from the memories. It had been too painful for her to stay around the gym after he passed away, and had left it to her sisters and her. Nodding, Mason finished his food. It was a little, but I managed. I started traveling when I was young. I can't even remember where I'm originally from, it was so long ago, but it doesn't matter. What matters is what I do for my future. I have my dream and that's all I need, he said, trying to put an end to the topic before she asked any further questions. Misty smiled. I suppose, she said before sighing, it's so peaceful here. Melanie has done a good job setting this place up. Mason nodded. Yeah, she has. I bet it was her that set up those traps we ran into, the bridge, the trap hole and net. Misty nodded. It was. Melanie told us while you were resting. Brock also promised her that we wouldn't catch any Pokémon while we're here, because none of them are interested in being captured, she informed him. Mason smirked. Sure, no worries, my team is coming along fine at the moment, I don't need to catch any Pokémon here for the time being. He brushed it off as he slowly began to take his feet out of the water and tested standing on them, letting out a sigh when he didn't feel any pain. Good as new, he said before he began to go through his bag to get a dry pair of socks and his old trainers to pull on until his boots had dried out. Misty smiled before spotting Oddish walking over for a drink. Hey Oddish, she said as the small wee Pokémon paused and looked up at her, taking a step back. Oh no, don't worry, Misty said as she got up and began to kneel down. I'm sorry about what happened out in the forest, I shouldn't have surprised you like that, she apologized. I bet you were scared. Oddish gave a nod as it looked to be staying to listen. Misty nodded. You know, Melanie told me that your old trainer got rid of you because he thought you were too weak. Is that true? She asked gently. Oddish nodded again, looking down sadly. It's okay, some trainers can just be insensitive like that, but not all of us are mean like that, Misty explained, not wanting the small Pokémon to be afraid of humans. Mason smirked as he walked over now with his socks and trainers on. Yeah, we're all different, and I can guarantee if Misty had caught you, you would have been happy with her. Oddish looked up to both of them with a look of awe on its small face. Misty smiled as she reached out and gently began to slide Oddish's long leafy hair. You just need someone who understands you. Anyway, I just wanted to say I was sorry for what I did. I was brash and jumped in too fast. I hope you can forgive me, Misty said, feeling regret for what she did. Oddish watched Misty for a few moments as she spoke and seemed to tell that she was truly sorry for her actions and gave a nod of its head before smiling. Oddish, it replied. Misty smiled back and reached up to wipe away some of the tears she had begun to cry. Thank you, Oddish, you're really sweet, you know that. Lately, all I've been able to think about is winning. I hope I'm not becoming heartless. Mason placed a hand on her shoulder as Oddish looked on in concern. No, Misty, you're not becoming heartless. Don't worry, it's natural for a trainer to get competitive every once in a while and want to do better than they have been. You're a good trainer, so you have nothing to worry about, he told her as Oddish nodded in agreement. See, even Oddish agrees with me. Misty sniffled and nodded, smiling and blushing a little bit from Mason's words. Thanks. Mason nodded before movement caught his eye. Look out, he said as he pushed Misty out of the way as he was hit from the side by a tackle attack to the gut and shoved to the ground with a grunt. Mason! Misty said in shock, getting the attention of the others who began coming over to see Bulbasaur standing growling at Mason ready to attack again. Mason's Pokémon instantly moved between their trainer and the attacking Pokémon ready to defend their trainer, Scyther blades at the ready, Spearow and Golbat in the air above ready to attack, the winds around them whipping up in response to Dratini who was getting ready to attack. Cub 1 stood protectively in front of Mason glaring at Bulbasaur with his club raised ready to attack, and Poliwhirl who was in a fighting stance ready to strike as well. But even against multiple opponents, Bulbasaur didn't look as though he was going to back down. Hold on. Mason said, his chest swelling with pride to see his team come to his defense. Don't attack, he ordered. Please wait. Melanie said as she stepped in between the Pokémon who were ready to fight. Bulbasaur is only trying to protect the village, she tried to explain as Mason got to his feet rubbing his gut. Stand down, all of you, Mason ordered his Pokémon again, and they all obeyed, loosening their stances as Spearow and Golbat came down from the air, and the winds died down as Dratini siphoned off the draconic energy it had been gathering. Well, he has a funny way of showing it, Misty said as she went over to Mason. Attacking us like that. Melanie frowned. Please try to understand, Bulbasaur only wants to protect the village. He volunteered to be the village protector. He's fiercely protective of the village and doesn't like outside humans, she tried to explain. That would explain why he attacked, Mason said as he looked at Bulbasaur. He thought that we were trying to take Oddish away from here. Unable to get to Mason because his Pokémon were in the way, Bulbasaur turned his attention to the next closest human, the one who had attacked him earlier out in the forest when he was defending Oddish, and stomped over to Ash and began to push hard on his shin. Now what? Ash said in confusion as he tried to keep his balance. Bulbasaur wants you to leave the village. Like I said, he's never liked outside humans coming into the village, Melanie explained. But we're not here to capture Pokémon, Misty complained, we're here to help you. It's true, Bulbasaur, these are our friends, Melanie said, trying to convince Bulbasaur to leave them be. But it didn't seem to convince the seed Pokémon as he just kept pushing on Ash's shin, trying to force him to leave. He would deal with the others when this one was out of the way first. Mason watched the scene rather solemnly. He had always wondered what had happened that had turned Bulbasaur so set against trainers, but then again he realized that watching his friends being captured by trainers who passed through, along with the tales of trainers who just abandoned their Pokémon like trash, would set anyone against the notion of trainers. It was a rather sobering thought. But not a thought that occupied Mason's mind for long when a shadow began to overcast the entire clearing and he scowled, looking up at the large floating object above them that Mason honestly didn't know what to make of. Honestly, where do these idiots get these stupid machines, and why do they need such a huge, what is essentially, a vacuum cleaner, he thought to himself as he watched the large machine fly overhead as they could just barely make out the sounds of Jesse, James, and Meowth singing the Team Rocket motto from atop it before it came crashing down on the far side of the clearing. Great, not these idiots again, Mason sighed. Here we go again, Ash agreed. Today only at Jesse's stadium it's the Team Rocket Pokémon Challenge. All Pokémon are invited to enter the stadium. Jessie announced as she stood confidently atop the massive machine before a large hose extended out from its side and into the valley before it began to shake and pull all of the air into it. Mason had to steady himself as the backdraft almost lifted him off his feet, but he managed to steady himself and reached forward just in time to grab Dratini as the small dragon was nearly pulled away by the wind. Spearow was almost pulled away as well but was caught by Poliwhirl. Scyther stuck his bladed arms into the ground to keep from being pulled in and was able to catch Cubone, who was lifted off the ground by the powerful winds. Golbat was beating her wings hard to keep from being pulled in as well. Thinking fast, Mason began recalling his Pokémon one by one to their ball while trying to keep his balance. They never run out of ideas, do they? Ash yelled as he jumped over to keep Stereo from getting pulled away by the suction. Everybody into the cabin. Brock shouted as he wrenched open the door to the cabin and kept it steady while several of the Pokémon ran inside for shelter. Oddish. Mason heard Misty cry as the small weed Pokémon was pulled off its feet by the wind, only to be caught by Bulbasaur's vines the next moment and pulled back to safety. Mason made his way over to Misty fighting against the winds, and the two of them made their way to the cabin and helped Misty pull the door shut as Ash came in slowly helping Bulbasaur fight against the winds. Pulling the door closed, it wasn't long before they felt the cabin began to shake. Mason frowned. We need to do something about that hose, or this cabin is going to be pulled out of its foundations, he said as the building shook around them. Bulbasaur, taking the initiative, went out the window at the side and quickly pulled himself onto the roof and using its vines began to attack the hose, knocking its aim away from the cabin. Feeling the cabin stop shaking, Mason and Ash took the incentive as both burst out of the cabin, Pokeballs in hand. Pidgeotto go, Gust attack. Ash called as he tossed his Pokeball and Pidgeotto came out, her wings already beating as the winds began to move. Go Golbat, use Hyper Beam. Mason called as Golbat took to the air from her Pokeball as Pidgeotto's winds kept the hose and Team Rocket busy for a few seconds while she gathered the necessary energy into her mouth before the powerful beam of energy shot from her open mouth. Mason heard the cries of Team Rocket as the powerful beam of energy cut through the machine like a hot knife through butter seconds before it exploded and launched the trio sky high. Mason whistled as he watched them disappear. Well, that certainly was explosive, he thought to himself as Golbat flew down and landed on his shoulder. Nicely done, he praised his Pokémon as the others came out of the cabin. Is everyone okay? Melanie asked as she began doing a head count of all the Pokémon there. Well, I got the wind knocked out of me, Ash joked, smirking as Pidgeotto came down to land on his arm. Mason shook his head. Too soon, he sighed as he took up his Pokeball to recall Golbat to it. Bulbasaur looked around and gave a sigh as well, relieved to see all of his charges were safe. Ash smirked. This village is well protected with Bulbasaur here. Melanie seemed to study Ash for a moment before nodding. Ash, don't you agree that Bulbasaur would make an excellent addition to your team? She asked him. Ash rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, yeah, of course, he stated. Mason turned away from the scene already knowing how it would go and was curious when he looked over to see Misty talking with Oddish again and approached them as he overheard the conversation. Are you absolutely sure? I don't want to if you're not completely, Misty was saying in concern, but the small wee Pokemon was only nodding her small head vigorously at what she was trying to tell Misty. What's going on? Mason asked as he came over. Oh, Mason. Misty said, not looking overly sure as she looked to him, it's Oddish. I think she's trying to tell me that she wants to come with me and be on my team, she explained. Mason arched an eyebrow at that. That certainly never happened in the anime, he thought to himself. Really, that's great. So what's the problem? He asked. Misty frowned. Well, I've only ever trained water Pokemon, because of my dream to be a MSTR water Pokemon trainer, and while I would love to take her with me, I'm not sure I'd know how to properly train and care for a grass-type Pokemon, she reasoned. Mason sighed, I understand, but you shouldn't worry, you're a great trainer Misty, and Oddish can see that, you'll do a great job regardless of Oddish's typing, don't doubt yourself on that, he encouraged her. You really think so? Misty asked looking a bit doubtful. Mason nodded, I do, and I'll be there to help you. Count on it, he smiled. Misty smiled back before she looked back to Oddish who was looking up to her, determination set on her small face, a look that made Misty smile more confidently and nods, well okay then, she said before scooping the small Pokémon up into her arms, welcome to the team Oddish. Oddish, the small weed Pokémon cheered. Mason smiled and nodded, congratulations. Indeed, Melanie's voice sounded from behind Mason making him turn to her as she walked over, I've seen this coming for a while now, she said as she smiled at Oddish and Misty, little Oddish has been getting more and more bolder and traveling further and further from the village every day as her confidence came back to her, I knew it wouldn't be long before she was ready to leave for good. Odd, the small weed Pokémon said in sadness. Melanie smiled and walked over to gently slide Oddish's grass-like hair, it's okay Oddish, we'll miss you here, but this is for the best and you're always welcome here any time, I know that Misty will take good care of you. Misty nodded, count on it, she said confidently smiling as she held Oddish in her arms, making the small weed Pokémon smile and nod, confidently as well. Mason smiled at the sight it sure had caught him off guard and he wondered just what other changes this would mean in the coming future. Chapter 13. The Flames of Loyalty. It was multiple days after leaving the Pokémon Sanctuary that Mason, Ash, Misty, and Brock found themselves taking a break on the path to get their bearings. Brock was looking concerned over the map that he had folded out over a tree stump, while Mason was taking a drink from a water bottle next to him. So what's the word Brock? Mason asked as he put the cap back on his bottle and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, how much longer? Brock frowned, it's hard to say, I can't find where we are, if we are where I think we should be it should only be another few hours before we come to a Pokémon Center but for the life of me I can't find the last marker Ash said we passed on the map, he scratched the back of his head. Meanwhile, Ash had a pair of binoculars out and was surveying their surroundings. Oh, there's nothing but Spearow around here, he complained, taking in the sight of a dozen of the bird Pokémon in the grass in the distance. That's the least of our worries isn't it? Misty sighed as she flexed her feet, sore from all the walking they had done. Just because we're a little lost doesn't mean I have to stop catching all the Pokémon I can, does it? Ash replied back a little annoyed by her comment, not seeing her point at all. Mason shook his head, Ash if you were really so concerned with catching Pokémon you would have a full team by now, give it a rest, he commented as he looked over the map with Brock. Well excuse me, but you only just barely have a full team of Pokémon yourself, so you're one to talk, Ash shot back. Mason glanced up from the map, I catch Pokémon at my own pace, and I don't go out catching just any Pokémon, now get over here and tell us where the marker was, he told him with a scowl. Ash huffed and walked over before glancing down at the map before pointing out a spot on the map, there, that one, Route 24, he said proudly. Mason's jaw dropped as he heard that and looked at the map as multiple things ran through his head, the first being that Ash was a complete idiot, Route 24 took them in the exact opposite direction of Vermillion City, the second being that he knew just what was going to happen next. Charmander. The prick Damien, oh Mason was going to make that BSTRD pay. Brock sighed, Ash that can't be, you must have read the route wrong, if we were on Route 24 we'd be going the exact opposite way of Vermillion, see, he said as he pointed out Ash's logic. So we're completely lost. Misty exclaimed as she slumped to the ground in defeat, we've been walking for 10 whole days now. Mason pat her shoulder, well all we can do is try to find a Pokémon Center to get our bearings, the sooner we find one the sooner we can get a good bed to sleep in and a shower, he mused before sniffing his armpit and wincing, I'm really starting to stink, water bottle showers just ain't going to cut it much longer. Then what are we waiting for, Misty said as she got up grabbing her bag, the prospect of a warm shower and comfortable bed seeming to have given her new energy as she set off at a power walk, let's go. Mason chuckled and shouldering his own bag, well you heard the lady, guys. Forward march, he said knowing just what was coming as he set off to follow her with Brock and Ash coming up behind. It didn't take them long, just another 10 minutes of walking before they came to the rather large boulder, and Mason had to restrain himself to keep from sighing with relief when he saw Charmander atop it. He had been worried when they hadn't immediately found the boulder like in canon that he had somehow changed things in a bad way, and perhaps doomed the Charmander to die before they found him. But it looked like everything was still on track, for now. "Is that a Charmander?" Brock asked as they came to a stop in front of the boulder looking up at the small fire lizard perched atop the large rock. Ash immediately fished out his Pokédex and pointed it up in Charmander's direction. Charmander. The flame burns on the tip of its tail from BRTH. It is said that a Charmander dies if its tail ever goes out, Dexter reported, confirming Brock's suspicions. Mason frowned as he surveyed the Charmander, the flame on its tail looking weak and flickering. "Doesn't look to be in a good way, does it?" he commented as the Charmander was also breathing heavily on its perch. "No, it doesn't," Brock agreed. "Then we'd better get it some help," Ash said as he took out a Pokeball. "When I first became a trainer, I was disappointed that I couldn't get a Charmander as my starter. Looks like I'll get to catch one now," he said before throwing the enlarged Pokeball at the orange lizard. But true to form, Charmander turned on its spot and with a swipe of its tail knocked the Pokeball away and back to Ash. "Touch, little guy," Mason smirked. "Yeah, looks like it still has plenty of strength to me," Ash commented as he looked at his Pokeball before looking at Brock. "Do you think I should have Pikachu battle it some to make it easier to catch? Why don't you let me catch it? My water Pokemon would be a better match against a fire type like Charmander," Misty speaks up, offering her aid. Mason shook his head as he looked at Charmander. "I don't think that would be a good idea." Brock nodded. "Mason's right, just look there, the flame on its tail," he said and pointed to the Charmander, who was now breathing more heavily than before as its flame flickered weakly. It looked like it took nearly everything it had to deflect the Pokeball before. There's no way it could still have the strength to battle. "Ash, try the Pokeball one more time." "All right," Ash said, sounding more confident as he took aim and threw the Pokeball again. This time Mason watched with narrowed eyes as the ball struck home without being deflected and pulled Charmander inside in a beam of red light before it landed on the rock. "All right." Ash celebrated prematurely as the ball shook without the light at the front flashing before it burst open, releasing Charmander just as it had been launching the Pokeball back at an unprepared Ash, hitting him in the face. "Sure has a lot of spunk," Brock commented as he crossed his arms looking at the Pokemon that was now glaring at the four of them. Mason shook his head. "Something's not right," he commented, getting their attention. "Did any of you see how the Pokeball reacted when it pulled Charmander in, and after?" he asked. "No, it just looked like a regular catch to me," Ash said dumbly. Misty's eyes went wide as she realized what Mason was talking about. There was no flashing light. Mason nodded. "Exactly, there was no settling light, and that can only mean one thing," Mason explained as he recalled one of the books he had read back in Cerulean City about how Pokeballs worked. "It already has a trainer," Brock frowned. Mason nodded. "Looks like it," he said, remembering how the book had explained how each individual Pokeball was registered to a trainer who purchased them, and how once a Pokemon was captured the Pokeball would register that Pokemon as caught through the Pokeball storage network and would prevent the Pokemon from being captured by another Pokeball until it was either released or the Pokeball was destroyed. "If that's the case, then why did its trainer leave it out here in this condition then?" Ash asked, angry that anyone calling themselves a trainer would do such a thing. "I don't know, but if it has a trainer, all we can do is leave it until its trainer comes back," Brock suggests with a sigh. Mason shook his head. "No, we shouldn't. We should take it to the Pokémon Center to get treatment. If it has a trainer, the center should be able to locate them as well as reprimand them for pulling a stunt like this. It's abuse, plain and simple," he stated, his anger clear in his voice. Knowing full well how Charmander ended up out here, he wasn't about to let the prick get away with just a slap on the wrist for this. If he treated Charmander like this, just imagine what he treated his other Pokemon like. Misty nodded. "We all know you're right, Mason," Misty agreed, "but what can we do? If it already has a trainer, that means we can't catch it, and it's too weak to battle." Mason sighed as he took off his backpack and handed it to Brock to carry before shrugging out of his coat. "There's more than one way to skin a cat," he muttered under his breath as he took his coat by its arms and moved to the boulder. Charmander, seeing him coming, let out a weak growl and moved back as far as it could, but it wasn't far enough as Mason scaled halfway up the boulder and used his coat to catch Charmander and pull it back and off the boulder before he wrapped it around the weakly struggling Pokémon to keep it from moving. "Hold still," Mason said as he moved to wrap his arm around the small lizard Pokémon. He knew this was risky, but he was betting on Charmander from being too weak to burn itself out of his coat. "We're taking you to get healed. If you want to come back to this boulder to wait on your trainer after, fine, I won't stop you, but your life is in danger now," he said as he moved to hold Charmander in such a way that its tail was sticking out of the coat from behind him as he didn't want to smother it with his coat. Despite his words, Charmander still continued to struggle in the coat, making it difficult for Mason to hold. Ash quickly put his Pokeball away and ran over. "Here, let me help," he said as together they got a good hold on the struggling Pokémon and held it between them. "Well, that's one way to catch a Pokémon," Brock said, shaking his head with amusement. "Come on, let's move." Moving from then as a group, the four of them moved as quickly and as gently as they could around the boulder and continued on the path they had been heading on. Luckily for them, they spotted the Pokémon Center a few minutes later and were well down the path towards it when the sky began to darken and the first few drops of rain began to fall, and they were making their way inside just before it really began to come down hard. "That was well timed," Brock commented as the doors shut behind them. "Yeah, any longer and we'd be getting soaked out there," Misty agreed. Mason nodded and mentally sighed at their good timing. In the show the three of them had been caught out in the rain. That would definitely not have been good for Charmander. At that thought Mason looked back and swallowed hard. The flame on Charmander's tail was even smaller than before. Now that he noticed it, he also noticed that Charmander wasn't struggling anymore. "Sheet. Charmander needs help now," Mason said, getting their attention as he pulled Charmander to himself and began to rush over to the front desk. "Nurse Joy, we have an emergency," Mason said, getting the nurse's attention from behind the front desk as he brought the Charmander over to her and showed her. It only took her one look before she quickly stood up. "Chansey, use soft boil on this Charmander immediately," she ordered as one of the Chansey rushed over and held its arms out as the egg on its front began to glow brightly. Then as Mason and the others watched, a small piece of the light broke away from the egg in a small sphere and floated over and into the Charmander. Almost immediately Charmander began to breathe a bit more easily as its tail flame grew a bit brighter, but not by much. Once its flame had settled, Nurse Joy picked Charmander up from Mason's coat. "We'll take it from here," she said, giving them stern looks before she carried Charmander away from the counter just as a second Chansey came with a stretcher for her to place it on before the three of them wheeled it away through a set of double doors. Mason caught her look but didn't say anything about it as she took Charmander away, only sighing once the doors swung shut. "Well, nothing more we can do now," Mason said as he lifted his coat. "Come on, let's go and get washed and get some food in us while we wait. I'm sure Nurse Joy will have some questions for us when she is done." The others nodded before they went looking for the rooms that trainers could stay in overnight. Time skip. It was an hour later that Mason was leaving his room in fresh clothes after a nice long shower. He may have been in it longer than necessary, but he wasn't about to let anyone judge him on it. After 10 days of not showering, he was going to enjoy any and all luxuries of being indoors that he could when he could. "Mason," Misty called to him from down the hall. "Down here, Nurse Joy is done treating Charmander. She wants to speak with you," she called to him. Mason nodded and began walking down to her and into the room where Charmander was resting, only to be met by a slap to the face from a clearly furious Nurse Joy. "How dare you?" Nurse Joy snapped at him. "How dare you treat Charmander like this? Its condition was atrocious, it's not even half the weight it's meant to be, and it's exhausted beyond reason. How could you let it get like this? I should have your license as a trainer revoked. This kind of behavior is inexcusable." Mason was so caught off by the slap and the rant that he was momentarily too stunned to speak. The slap had shocked him, but by the end of her rant he realized just what had happened and what she was thinking. He didn't know what to feel angrier about first, her slapping him or the fact that she believed he was the one who had reduced Charmander to the state it was in. That last one felt like a punch in the gut. He would never do something like that. He stood up to his full height in front of the nurse and glared at her, his fists clenched at his sides. "Don't you dare," Mason growled, "don't you dare ever, even insinuate, that I would ever treat a Pokémon like that," he spat, both in anger over being slapped and hearing Charmander's condition. "I would never do such a thing, and I'm insulted that anyone would even think that I would," he snapped back at her. Nurse Joy took a step back at his anger, her own faltering slightly at his response. She had been furious when she had realized the extent of Charmander's condition and had assumed as he was the one to bring Charmander in he had been the one responsible. Misty, herself in shock both from Nurse Joy's actions and Mason's anger, quickly spoke up in Mason's defense. "Mason would never treat a Pokémon like that. He cares for all his Pokémon better than any trainer I've seen." "Misty and Mason are right," Brock spoke up as well. "None of us would ever abuse a Pokémon like that. Yeah, we found Charmander abandoned out on the road, weak, and once we realized we couldn't catch it because it already had a trainer, Mason was the one to catch it with his coat so we could bring it here for treatment," Ash spoke up after. Nurse Joy listened to them and immediately seemed to realize her mistake at jumping to conclusions and quickly bowed apologetically to Mason. "Oh my, I'm sorry, I just assumed that you were its trainer because you brought it in. I should have realized." She began to continue but Mason cut her off. "It's fine," Mason cut her off and moved past her to look at Charmander, who was asleep on the only bed in the room, its tail propped up on a small stand. The flame was stable but still very small. "How's Charmander?" Nurse Joy frowned, but lifting the clipboard with her notes she began to rattle off the various things her scan had shown up: severe malnutrition from a poor diet, depleted energy levels from overtraining, exhaustion from lack of sleep, various untreated injuries that looked to be the result of battling long past the point that any responsible trainer would deem reasonable. She continued. Mason's fists were clenched by his side more and more as she continued to list off several other problems that she had found with Charmander as a result of both its harsh training and poor diet. This was much worse than in the show from what Mason could tell, and he was extremely glad that he had stepped in as he had and made sure Charmander got to the center instead of being left out in the rain to catch pneumonia. That on top of everything else would have ended poorly, he was sure. "Will you be able to find its trainer?" Mason asked through clenched teeth, his voice cold. Nurse Joy nodded. "If they haven't destroyed Charmander's Pokeball, yes. If they have, it will be a bit more difficult to prove they were Charmander's trainer, but I will do everything in my power to make sure they answer for doing this to Charmander." Mason nodded. "Good," he said before turning. "I'm going to go and see to my team's dinner. I'll catch up with you guys later," he said, and left them to watch over Charmander, his mind still railing from everything. Scene break. It was about half an hour later that Mason sat at one of the tables in the corner of the Pokémon Center. All his Pokémon were out of their Pokeballs and were around the table, each with a bowl of Pokémon food in front of them, eating away happily at the Pokémon food that Mason had taken the time to make from scratch from the recipe that he had gotten back in Cerulean City. While his Pokémon were all eating, he was doing his best to keep his mind and hands occupied to keep himself from thinking back on what had happened with Nurse Joy and Charmander. Taking the opportunity to use the portable Pokeblock mixer for the first time since he had bought it, and was mixing some of the various berries that he had bought. Though his attempts were for naught, as he cranked the wheel on the mixer, his mind and thoughts flowed. His anger over how Charmander had been treated came to the front of his mind as he spun the crank faster and faster. His anger must have shone through as Misty, Brock, Ash and Pikachu came over with trays of food. "Easy there, Mason, you don't want to break that now with how hard you're spinning it," Brock told him with a voice of understanding. Mason broke from his thoughts and realized that he had kept spinning long after the blocks were done, and sighed as he undid the top. "Thanks, Brock, I just can't seem to get Charmander out of my head." "It's understandable," Brock said as the three of them sat down and Pikachu went over to join Mason's Pokémon eating, Dratini happily sharing some of his food. "Any word from Joy as to who Charmander's trainer was?" Mason asked as he began to feed the Pokeblocks into the container he had for them. Brock shook his head. "Not yet. She was just finishing treating Charmander's injuries, and she said she would check the system in a few minutes, so she should know soon," Misty explained. Mason nodded as he slotted the last of the blocks into the Pokeblock dispenser, and that was when he heard it, the smug voice, the offensive British accent that made him cringe. Looking over to the center of the room, he could see the familiar blue hair of the prick he knew to be Charmander's trainer and his 5 buddies all crowded around the table in the lower sitting area of the center. Even from where Mason was sitting he could see the table had a pile of shrunken Pokeballs on it, well over the legal carry limit for a single trainer. Just look at, it's a pretty cool collection if I do say so, the offensive accent carried, gaining the others' attention as well. Way cool, you're the man Damien, yo, I thought you had a Charmander too. The now identified Damien scoffed and shrugged his shoulders, yeah, I had one. But that little sheet was such a weakling I couldn't do anything with it. Even with all the training I gave it, it just didn't get any stronger. I was at my wit's end with it. Hearing that, Mason took in a breath as he had to hold himself back from immediately going over and pummeling the prat. So what did you do with it? One of the prick's friends asked. Damien laughed, that thing was so pathetic, always following me around like some lost puppy. I eventually got rid of it by leaving it on a rock and promising I'd come back for it. By this time Damien not only had the 4 trainers' attention but all of the Pokémon's attention as well, and they were all glaring at Damien and his buddies angrily as the 6 of them started laughing like it was some kind of joke. Cub 1 looked down, hearing about how casually the trainer had abandoned Charmander, being reminded about how he too had been abandoned. That thing's so stupid, I bet it's still out there right now waiting for me to come back, what a hoot, Damien joked, getting another round of laughs from his buddies. That was the last straw for Mason. He stood up from the table and gave a glance to Brock. Hey, Brock, don't you think that pile of Pokeballs look extremely suspicious? Mason commented in a low voice, it's well above the carry limit for a regular trainer. Catching his tone, Brock couldn't help but give a small smirk. You're right, very suspicious, he said as he rose from the table as well, catching on to just what Mason was up to. The pile of Pokeballs, plus his verbal admission of abandoning Charmander as he had, would give them more than enough to bring him to the attention of the local authorities. Both began to make their way over to the group, followed by Ash and Misty, both as equally as angry and disgusted with what they had heard. Walking down to the lower area, Mason acts fast. He grabs Damien by his arm and pulls him from his seat, getting a surprised yelp from the boy, but before he can react, Mason spins him around and slams him against the table, twisting his arm and pushing it up to the middle of his back. OW, what's the big idea? Damien yelled, outraged at the sudden attack, and tried to reach for his Pokeballs on the table with his other arm. But he found them pulled out of reach as Brock moved to do his part as he scooped the Pokeballs up and into his arms. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Let him go. Damien's buddies all went to try and help, reaching for their own Pokeballs, but suddenly found themselves out cold and on the ground, as Scyther blurred from where it had been and appeared behind them, its blades extended but in reverse, showing it had knocked each of them out with the backs of its arms. What? Damien said in shock at everything that was happening, but winced as he felt his arm get pushed up higher on his back as Mason knelt over him. So, you're the sheet who thinks it's some kind of joke to abandon their Pokémon and leave them starving, exhausted, and in no condition to defend themselves, Mason growled as he squeezed Damien's wrist harder. You should be ashamed of yourself, Misty added, glaring at Damien with hate-filled eyes. You could have killed it, Ash added, clenching his own fists, wanting to punch the prick. Yeah, so what if I did? It's my Pokémon, I can do what I like with. Damien went to reply, only for another squeeze and push of his wrist to cut him off and make him hiss in pain. You're scum, no one like you should ever be allowed to become a Pokémon trainer, Mason growled, restraining himself from pushing up any more on Damien's arm. If he did, he'd be likely to dislocate or break the joint. What's going on here? Nurse Joy said as she came out, hearing the ruckus, but paused when she saw the scene and who Mason was restraining. Oh, it's him, she said before frowning. I just finished with Charmander's treatment and scan, and I've called Officer Jenny to report this case of clear Pokémon abuse, but it seems you've saved her the trouble of hunting this one down. What did you mean, hunting me down? Damien asked, but he was ignored as Nurse Joy turned and gestured to the hallway. Could you please bring him this way? We can keep him in one of the back rooms until I've had time to call Officer Jenny back and tell him that we have him here, Nurse Joy explained. You'll all have to stay as well, she'll no doubt want to speak with each of you about how you all found Charmander. Mason nodded and pulled Damien to his feet none too gently and began to push him up the steps towards the back room. Nurse Joy, Brock said, getting her attention, Damien also had these 17 Pokeballs on him, could you please check them over? We overheard Damien talking about how he abandoned Charmander, and if he treated Charmander poorly he can only have done the same or worse with his other Pokémon. Nurse Joy nodded, of course I'll get started on them right away, she said before looking to the unconscious forms of Damien's friends. You can put them into a room as well, and confiscate their Pokémon. I'll look at all of them as well. If they are like Damien then they will have to be dealt with by Officer Jenny as well. We'll help, a voice said, and Mason looked over to see other trainers that were in the center step forward. We heard all of it. Scum like that give Pokémon trainers a bad name. Damien and his lot are nothing but trouble, they voiced. Mason smirked and pushed Damien forward again. This just is not your day, is it? But wipe, he muttered to the cussing trainer. Pushing him through the doors face first, Damien cursed. So bloody what? Damien yelled as Mason manhandled him down the corridor. The thing was pathetic. Ow, a weakling, I didn't do anything wrong, so what if I wasn't going to go back for it? It's its own fault for being stupid enough to believe me. And the abuse, Nurse Joy read all of the injuries your treatment of Charmander caused. It's lucky to even still be alive because of you, Damien growled as they got to a room. Training, I train my Pokémon hard, they know if they want food they have to earn it, the strong eat and the weak don't, plain and simple. Damien smirked only to get shoved face first through a door and tossed onto the ground. He turned but froze seeing Mason glaring down at him. If looks could kill then Damien would be dead 10 times over from the glare that Mason gave him. You're lucky that Nurse Joy has already called Officer Jenny, otherwise. Mason said as he glared at Damien, I'd be tempted to let you go, just so I could hunt you down myself, and end you, he spat before closing the door as he stepped out, closing it and locking it as he did so. Mason stood outside the door for several seconds breathing deeply to try and control himself. He was beyond furious. He had hated animal abusers back in his last life, and now in this world Pokémon abusers. It just made him sick. Getting himself under control, Mason looked down the corridor towards the room that he knew Charmander was in. He felt himself pause as he saw the flicker of Charmander's tail go back into the room before the door closed behind it. Mason's shoulders slumped as he sighed. He could guess what had happened. Charmander had heard Damien's confession about internally leaving it out there to die. Well, he guessed that Charmander would never have accepted another trainer if he was still loyal to Damien. This just shattered that loyalty. It had to happen one way or another. Time skip. With the help of the other trainers at the center, all of Damien's buddies were piled onto the beds in one of the guest rooms to await Officer Jenny's arrival, which didn't take long even with the storm outside, and needless to say, she did not arrive happily. As the doors to the center opened, Jenny walked in shaking her head, her plastic overcoat dripping from the storm outside. Even with the hood her hair was a mess and she had a scowl on her face that Mason guessed was 2 parts due to why she was there, and 1 part due to being called out in the middle of the storm and in the middle of the night. Alright, no one move, I'm tired, soaking wet and set off, Officer Jenny growled, someone point me to where Nurse Joy is. All trainers in the room, Mason included, pointed towards the doors leading to the office space behind the front desk. All of them wisely not wanting to further annoy the clearly set-off officer. Officer Jenny grumbled before pulling off her plastic overcoat and throwing it onto one of the coat racks before making her way to the office area. She was only gone for about a minute before every trainer flinched as they heard her yell, "What?" The next second the door to the office area opened and Jenny stepped out. Whichever one of you is Mason, get yourself in here. Mason couldn't help but swallow a little bit, intimidated by the clearly furious woman, but nonetheless got up from his seat and made his way into the back office area to find Nurse Joy sitting behind a large oak table with several files laid out on it. Jenny shut the door before walking over to the table. Am I to understand that you and your friends are the ones to have found that poor Charmander abandoned on your way here? Mason nodded. Yes ma'am, he responded, keeping his answers short and to the point unless asked otherwise, not wanting to waste any time. Jenny nodded. You did a good job getting it here as fast as you did, she commended him as she sat down in a chair next to Nurse Joy. I need you to walk me through everything that happened from when you and your friends found Charmander, and anything else you can think of that might help in prosecuting these criminals, she said as she took out an offered notepad and pencil from Nurse Joy so she could take notes. Mason nodded and took a seat on the opposite side of the table and began to recount all that had happened from when they had found Charmander, leaving nothing out and making sure to mention how he and the others had clearly heard Damien explain how he had intentionally abandoned Charmander out there in the forest knowing full well what state it was in, and also how Damien had commented on his treatment of his Pokémon. A couple of times during his recounting Jenny looked as though she was angry enough to snap the pencil she was using with how hard she was gripping it. Clearly, she was as disgusted with Damien as he was. Nurse Joy wasn't faring much better, as a few crumpled pages showed when her own anger and disgust had gotten the better of her several times through the recounting. Finally, when he was done, Jenny put down her pencil and scowled. "I hate cases like these. They don't come around often, but when they do they are always hard," she said with a frown, "but thanks to you this one is going to be relatively quick to deal with, and with all the evidence that Nurse Joy has gathered together from his Pokémon's health reports I'm going to be able to levy multiple charges against him." "So it wasn't just Charmander then?" Mason asked, guessing the outcome of what Nurse Joy had found. Nurse Joy sighed. "All of them, all of Damien's Pokémon show similar signs of abuse by him, signs of malnutrition and training beyond reasonable limits, none as extensive or as recent as Charmander, but the evidence is clear when they are scanned. It's disgusting to think that he could do this and could have continued to do this." "Well, he won't be after this," Jenny assured her and Mason. "Right now we have him solid on 18 counts of Pokémon abuse, and he was caught red-handed carrying 3 times over the legal carry limit for a Pokémon trainer of his status. I'm going to be doing a deep dive into his records once I get him back to the station to see if he has any other Pokémon on record, released or otherwise. There is no way that he'll be keeping his trainer license after this. The League has a harsh tolerance policy on Pokémon abuse, and even if they didn't with this many counts against him, he's already looking at jail time, and a lot of it." Mason couldn't help but smile at that. That was more like it. Finally some actual results. That's good, but what will happen to his Pokémon, and what about those friends of his? Were they abusing their Pokémon like Damien? He asked. Nurse Joy shook her head. No, they weren't. A couple of them looked to have been trained a bit harder than they needed to be, but other than that they are in good health. I'll be calling in for backup to help transport them all to the station, Jenny explained. The friends will all be given warnings and a notice will be put on their licenses, so all Pokémon centers will be keeping a close eye on any of their Pokémon for signs of abuse. As for Damien's Pokémon, once they are treated and cleared as fit enough, standard procedure for things like this is that they are sent to a Pokémon wildlife preserve where Pokémon catching is prohibited by law, so they will be safe. Mason nodded. I see. I was just curious if adoption was an option. There are several trainers still here who I'm sure would be glad to help in any way they could, myself and my friends included. Jenny arched an eyebrow at the offer and looked to Nurse Joy, who only smiled at her and nodded her opinion. Jenny sighed at that, taking off her cap and scratching the back of her head. Well, that is an option too, I suppose, and it would save me from the paperwork in the long run, and free me up to do a deeper search into these 6's background to see if anything more pops, Jenny said, sounding not opposed to the idea. But each trainer would have to be informed that the Pokémon in question will have to stay at this center until I clear them, and after that, they will be on a strictly regimented diet to help them further recover from their malnutrition, Joy explained after the fact sternly and seriously. Mason nodded. That wasn't unreasonable, it was expected really given what they had been through, and he was sure that any trainer would understand that as he did. Seeing the nod, Nurse Joy smiled and turned the files around and pushed them to him. These are the Pokémon that previously belonged to Damien, let me know if you want to claim any of them. Mason nodded and began to flick through the files, looking over everything calmly, though the details in some of the files of the past abuse made him want to leave the room and punch Damien repeatedly for them. But he cooled himself down knowing that the BSTRD was getting what he deserved. In the end, Mason chose only one of the 17 other Pokémon that Damien had, his only other fire type, a female Growlithe that looked to be the second worst off after Charmander. While he was tempted to pick more, he knew he already had a full team, and he didn't want to seem to be taking advantage of a bad situation. He was told that Growlithe would have to stay in the center for at least another week given her status, but as soon as she was fit he would be transferred to Professor Oak and added to his roster. Mason nodded and left, happy to have helped. After that, one by one, each of the others was called in to give their statements, and at the end of it all, each of the abused Pokémon that had previously belonged to Damien all had new trainers awaiting them when they made recovery. Misty had chosen to take a female Dugong, Brock had chosen both a female Rhyhorn and a male Sandslash, and Ash, of course, had asked for Charmander. All in all, Mason was pleased with how things had turned out, and come the next morning there was not one sign of Damien or his buddies, and the gang were able to leave with little problem. Charmander had been given a clean bill of health, but Nurse Joy had asked that he be kept out of any battles for a week just to be sure, and Brock had been given a list of Charmander's dietary needs for the next several weeks. Mason had half expected them to fall into the trap hole that Team Rocket had dug in the middle of the road like in the show, but oddly enough they didn't, and Mason shrugged it off as just one other thing he had changed. Probably his part in their last blast-off launched them farther than originally intended, but he wasn't about to complain. Things were good. Chapter 14. Shell-shocked. Mason could only rub the ridge between his eyes in annoyance as he walked between Misty and Brock as Ash walked ahead of the three of them, humming the Pokémon League theme song out loud. He had been doing so ever since they left the Pokémon Center 3 hours ago, and he just would not stop. "I'd wish he'd just give it a rest already," Mason grumbled to the two gym leaders beside him. "We get it. He's over the moon with his luck getting 2 of the 3 Kanto starters for his team." "He's getting a big head," Misty agreed as Dratini nodded in agreement also, from Mason's shoulders. "Well, it is quite the accomplishment," Brock mused. "The 3 starters are powerful when properly trained, and very hard to catch, so getting 2 of them would make any trainer pleased with themselves." He explained before wincing as Ash's volume picked up a bit, "But yeah, this is getting a little old." Ash gave a snort as he turned and started walking backwards as he faced them. "Ha, you're all just jealous of my good luck." Mason let out a scoff but did not retort otherwise, not really caring to get into another argument which he would win. After all, he could have gotten his own starter Pokémon from the professor well before Ash had, but he was more than happy with Dratini as his starter and partner. "Just keep your eyes on the road, Ash," Misty spoke up, "knowing your luck you trip over backwards and fall down a ditch." Ash chuckled, as if that could. He started to say as he turned around and went to step forward again, but the very next step his foot quite literally went through the ground at his feet with a crunch, making the 4 of them, plus Dratini and Pikachu, freeze and stare at the odd event for a split second. Mason for his part blinked before the realization hit him. "Oh, how could I forget this?" he thought to himself before the ground beneath all of them gave in and they all fell 10 feet into the disguised pitfall trap. "What the hell?" Mason groaned as he rolled onto his side, wincing from the pain having landed mostly on his hip. "That's it, next time I go clothes shopping I'm getting breathes that have pockets for padding." "Is everyone alright?" Brock asked as he got up as well, rubbing his head. "I think I dropped some IQ points when I landed on my head," Ash complained as he sat up before being shoved onto his face when Misty pushed him off her. "That was my head you landed on, dummy," Misty snapped as she got up. Brock shook his head as he looked up and around at the hole they were in. "Who on earth dug this hole here?" "More like why did they dig it?" Mason asked as he looked up at the sky. "Maybe as a practical joke," Ash suggested. "Well, it's a pretty dumb joke if it is," Misty grumbled as she dusted her breaths off. That was when they all heard the odd laughing from above, and Mason squinted his eyes to see the 5 circular heads poking over the edge of the pit from above. 4 of which were each wearing circular glass, while the 5th, "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," Mason internally sighed, was wearing a pair of completely black shades with pointed edges that stuck up at the side. "Okay, I don't care who you are or how much of a bad but you think you are, the only person who deserves to wear shades like those is Kamina, not some blue but little punk like this," Mason complained in his mind as the 5 water types laughed at them. "What's so funny?" Misty snapped up at them, making them flinch back from the venom in her tone. Apparently, she didn't appreciate being dropped in a hole and then having Ash dropped on top of her. "Dratini, Dragon Rage," Mason ordered after a second of thought. Dratini responded immediately, drawing his head back and letting out a ball of flames shooting straight up and smacking right into one of the other Squirtles, making them cry out in shock at the sudden attack. Mason did not waste a second as he looked to Brock. "Boost me," he told him. Getting the idea, Brock nodded and knelt down, cupping his hands as Mason stepped into them before pushing off them at the same time that Brock lifted, resulting in Mason being thrown up to the edge of the pit, where he pulled himself out as Dratini pushed off his shoulders and onto the ground as he glared at the 4 Squirtles who had gathered around their downed comrade. "Are those Squirtle?" Ash asked as he climbed up to the edge of the pit as well, fishing his Pokédex out of his jacket pocket as he pointed it at the 5 of them as he pushed himself out. "Squirtle." This tiny turtle Pokémon draws its long neck into its shell to launch incredible water attacks with amazing range and accuracy. The blasts can be quite powerful. "No sheet genius," Mason commented, "want to give me a hand, there's plenty of them to go around." "Not without me you don't," Misty commented as she climbed out after Ash, "a Squirtle would be great for my team." Maybe argue about catching them after you help me out of here?" Brock complained, still in the hole in the ground. Misty sighed and turned back to help him while Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and joined Dratini facing down the 4 Squirtle. Mason was about to call out to make the first attack but paused when he heard something in the distance. Apparently the 4 Squirtle heard it as well, and once it became clear it was sirens, they rushed to their downed member and lifted them before they started to make a run for it. Mason blinked as he watched them go. "DMN, how the hell do those little sheets run so fast with such short legs?" he thought to himself before sighing and shaking his head. "We haven't seen the last of them, there will be another chance," he thought as he turned to face the approaching Officer Jenny on her motorcycle. Time skip. After following Officer Jenny back to the nearby town, and hearing about the Squirtle Squad's unfortunate routes, they decided to take their minds off the less than enjoyable topic by going down to a nearby river, Misty being more than happy to take this time to try and fish up a new Pokémon for her team, seeing as the Squirtles from before had gotten away. Mason, remembering events that were to happen, had very wisely chosen to lay on the grass a good distance away from the others, with Dratini laying curled up on his chest as they took in the sun. It was only half an hour later when Misty's rod gave a JRK and she smiled as she stood up with a pleased cry, "I got something." Mason opened one of his eyes to watch as Ash and Brock moved to stand behind her in case she needed help. Misty tugged hard on the rod as whatever she had caught fought back, before with a hard pull the water broke and one of the lesser Squirtle from before came flying up out of the water and into the air, letting out a powerful water gun soaking the 3 of them. Pikachu, who didn't like getting soaked, sparked his cheeks before letting loose a powerful thunderbolt, not accounting for the fact that the 3 humans behind him had just been drenched in water, resulting in them being hit instead. Mason winced seeing the attack but shook his head as he stood up and the Squirtle somersaulted through the air and landed back on the road at the top of the hill down to the river, landing with a perfect pose worthy of an Olympic gymnast. "DMN, this one got style," Mason mused as Dratini moved between him and the Squirtle. "Hold it!" Ash yelled as he ran up the slope with Pikachu, "This one's ours. Go Pikachu!" Mason went to retort, but before he could, the Squirtle made its move, running forward and throwing itself into a rapid spin, hitting Pikachu hard and sending him flying out and into the river. "Pikachu!" Ash cried in worry as Pikachu hit the water, but was relieved when Pikachu came up only a few seconds later, looking annoyed being drenched a second time. But the very next second the water behind Pikachu broke in a plume of water as a massive Sea King burst from the water, ramming Pikachu with its horn. Pikachu gave a cry of pain as it was launched from the water and hit the edge of the river before bouncing back into the river. Mason blinked. What the hell, it was meant to be a Goldeen, not a Sea King, he thought to himself. But his thoughts were derailed when he saw the Sea King moving through the water heading for Pikachu again. "CRP, Dratini, help Pikachu out of the water," Mason ordered, and Dratini nodded before moving to the hill and throwing itself over the edge and into the water, lifting Pikachu out of the water and towards the ground, but Sea King was coming in fast. "Dratini, behind you, use Dragon RA." Mason started to call, but it came too late. As soon as Pikachu was on the river edge, Sea King's attack landed, hitting Dratini from below hard with its horn and launching the small dragon with full force out of the water and into the sky. "Dratini!" Mason yelled, seeing his partner being launched into the air. He went to catch him but suddenly found he couldn't move his feet. He looked down and found his feet were suddenly frozen to the ground, encased in ice, from an arctic beam that was coming from the mouth of the Squirtle that he had been about to battle. Ice beam, it was only because of his thick boots that he hadn't noticed before. He could do nothing but watch as Dratini fell and hit the top of the hill with another cry of pain. Looking to the others for help, he had to grit his teeth. Each of them had been caught by a lasso of all things and were now trussed up like rodeo bulls. Mason went to reach for his Pokeballs as his hands were still free, but the next second another Arctic beam hit him and he found he was frozen in a half block of ice, from his feet up to the middle of his waist, his hands frozen and trapped halfway to his Pokeballs. Skirt, Squirtle squirt, came the smug response of the Squirtle who had frozen him. That would be, nice try, but no dice, translated Meowth as he stepped around one of the trees with the epitome of a treasure cat grin on his face seeing their predicament. Looks like you four aren't getting out of this one. Time skip. Note to self, Mason thought as he fought to keep from shivering from the freezing cold ice covering over 50% of his body. Next time I go clothes shopping, buy thermal underwear. It was a good half an hour after events at the river that Mason found himself inside the Squirtle Squad's cave base. The Squirtle having taken 2 trips to get them all there, first tying Ash, Misty, and Brock to a boulder before coming back to get him. It took 4 of them to lift him while he was still trapped in the ice. Needless to say, it was a cold trip. Mason, are you okay? Misty asked with worry as the Squirtle hauled him into the cave. Oh, no, just chilling out, Mason joked, trying to keep his teeth from chattering from the cold. As soon as they set him down however Mason's attention went directly to the cage perched atop another boulder. Inside it was both Pikachu and Dratini, both looking severely injured. Instantly Mason's concern for himself vanished as he looked at his partner's shaking form. Dratini, he said softly with concern. Brock frowned, neither of them are looking too good, they need to get treatment fast. That Sea King was powerful. It'll take at least a super potion to make sure they are stable, Misty agreed. But we don't have any super potions, Ash complained. And they didn't. Mason fought back a curse as he berated himself. Stupid, 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 he said over in his mind. He had known events were going to turn out like this but he hadn't prepared. Well, not exactly like this, he only had his knowledge from the anime series, but it had turned out differently than he had thought. Looking at his injured partner he felt like absolute garbage. It was his fault he was suffering. He had ordered him to save Pikachu. He had just been so surprised at the change of events he did not have time to think. It was meant to be a Goldeen in the river, and a single attack. Not an overpowered territorial Sea King. Why didn't I just order Dratini to drive it away from the shore? Stupid, 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 Mason continued to berate himself inside his mind. What made him feel even worse was the fact that back in Cerulean he had been flush with cash, but all he had been concerned about was buying things that would make his life easier, his bag and pods, but he never stopped to think about future events and how to prepare for them. Had he done so he would have stocked up on healing items, and now his partner had to suffer for it. Never again, Mason thought in anger. He was done. He had thought things were going to be easy, that he could just coast by putting in the work training his Pokémon right and win with his knowledge of things, but these events had put things into perspective for him. It was clear to him now that not everything he knew about events was set in stone. He was done taking things easy. This was a wake-up call. After this he was going to make sure that nothing like this ever happened to him or his team ever again. When Mason came out of his thoughts he looked to the others and blinked to find Ash was gone and it was just Misty and Brock that were still tied to the boulder. Ash, go to get the super potions then? Mason queried, getting their attention. Yeah, Brock confirmed. We tried to get your attention, but you were just so focused on Dratini noting got your attention, Misty told him with an understanding tone. Mason sighed, yeah sorry, I was just berating myself for letting something like this happen. It's not your fault Mason, Brock told him. Yeah, you couldn't have known. Misty started to agree. But I should have, Mason cut her off, I was the one who ordered Dratini into the water, had I just stopped to think for 1 second. Mason said before bowing his head, DMN it all, I was reckless, I was an idiot, I wasn't thinking straight and I wasn't prepared. I'm always giving Ash a hard time about acting like a trainer should and yet now I'm the one who didn't act like one. I didn't think, and now this happened. It'll be okay Mason, Brock told him, they aren't in that bad a shape, once Ash gets back with the super potions they'll be stable enough for us to get them to the Pokémon Center in town to get proper treatment. As long as he gets back before noon that is, Misty commented, otherwise these little sheets, she said gesturing to the Squirtle squad, have threatened to dye my hair purple. Looking to the Squirtles and then back to Misty, Mason shook his head. It's a bluff, he stated plainly, making Misty blink. What? She asked in shock, and the Squirtle all chuckled. They're pranksters, Misty, Mason mused. They have enough self-preservation instincts to know that permanently changing a girl's natural hair color is a one-way ticket to an early grave. They likely only said that to get a rise out of you. Well, at least one of you twerps has a brain, Meowth commented. We may be Pokemon, but even we know not to do stuff like that, he mused. Misty grumbled in annoyance at having been tricked like that, and Brock had to fight to not chuckle as well. Mason shook his head, involuntarily shivering from the ice he was still trapped in. This is going to be one long wait. He thought before looking to Meowth again. Maybe I can speed things along, he thought before looking to the Squirtless. So, what's the GG this time? Mason asked, getting their attention. You're pranksters, right? So this is meant to be a joke. Well, I'm still waiting on the punchline here. So far, kidnapping us and keeping our injured Pokemon hostage isn't all that funny. Oh, you want a punchline, do ya? Meowth smirked. Well, just sit tight. Once Jesse and James get here, you'll get it. Mason snorted before looking to the Squirtles. So that's it? You 5 have gone from pranksters to helpers of Pokemon thieves and abusers, he said, making the 5 of them flinch back as if being slapped. Squirtle, one of the other Squirtles said, stepping forward seeming angry. Mason recognized it as the one who had trapped him in ice. He did not have to speak Pokemon to understand what he meant. Yeah, that's what they are, and that what it makes you lot if you're helping the likes of them, Mason told them plainly. The Squirtle frowned as the others muttered between themselves in uncertainty. Before the first spoke up, Squirtle squirt. Meowth seemed to smirk at that before looking at Mason as he translated. He says, prove it, but his smirk fell as Mason grinned. That had been exactly what he was hoping that he'd say. Gladly, I just so happen to have someone who can give a first-hand account to you of Team Rocket's cruelty, Mason said as he gestured down, but you need to get me out of this ice. I promise that I'm not lying and I won't make any move against you. You have my partner, I'm not an idiot. The Squirtless traded looks with one another for a few moments and Meowth seemed to get nervous. Hey, wait a minute. He began to say before the 5 Squirtle all fixed him with a hard look, making him freeze up before the leader Squirtle spoke up to the one that froze Mason, who nodded back and threw himself at Mason, going into a rapid spin as he did so, hitting the ice hard, making it shatter. Mason instantly brought his hands up together and started rubbing them, blowing into them, grateful for what little protection his fingerless gloves had given his hands. Thanks, he told the Squirtle as he started to get some feeling back in his fingertips. Squirt, the Squirtle nodded and took a step back to watch Mason carefully as he reached for his belt and the ball attached. Mason plucked Golbat's Pokeball from his belt and enlarged it slowly, not making any sudden movements. Golbat, come on out, he said, pressing the putting on the front, releasing the large bat Pokemon in a burst of red light. Golbat appeared out of the light, flapping its wings in mid-flight. It paused as it looked around, taking in the situation before looking to Mason for orders. Mason nodded to Golbat in greeting before looking to the group of Squirtle. Golbat here used to belong to a member of Team Rocket. Before I beat them and I freed him and offered him a place on my team, he explained as Meowth's expression seemed to go pale as Mason continued. Ask him about Team Rocket, and his experiences with them, he said before looking to Golbat and nodding. Golbat got the idea and let himself lower to the ground to land and looked to the Squirtle squad as they approached and began to converse between the 6 of them. Mason watched as the conversation continued as the Squirtle began to get angry at the more they heard. Clearly, they didn't know much about Team Rocket and they didn't like whatever it was that Golbat was telling them about his time with them. Meowth seemed to sense the change in the wind and realized that their partnership was about to fall out beneath his feet and began to shimmy his way towards the exit, before jumping back when Squirtle turned on him and blocked his path with an ice beam, freezing the exit over. Yikes! Meowth yelped before gulping and turning back to look at the 6 angry glares being directed his way from the Squirtle squad plus Golbat. Come on guys, we can talk this out, Pokemon to poke. Yipes, he began to say, only to be cut off when the whole Squirtle squad dog-piled him. Less than 3 minutes later had Misty and Brock free from the boulder they had been tied to, and instead Meowth was in their place. Dratini and Pikachu had been free from their cages and Mason was now cradling his partner while Misty held Pikachu as Brock checked over their injuries. It's not as bad as I expected, still not great, but they should pull through given Ash gets back soon, Brock told them. Mason nodded as he gently stroked Dratini's head as he looked down on the small dragon with pain in his eyes. This was his fault, and he knew it. Now all they could do was wait for Ash to get back, and Mason knew that would be a while. Time skip. The hours ticked by slowly as Mason sat outside the back passageway with Dratini in his arms. Misty stood beside him with Pikachu in hers as they waited. While they could have taken them to get treatment, Brock had advised against it, not wanting to risk aggravating their injuries and possibly making it worse. Even if Mason could recall Dratini to his Pokeball for the trip, nothing could be done for Pikachu, and so Mason stayed. The Squirtle squad had taken to shifting guard rotations to watch Meowth, whom they no longer trusted, and Golbat had taken to perching on one of the bounders outside of the cave chatting with the Squirtle what had frozen Mason before. Mason glanced over at the pair. They seemed to get on well together, and Mason was impressed with what he had seen from the small Squirtle so far, despite being the target of most of it. He knew Ice Beam was not a move that Squirtle could learn on its own. He was willing to bet it was the result of its former trainer teaching it via a TM to power it up before they abandoned it. Mason shook his head as he looked back down at Dratini. He could never get how any trainer could abandon their partner. Not before when he played the games and watched the anime, and even more so now that he was living the experience. There was a bond between trainer and Pokémon, and to just throw that away for whatever reason. It was the stupidest thing he had ever heard of. As the minutes ticked by, Mason grew more and more worried about Dratini, hoping that his presence in this world hadn't screwed up something that prevented Ash from getting the super potions. He knew that Team Rocket would rob the store in town. Did his presence change what they took? Did Ash get shot before Jenny could get to him? The wait and uncertainty were killing him. But then he heard movement from inside the cave and turned his head as he got up as Ash was led out of the cave by the Squirtle on guard duty. He had come in through the blocked-off side of the cave. "Ash," Misty said with happiness in her voice. "About time. What happened? Did you take a nap?" Mason said with an exasperated tone. "It's a long story," Ash said as he fished the potions out of his jacket pockets, "but I got the super potions." "Quick, give them here," Brock said as he took them and turned to Misty and Mason, who held the two injured Pokémon out to him as he began to spray their injuries with the super potions. Mason had never seen the effects of potions in person before, but he was both amazed and relieved as he watched the wounds Dratini had received started to patch themselves together after just a few sprays. The nasty gash that Dratini had from Seeking's horn began to close and scab over. The bruises all around the injury began to slowly fade, and in no time at all, the injury looked like it had healed over weeks instead of just a few seconds. "There, they should be safe to transport to the Pokémon Center in town now," Brock nodded. "The potion will take care of the injuries, but they will still need to be checked and get rest to properly recover." Mason nodded as he gently stroked Dratini's head. "Sorry about this, buddy. I promise I won't put you in danger like that again," he told the small dragon. Dratini made a small cry, still exhausted, but didn't complain as Mason took his Pokeball from his belt and recalled him inside it. Pikachu remained unconscious and Misty moved to place Pikachu down on the ground but stopped when sudden explosions in the distance made the ground shake. "What was that?" Ash explained. Everyone looked in the direction of the explosions and Mason snarled when he saw the outline of the hot air balloon coming there. "Way, Team Rocket," he said with venom in his tone. It was at that precise moment that Meowth came running out of the cave entrance, having cut himself free from the ropes, and ran screaming towards the hot air balloon as it got closer. "Get me out of here." A rope ladder was dropped and Meowth climbed up it with speed as Jesse and James dropped more bombs on the ground below, setting parts of the forest on fire as they did so. "Quick, everyone take cover!" Brock yelled as everyone ran for the shelter of the cave as the balloon and explosions got closer. But the next set of explosions shook the ground so much that the leader Squirtle fell over and onto its shell. "Squirtle!" Ash yelled and jumped to cover the small water Pokémon as more bombs rained down, just barely missing them but hitting them with small rocks broken off by the explosions, as Team Rocket got more bombs ready to drop. Mason scowled and pointed at the balloon, but before he could speak a command, the Squirtle next to Golbat ran forward shooting an Arctic beam at the next volley of falling bombs, freezing them solid in a large pillar of ice that rose up from the ground, saving Ash and the leader from being blown to bits. "Annoying pest," you want a fight?" Jesse yelled from above. That snapped Mason out of his shock from events as he stepped forward. "Why don't you pick on someone your own size, Golbat, and this, Hyper Beam?" Golbat gave a cry as it took off from the boulder and shot into the air as it came level with the hot air balloon and let loose its Hyper Beam that hit the balloon dead on. The explosion was just as Mason intended, and it was satisfying to watch the three idiots being blasted away once again, but that still left one problem. "The forest is on fire," Misty pointed out in concern. "Yeah. That. Time skip." "Thank you, Nurse Joy," Mason and Ash said in unison as they collected their partners back from the town's resident, Joy having had them treated there after events had ran their course. Everything had gone exactly as in the anime as far as Mason recalled it. Working together, the Squirtle squad had teamed together to put out the forest fire that Team Rocket had started and were officially named the town's resident firefighters. They were even given a certificate to thank them for their actions. So, all was well that ended well. "Ready to hit the road?" Brock asked as he and Misty met Ash and Mason at the door on the way out. "You know it, as much as it would be nice to spend another night here, we gotta get a move on," Mason mused as the doors opened before them, only to stop the very next step as they were met by two Squirtless. The leader of the former gang, and if Mason was not mistaken, the one that had half frozen him. Hello. Squirtle, the duo greeted them. "What's this all about?" Ash asked as the four of them looked down at two water Pokémon. "Squirt," the pair announced as the leader pointed at Ash and the other at Mason. "You want to join us?" Mason stated as he got it. Both nodded, confirming Mason's guess at their intentions, making Mason blink. Well, it wasn't what he had planned, but he supposed he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth, or was the saying Rapidash, Ponyta, or another horse-type Pokémon. Ash grinned as he got down to the Pokémon's level. "Well, welcome to the team then." The leader grinned as it took off its shades, showing its sparking eyes before it ran up and hugged Ash. Mason smirked at the sight before looking to his own future Pokémon. "Just out of curiosity, what brought this on?" Mason asked, curious as to why this Squirtle wanted to join him. "Squirtle squirt," the Squirtle said as it made a face with a wide mouth and stretched its arms out as wide as it could. Mason blinked as he got the gist of what it was trying to tell him. "Golbat?" he asked, as it clicked. Those two had been pretty chummy. Had Golbat's story struck a chord or something? Was it impressed with his actions or how well he had treated Golbat? Well, that was one mystery solved, and more added to the pile. But Mason just shrugged as he took a spare Pokeball from his jacket pocket. "Fair warning though, my team is full at the moment, so you'll be transported to Professor Oak's lab. You'll like it there, and I promise that I'll swap you out soon." "Okay," Mason told it. Squirtle nodded and took off its shades, revealing its eyes like the leader did, before Mason tossed the Pokeball at it, and it was SCKED inside. 3 turns later its light went out, and that, as they say, was that. Mason smirked as he picked up the Pokeball that shrunk down and locked itself up in his hand. "Don't worry, you'll be back soon. I've got to put you through your training from hell, as payback for freezing me after all," he mused, hoping it could hear him. He could just picture the blood drain from the small Squirtle's face before the ball teleported out of his hand. "Ah yes, karma is a beach." Mason smirked, satisfied. Chapter 15. WTF is that? Employment? It was approaching their 14th straight day walking, nearly 2 weeks, since they had last left civilization. Mason's patience was wearing thin, from not only the long journey but from Ash's new habit of going off on proud little rants about everything he had accomplished so far. 2 badges and a full team of Pokémon, Ash said happily for what Mason was sure was the 100th time in the past 2 hours since they had stopped for lunch not long ago, and I got them all by myself. "Oh, will you give it a rest already?" Mason grumbled as his left eye twitched in irritation. As he held back from berating Ash once again, he found that he had been doing it too much lately and decided to just let him stick his own foot in his mouth. "Yeah, it's not like you actually properly earned those badges like Mason did," Misty commented, "Brock and I just gave you them because we felt sorry for you." Besides, why would Mason do so when both Misty and Brock seemed to have caught a couple of his bad habits, and were more than happy to do so for him? "And you didn't catch your current roster," most of your Pokémon just followed you because they liked you, you only battled one or two of them, Brock remarked as they kept walking. Yeah, well, they are still my Pokémon, so that's all that counts. Ash defended himself. Brock shook his head. A 6-Pokémon team isn't all that impressive. It's not that unusual for a trainer to catch 20 or even 30 Pokémon, he said blandly. Yeah, take Mason, Misty remarked, he's got 8 Pokémon now, and I bet that your rival, Gary, has more than even that. Mason chuckled, I wouldn't be surprised if Gary has 3 times my count by now. I'm not actually seeking out more for my team, I have a handful with just training my current roster, and I need to swap out for my other members sooner or later, he mused. And it was true. Over the past 2 weeks on the road, Mason had refined his team's training methods when they were walking and put it into practice when they stopped for a break from walking. Mason had been slowly refining his team and his battling methods for when they reached the next gym. It was the only good thing to come out of the long stint away from civilization, a lack of distractions. Ash growled as he heard Misty compare him to Mason, and worse, Gary. Gur, I'll show you, he said as he pushed past them and started sprinting ahead of the 3 of them. I'll show you I can easily catch a Pokémon myself. Mason sighed. There he goes again, he remarked as they watched him go. I don't feel like running after him again. Brock nodded. Me neither, let him go, we'll catch up to him eventually. Misty shook her head. You'd think he was 10 years old rather than 16 with how he acts at times, she remarked as they kept their pace. As they walked, Mason couldn't help but think about both of them, or more specifically, how his presence in this world affected them in terms of changes from their original counterparts. He knew the biggest difference that he could point out off the top of his head were the changes to their teams. Misty was packing a full team of 6 Pokémon now, with the addition of Oddish, Gyarados, and Dugong, while Brock had a team of 5 with the additions of Rhyhorn and Sandslash. He didn't know if those changes would prove to be for better or worse down the line, but as far as he could tell for now they were working out for the better. When they stopped to take breaks from walking, the 3 of them joined him to train their Pokémon to various extents, and Brock and Misty showed just why they were qualified to lead Pokémon gyms with their creative methods of training. Mason had been sure to take notes during their sessions and implement various techniques with his own Pokémon. It didn't take them much longer after that point for them to reach the end of the forest they had been going through, to find themselves on a beach that looked out over the vast ocean ahead of them with the sun a few minutes away from reaching the horizon. They spotted Ash a ways down the beach lifting up a Pokeball after an apparent successful capture, only for it to teleport away straight out of his hand. I guess that was Krabby's Pokeball then, Mason thought to himself, recognizing just what part of the cannon they were in before looking around to see if he could spot what he was looking for. All the while Ash was panicking about his latest catch disappearing after he had caught it. Mason just tuned him out while Misty and Brock explained things to Ash. How the idiot didn't know things as basic as that he'd never know or want to know. It took him a moment to see it, but he did. In the distance there was a flash of light and he recognized the outline, a lighthouse. Bill's lighthouse. Isn't there any way we could call the professor to find out if my Krabby is okay? Ash finally asked. Mason smirked. Sure there is, he said, cutting Brock off before he could respond in the negative. Last I checked, most out-of-the-way buildings have phones in case anything happens, and that just looks like exactly that, he said and pointed to the lighthouse. Oh boy, a lighthouse, Misty said excitedly. You know what that means, she said, her eyes sparkling. Mason laughed. We aren't camping out on the hard ground tonight, he said like he was reading her thoughts. My thoughts exactly. Come on, he said, and they all started off quickly heading for the lighthouse. The prospects of warm beds for the night, spurring them all forward. Time skip. It took them a while to reach the lighthouse. By the time they finally reached it, night was falling and it was getting hard to see. But there was just enough left that when they reached the front door of the lighthouse, Mason could only blink in awe at the size of it. Holy hell, who gets a door this big? Hell, who needs one this big? Mason thinks to himself as he looks at the 20-foot-high double doors that were in front of them. Looking closer, Mason could make out many intricate carvings of various Pokémon on it. The entire thing was one massive carved work of art. He would bet it would look even better if he could see it in the daytime. Mason, however, was pulled from his thoughts when the sound of large bells rang out, making him jump from the sudden noise and turn his glare on a sheepish-looking Ash who had just pushed the doorbell. A little warning next time. Mason said as the twitch of irritation came back with a vengeance. Ash chuckled nervously, but before he could reply a voice spoke through the speaker above the doorbell. Yes, who is it? The voice asked. Excuse us, sir. We're a group of travelers and we're lost, Brock spoke up first. Yeah, we have a small emergency here and would like to ask to use your phone, Ash said from around him. We've been traveling for quite a while, and I sure could do with a nice comfortable bed, Misty said shamelessly, pushing Ash out of the way. Seconded. Mason voiced just as shamelessly. Over 2 weeks of camping out was doing his back in and he wasn't about to pass up the chance to sleep in a bed for a brief bit. And I'd like to ask if I could use your kitchen to make some bacon double cheeseburgers for our group, Brock asked, apparently not seeing the harm, and I'd be more than happy to cook you something as well. That's great, the voice sounded over the speaker, sounding rather ecstatic. Can you cook without using tofu? It asked. Oh sure, I can make a lot of things without tofu, Brock replied plainly. Oh that's great, I've been eating nothing but tofu since my cook went on holiday last week, come on in, and with that, the large carved ornate doors gave a creak and began to open up. Mason had to take a step back as the large doors creaked open before them. Mason looked at the others and was the first to step inside and had to blink a couple of times as he looked around. DMN, I'd love to get this guy's decorator number. This place looks bad, but, he thought to himself looking around at the rather impressive and large interior of the building. The first thing that caught his eye besides the sheer scale of the place was the fact that the walls had various Pokémon carved into them, and not just Pokémon from Kanto. Mason could make out Pokémon from at least 5 different regions and blinked even more when he did so. I'm pretty sure that those weren't shown in the canon, he thought to himself as they moved further into the building. Would you mind if I borrowed your phone? Ash called as they walked up the long red carpet that ran the length of the room. There's a phone right near you, the same voice on the speaker called out from the other room at the far end of the entrance hall. Ash blinked and looked around. Mason sighed and put his hand on his shoulder before pointing out the computer on the desk at the side of the room, with what looked like a Bellsprout speaker, mic and dial pad. Oh, it's a video phone, that's handy, Misty commented. Great, I'll give the professor a ring now, Ash said as he walked over and took up the Bellsprout and began to dial in the number. Hope the professor doesn't mind if I call collect. Mason snorted, cheapskate, he mused as they all gathered around the computer screen as the call dialed through. As the screen flashed on, Professor Oak appeared at a table on screen with a pair of chopsticks as he worked away at a pot that was suspended over a Bunsen burner, looking to be doing some very questionable cooking. I'm pretty sure those burners aren't meant for cooking over, Professor, Mason jokes, making the old professor look up in shock. Oh Mason, and Ash too, now this is a surprise, Professor Oak smiled through the screen at them. You've caught me just doing a spot of cooking. My cook went on vacation just the other day, so I have to fend for myself. Mason shook his head. What is this, some national holiday for cooks, he mused, but didn't doubt there probably was something like that. It was the Pokémon world after all. Stranger things have happened. Wait, hold on Professor, Ash said as he looked a little green. You're not eating my Krabby, are you? Oh, don't worry, Oak said, waving his concerns off. I'm taking good care of your Krabby. It's right here, he said as he moved to the side to show a large fish bowl on the table behind him, with Ash's small Krabby inside it, with a third of the bowl being filled with water. Ash sighed in relief, but was soon worrying again when Oak continued. Anyway, that Krabby of yours is too small to make much of a hearty meal, Oak remarked, making Mason shake his head. Well, there it is, first proof that people do in fact eat Pokémon in this world. Mason thought before something crossed his mind. Wait, does that mean the bacon I've been eating is? He thought, trying to recall any pig Pokémon. Tepig, Swinub, Spoink, Grumpig, who cares, bacon is bacon. On the other hand, Oak continued, the Krabby that Gary caught would make an excellent meal. Wait, Gary caught a Krabby too? Ash asked with a tone full of dread at Oak's comparison. Oh sure, here, take a look, the professor said as he turned the screen over to look at another Krabby in a bowl just down the table from Ash's Krabby, and the difference was as plain as day. Gary's was at least 10 times larger than Ash's. Ash's head fell in disappointment. Mason smirked and patted his shoulder. Guess this is just one of the times that Gary will get the chance to say, his is bigger than yours, Mason mused, making Ash fall flat on his face. Oh, by the way, Ash, just so you know, Gary has already managed to catch 45 Pokémon already, Oak remarked. 45. Ash yelled in disbelief before falling back to the ground again, apparently in a depression now at having been shown up so much. Mason shook his head before looking at the screen again. Oh, Professor, while I have you, I wanted to check in and see how my lot are doing. Ah, Mason, Oak remarked, your Pokémon are doing rather well, your Squirtle is doing very well, and the Growlithe that you rescued from that Damien fellow has recovered nicely so far, and she is responding well to the new high-protein diet that she needs to recover from the muscle lose she suffered. A few more days and she should be fit enough for me to sign off on her to be battle-capable. Mason nodded. That's good, thanks for keeping an eye on her, Professor, Mason thanked the man. Of course, Mason, my lad, it's the least I could do for such a promising young trainer such as yourself, Oak remarked. Professor Oak, the voice from the other room sounded out, this is Bill here. Is this young man the same you told me about a week or so back when we last talked? Oak perked up at the voice. Bill. Oh, so that must mean you all have found your way to his lighthouse observatory. Excellent, Oak remarked before clearing his throat. Why yes, Bill, this is the same Mason I told you about, the one who discovered those 2 new Pokémon moves that we added to the Pokédex database. Mason blinked at that. The professor talked about him with others. Well, that was strangely flattering, to think that he and his actions were a topic of discussion between 2 of the biggest names in Pokémon. Oh, splendid, Bill spoke still in the other room. I had hoped to meet you after hearing so the great Professor Oak talk so highly about you. 1 second, I'll be right there. They could hear movement from the other room, but Bill was apparently taking his time, as Oak spoke up again. Oh, Bill, while I have you, would you mind giving these 4 youngsters a crash course on what you know? I'm sure they could learn a thing or two from you, Oak requested. Well, I certainly can't ignore a request from you, Professor. Don't you worry, I'll see they're properly educated before they leave here in the morning, Bill promised. Thanks, Oak began to say, only for an egg timer to go off. Oh, I've got to go. Tofu is done, he said as he plucked one of the blocks of tofu out of the pot and began to blow on it just as the screen cut off. As the screen cut off, the lights in the room suddenly turned on and the 4 of them had to blink and rub their eyes from having gone from near complete darkness to a light-filled room. When they could finally see without spots in their eyes again, their attention was drawn to the figure at the other end of the room, the rather large and strange figure that made Ash, Misty, and Brock jump. Mason just stared at the figure and tilted his head slightly as he looked at it. Sweet costume, Bill, do you have one of the evolved version? That's a costume? Ash asked in shock. It looks like a jumbo-sized Kabuto, Brock remarked. Sadly not, I'm afraid, spoke the Kabuto. Bill, these costumes take a lot of time and money to make. I'm afraid I haven't quite got around to making a Kabutops costume yet, though it is on my to-do list, he said casually. Now, I wonder if I might ask one of you to come up here and lend me a hand. I'm afraid I've come across a design flaw in my costume and can't get out without some assistance. Mason shrugged and started towards him. Sure, just tell me what to do, he asked as he reached him. The huge Kabuto raised its arm up. Just push the button down here, Bill explained. The arms are too short for me to reach it on my own, I'm afraid. Mason nodded and did so before stepping back as the seams around the arms and shell of the Kabuto costume gave out a loud hiss, like compressed air was being released before they detached themselves from the hole and fell away. As the large shell of the costume hit the ground, the man inside straightened up with a sigh of relief. Oh, that's much better, I've been stuck in there for hours, thanks for that. Mason nodded as he finally got a good look at the man known through both the canon and games as the Pokemon genius Bill, and he had to say, the canon did not do him justice. He had a buzz cut of fluorescent green hair, and was somewhat short, maybe only 5 feet tall, wearing a very loud suit that was deep maroon in color with golden highlights along the collar and cuffs, with a bright blue shirt underneath and a puffy light green necktie. All in all, he somewhat resembled the appearance he had in the anime, but clearly he was a bit older than his canon counterpart, looking to be in his early 20s. Did you come from a costume party or something? Misty asked as the others came up the steps behind Mason. Oh no, This is a special costume that I use in my research. I find getting inside the Pokémon helps me get inside their head as it were, Bill explained. Yeah, I suppose it would be kind of difficult to study an extinct Pokémon any other way, Mason mused. Well, normally you'd be right about that, but thanks to the latest jumps in technology, it's actually possible for us to resurrect Pokémon from their fossilized remains now, Bill said as he took out a Pokeball from his jacket and tossed it out. When the Pokeball opened and the Pokémon appeared, Mason had to do a double take when he saw the Pokémon. It was an actual Kabuto. He wasn't expecting to come across one for a long time yet. Oh wow, that's a Kabuto, a real one, Brock said, sounding very impressed by what he was seeing. So this Pokémon was brought back from a fossil? Misty asked, clearly curious as well. Indeed, Bill confirmed and gestured around them. To date there have been 893 Pokémon identified, 59 of which were once thought to have only been legend before, and so far 25 species of once thought extinct Pokémon have been recorded and recovered. I'm one of the lucky few who are allowed to study them as part of my profession. Bill explained. Over 800. Ash said in shock as he realized just how little he had actually scratched the surface of being a Pokémon MSTR. Bill nodded, and of them 150 have been recorded to be native to Kanto, though that number is growing in recent years with the help of the other regions taking part in the interspecies exchange that Lance and Steven are heading as their region's current champions. It's hoped that the number of species in each region could swell by 25% in the coming 2 years. Mason couldn't help but let out an appreciative whistle. He had of course read up on the regional exchange back in Cerulean City, so he knew what was happening, but he hadn't heard the exact figures. Damn, and there goes Cannon in 2 years, he thought to himself. Truly I envy you lot, Bill said, to just be starting your journeys now, just as the fruits of their LBRS are starting to ripen. There truly has never been a better time for young people such as yourselves to start your journeys, he said wistfully, before his stomach rumbled. It would seem human nature calls, he mused. Brock chuckled, no problem. Just show me where your kitchen is and I'll get started on those burgers I mentioned right away, he said with a smile. Great, Bill said as he recalled Kabuto to its Pokeball. This way, he said, and began to lead them out of the hall and down one of the side corridors of the building. Looking around, Mason could only shake his head. Definitely have to get his decorator's number. Whoever can turn the inside of a lighthouse into looking like something like this, can work absolute miracles. Time skip. It was 10 or so minutes later that all of them were gathered around the table, tucking into their dinner, with their Pokémon all out of their own Pokeballs eating theirs as well, aside from those too big to be let out indoors, such as Misty's Gyarados and Brock's Onix. So Bill, what is it that you actually research here? Brock asked as they ate. When you're not dressed up as a Pokémon, that is, Mason smirked as he commented around his bacon burger. I'm glad you asked, Brock, Bill said as he dabbed his mouth with a napkin. While my professorship was focused on the behaviors and natures of Pokémon, which I still dabble in from time to time. My latest focus of my research has been into something known as the King Gene. What's that? Ash asked with a mouth full of burger, only to get a head slap from Misty for his lack of manners. Well, it is something that has only recently been a hot topic of discussion. Until lately it has only been speculation and rumor. But after heavy research and study I have been able to prove that within some Pokémon the King Gene exists, Bill stated. It is rare to come across, but its effects on the Pokémon that carry it are clear for all to see, as the Pokémon that are carriers find themselves much larger and stronger than their counterparts that don't carry it, he explained. Take the Krabby that Professor Oak's grandson caught. I'd need to take some blood and perform some tests, but going by its size alone it's very likely that Krabby is a carrier of the King Gene. It must be powerful then, Misty mused, thinking about the water-type Pokémon. Oh, it more than likely is a fair amount stronger than others of its species. There have been numerous reports and recorded captures of Pokémon that are suspected to have the King Gene from every other region. I'm in the process of compiling them all and reaching out to get blood samples to document each case to prove my theory and publish my findings. It's a slow, tedious process, so I study Pokémon behaviors and natures here while I wait for contacts to get back to me, Bill explained. But where did it even come from, this King Gene? Brock asked, seeming very interested in the topic being discussed. That is something I have a hypothesis on as well, Bill said with a Cheshire cat grin on his face, and is the other reason as to why I am using this place as my research lab, he stated. It's my hypothesis that millions of years ago, before Pokémon as we know them existed, there existed other much larger species of Pokémon that were massive in size that could crush buildings with a single step. There have been rumors circulating in other regions about such Pokémon still existing, but being very difficult to find despite their sheer size, he mused. I have dubbed these Pokémon as Titans, and it is from these Pokémon that I believe that the King gene has been passed down from. Think of them as the progenitors of each Pokémon line if you will. Progen what? Ash asked, sounding confused. Progenitors, Mason sighed, it means they were the first of their species, and it is from them that all others of their species were born. Precisely, Bill said with a nod, though it is unclear to me yet as to why some Pokémon seem to possess the King gene and others do not, if they all stem from the same progenitor, but that is why we professors do what we do, to find out the whys, he mused. Mason nodded, understanding a bit better now. The whole King gene was something new for him to digest, but he recalled a number of Pokémon in the canon story that were bigger than others, and clearly there were Titan Pokémon in the canon storyline. The giant Dragonite, Gengar, Alakazam, Jigglypuff and Claydol were the few that he could recall seeing in the anime, so if they existed there could be others as well. But what I want to discuss most of all is your work, Mason, Bill says, pulling Mason from his thoughts. Wami? Mason asked, unsure as to what he was getting at. Bill nodded. Come now, don't be modest. The professor has told me all about how you were able to discover 2 new moves that your Pokémon could use. That's quite an achievement as a newly starting trainer. It's usually only trainers who have been with their teams for a few or so years who actually figure out how to make new moves, but even then they are few and far between, he explained. Well, I wouldn't say it's all that great, Mason said while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. He really didn't see what the big deal was for the most part. He knew the general workings of the moves from the later games and just had his Pokémon practice to try and figure it out on their own. Don't sell yourself short, Mason, Brock told him. I know of veteran trainers who have trained for years and have never been able to learn even a single unique move. To be able to say you have discovered 2 is something to boast about. Indeed, Sylph Co. and Devon Corporation have employed many skilled trainers over the past few years to try and discover new moves to add to their technical machine listings. Most can rarely discover 1 new move every 6 months, but the companies still keep them on a regular retainer to get access to any new moves they learn for their system, so to have discovered 2 in less than a couple of months is really something else, Bill assured him. 3. Mason stated after a moment of thought. Bill blinked. Beg pardon, he asked, confused. We've discovered 3 moves, not 2, Mason stated, though the 3rd was on accident during a battle, he said, scratching his head. I haven't had a chance to mention it to the professor just yet and it slipped my mind to do so earlier. We're calling it Dragon Breath, he said as he gestured to Dratini. My Dratini can use Dragon Rage, and when it used it in a sort of flamethrower-like attack in battle we kind of rolled with it after. It seemed to be a bit more powerful too. Mason explained. Extraordinary, Bill said as his eyes lit up. 3 new moves, and not even a full 2 months into your journey yet. The professor wasn't exaggerating when he called you a prodigy when he was speaking to me of you. That actually managed to get a sheepish blush from Mason, at being called a prodigy by someone of Professor Oak's standing. At this rate he was going to get a bigger ego than Ash. Time skip. Once they were all finished eating, Bill led them all up to the very top of the lighthouse, to look out over the ocean. It was completely dark out and a thick fog had rolled in from the ocean and the clouds were hanging low in the sky. Bill, Brock said as they stepped out, you mentioned earlier that the reason you are using this lighthouse as your lab is because you are trying to prove your theory on the Titan Pokémon, correct? He asked. Can I ask why here? Certainly, Bill smiled. You see, it was a few years ago that I was passing by the shore below at night, when I heard a strange and wondrous sound calling to me across the water, he explained as he took out a small device from his pocket and pushed a button on it. As soon as he did so, speakers near the turning lights on the lighthouse began to play out a sound. Mason couldn't help but close his eyes and listen. He knew what it was, but that didn't take away from the beauty of what he was hearing, the sweet melody of what met his ears. It really was something else. "I want to meet you," Bill said after a moment of listening. "That's what is said to me," he said as a way of explanation. "I believe that this was one of the Titan Pokémon that I have been searching for proof of, and after some time and creativity I modified what I heard to create this," he said as he pressed another button as the sound coming from the speakers changed. "Let's be friends, I want to meet you," Bill translate. "And one day I heard the same voice calling back to me from over the ocean, 'I want to meet you too, I want to be friends.' It was answering me back," Bill said as they all looked at him in realization of what he meant. "It's my hope that someday soon, that Pokémon will come here to meet a friend that it has been searching for a very long time," Bill stated seriously as he stared out over the foggy ocean. Mason cleared his throat. "So let me get this straight," he said as they all turned their attention to him. "You've been having a conversation with a Pokémon that is supposedly strong enough to level buildings with one hand, and you invited it to come and visit you?" Mason asked. "Please tell me you at least have a Pokémon of your own that can protect you should things not go to plan," he half asked, half begged. Bill chuckled. "Of course," he said as he took out another Pokeball and tossed it out onto the balcony as his Pokémon appeared, a very old and very powerful looking Alakazam. "Alakazam here has been my partner since I became a trainer, he was my starter and is my most trusted ally and friend. Should anything happen I trust he will be able to protect us, and if he can't he can easily teleport us away from any danger," he explained. Just as Bill finished explaining that was when it happened. They all heard the sound coming from across the ocean, and all looked to see the source. Mason couldn't help himself as his eyes practically bulged out of their sockets and his mouth fell open at the massive figure that was wading through the waters of the ocean towards the cliff and them. Giant wasn't even a word that began to describe the sheer size of what he was seeing. That was what Mason decided. Bill couldn't have picked a better name for this classification of Pokémon. Titans they were, in every sense of the word. It reached all the way down to the ocean floor to break the water's surface and then kept going, all the way up the height of the cliff, and even then its head was taller than the very top of the lighthouse. It had to be 100 meters tall at the very minimum. "Ah, Bill," Mason said after a few moments for his brain to reboot from the shock, "if you're going to do something, now would be the time," he remarked. Bill gave a JRK at that. "Oh right, the signal and cameras," he said before pushing another button on his device, and the lights coming from the lighthouse began to CYCL through various colors. At the same time, Mason could make out other smaller lights coming on, and he realized, after a second to think, that they were all the power lights of video cameras and various other types or recording equipment. Of course, Bill never intended to capture this thing in the canon story, and he can't exactly keep it around, so the best option is to record it from multiple angles to have solid proof of its existence in order to prove his theory on them being real, Mason thought to himself as he processed just what he was seeing. Then the Titan began to call out once again, its voice carrying over the cool night air as it responded to the sounds coming from the speakers and the lights showing it the way. "It's appealing," Misty said, referring to the sounds it was making as she closed her eyes to listen to them. Mason nodded. "It is," he said before looking at Bill. "Is it just me, or does that Titan of yours look like a massive Dragonite?" he asked. Bill nodded quickly as he kept his eyes on the Titan that he had been longing to see. "It is, I've never seen anything quite like it, it truly is one of a kind," he said as they watched the Titan come even closer, wading through the water towards them. But just as it came closer, Mason's attention was taken by the sound of something, and a bright flash caught his eye, as something shot up from below the cliff's edge. "Team Rocket," he scowled, as he realized what he was seeing a second before the rocket that he noticed impact the Titan Dragonite in its stomach and explode. "What on earth is?" Bill began to say before the color drained from his face as the massive Titan loomed up with its raised fist. "It thinks we're attacking it," Mason called out as the fist began to fall. Bill, realizing the danger, frowned. "Alakazam, reflect," he called out quickly. Alakazam nodded as it raised its arms and crossed the spoons in its hands as its whole body flashed with a bright blue energy, and a massive reflective barrier appeared in the path of the fist as it came down. Smash! Only for the massive fist to shatter it, seconds after initial impact. Mason jumped to the side, pulling Misty and Bill with him as they were the closest to him. The barrier hadn't stopped the attack, but had shifted its aim some. Mason remembered how in the canon the Dragonite's attack had taken the whole top off the lighthouse, but this time it had shifted its aim at the last second, taking only part of the balcony and railing off this time. Another set of rockets were shot up from below the cliff face and Mason's scowl deepened. We're not going to be able to fix this mess while whoever is attacking keeps it up. Mason called as the rockets exploded again. Bill frowned himself and nodded. Alakazam, find whoever is attacking and get rid of them, he ordered. Alakazam nodded and closed its eyes as it seemed to focus for a second or two before something else shot away from the cliffs and Mason could just about make out the three figures of Team Rocket being launched into the sky by a psychic blast. But even though those three were gone, the damage had been done as Dragonite reared back its head as energy gathered in its open maw. A hyper beam. Mason thought with shock, before he quickly reached for one of his Pokeballs. This would be a long shot, but it was the only chance they had. They couldn't get out of the blast radius of a hyper beam that size. Dratini, help us quickly. Mason called as the small dragon Pokemon appeared from its Pokeball and looked around taking in everything and finally laid eyes on the Titan. Dra Dratini. Dratini cried out just as the Titan looked to be ready to attack. Dratini's cry made the Titan hesitate for a moment before the energy from its maw began to dissipate as it looked in the direction the cry came from. Dratini, Dra Dratini, Dratini called out again as it seemed to be talking with the massive Titan. Everyone waited on bated breath as they watched on waiting to see what the Titan's reply would be. Before the large Titan gave out a mournful cry as it turned and began to wade back into the ocean. Wait, Dragonite, please don't go, I've waited so long to meet you. Bill called out in shock seeing the Titan begin to leave. Dragonite gave a mournful cry as it paused in its movements and looked back to Bill. They both stood still for several long seconds, until Bill's expectant look faded to one of resignation and he sighed, apparently understanding. All right, you can't stay, I understand, Bill said with a nod, but please know you can always come back here to visit, I'll always be waiting to meet you once more. The Titanic Dragonite then gave one last deep cry before turning and diving into the ocean that caused a massive plume of water to rise up as high as the lighthouse. As the plume fell back to the ocean, Dragonite had vanished. Well, that was something else, Brock commented, looking a little shaken up. Misty nodded. I'll say, she said before looking at Mason, good call on bringing out Dratini there, I thought we were done for. Mason nodded as he knelt down and began to scratch under Dratini's chin. Thanks for the save there, partner, he praised the small dragon. Dra Dratini cried out happily. Mason chuckled before tapping him against his Pokeball to recall him before he stood up. Well, I don't know about you guys, Ash said before yawning, but I could sure use a bed right about now. I think that's enough excitement for one day. Bill nodded. Quite, I'm so sorry for putting you all in danger like that. Had I known, he began to say before Mason cut him off. It's fine, you took precautions, Mason told him, besides you can hardly be blamed for some idiots thinking it was a good idea to attack a Pokemon that size. People like that are their own special kind of stupid. Bill chuckled. You're right, he said with a nod, for now though Ash is right, I think it's time we all turned in for the night. Alakazam will show you all to the guest rooms below, he said before looking back out over the ocean. Alakazam nodded and began to guide them towards the stairs. As Mason got to the door, however, Bill called out to him, Mason, could I have a few minutes of your time? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Mason looked back and arched an eyebrow in question before he shrugged and looked to the others. Go on, I'll catch up, he told them as they all nodded and continued following Alakazam. Once they were gone, Mason walked back to Bill, who was leaning on the railing now, looking out over the ocean at where the Titanic Dragonite had once been. What do you want to talk about, Bill? Mason asked curiously after a few moments of silence. Bill sighed as he stood up and turned to Mason. I'll be blunt with you, Mason, I want to recruit you. Mason blinked at the sudden offer, not having seen it coming. Recruit me for what exactly? He asked, not sure what this was exactly. To be a part of my research division, Bill explained. You see, with everything that has been happening these last few years, a lot of opportunities have presented themselves, one of which was a mutually beneficial arrangement that the likes of Sylph Co. and Devon's Corporation set up for all recognized professors in each of the major regions. He stated, they would fund our research projects and sponsor us in certain aspects. And in return we would turn over aspects of our research to them, that they could in turn market to sell for the betterment of each region. Like? Mason asked as he was starting to get the picture. Technology mostly, Bill stated, the likes of things like the Pokédex, PokeNav, PokeGear, and even the Poketch. Each of them had a professor of some reputation behind their creation. Though the biggest advancement in the past years has been the technical machine for teaching Pokémon moves quicker, he stated, it's that aspect that has made me want to recruit you ever since I heard the great Professor Oak praise your talents. Mason nodded. He was starting to get it now, and just what would you be having me do exactly? I'm not pausing my journey so soon to stay in one place, he said firmly. He didn't want to become a Pokémon trainer to just be stuck in a lab. And I wouldn't ask you to, Bill assured him. No, what I want from you is to do just as you have been doing, keep traveling, keep growing stronger, and more importantly, keep discovering new moves. It was then that Mason realized what it was he wanted. You want to be able to distribute the moves I and my Pokémon discover. Bill nodded. Precisely, I'm a professor affiliated with Silph Co. As part of my research group you'd be able to sell any moves that you discover to the company through myself and in return reap the benefits by becoming an affiliated field researcher. That's not something just any regular trainer can do. Mason frowned in thought. While his knowledge about advanced Pokémon moves from the later generations was useful to keep to himself at times, he knew it was only a matter of time, with technical machines being a thing, before he lost that advanced. He supposed he should see about getting something else from them while he could. What kind of benefits would being an affiliated field researcher give me? Mason asked after a few moments to think. Bill smiled. Well, for a start you'll be paid a monthly retainer salary of 20,000 direct to your trainer's account, along with bonuses for any moves you learn, along with 2% of any revenue made from the sales of technical machines of the moves you discover, he explained. You'll also be given a monthly stipend to allow you to redeem 5 technical machines for free every month to help you advance your Pokémon's move pools in order to develop new ones. Mason whistled. That was a lot, a set monthly salary with bonuses and royalties on top of that. Technical machines weren't cheap, not in the slightest, and if he sold his moves to Silph Co. they would go worldwide. He'd be swimming in cash with just the 2% he'd be getting. Plus those 5 free technical machines would really help him to diversify his team's move pool and save him time teaching them from scratch. And to sweeten the deal even more, Bill continued, you would be registered as an affiliated field researcher, allowing you to carry 8 Pokémon instead of 6, which is the legal carry limit for new trainers. In order to allow you to train more Pokémon at once, you would have to be an advanced trainer with 3 years of experience before you could carry that many normally. And that was just the icing on the cake for Mason, being able to carry more than just 6 Pokémon. That meant he'd be able to carry his full roster at the moment, and train each of them. He knew. He'd been a little zealous catching so many Pokémon right at the start of things, but this would allow him to make up for that easily. Alright, Mason grinned, where do I sign up? He asked eagerly. Bill clapped him on the shoulder, excellent, come with me. We'll go down to my lab and get you signed up right away. We can even register those moves you've learned already and get them sent to Silph Co.'s database so they can start making you royalties, he said as he and Mason started walking towards the stairs. Time skip. It was half an hour later that Mason slumped forward at the desk he had sat down at in Bill's lab when they had first started to sign him up as an affiliated field researcher. Little did he expect they'd be at it for so long. Sorry about that. But you can't expect to get a job with such great perks without a large amount of paperwork that needs to be seen to. Luckily that's the only time you need to do any of this, Bill said as he entered in the last of his details into his computer. There and done, you should be getting your notification any second. Bill began to say when Mason's Pokédex began to vibrate. Now. Mason took out his Pokédex and flipped it open and hit the enter button that brought up his trainer's ID. Where before it had him listed as a beginner trainer with 2 badges, now he was listed as an AF move researcher. Sweet, Mason said with a grin, that was fast. Bill nodded, indeed, but seeing as the Pokédex central database in Kanto is monitored and operated out of Silph servers you can expect it to be a simple task for them to make changes quickly, Bill said as he got up and walked over to take up what looked to be a large headset, that looked far too big to sit on a human head, Alakazam. At Bill's call, Alakazam suddenly teleported into the room in front of Bill as the young professor held out the headset to him. "Prepare to extract some new move data if you would." Alakazam nodded, and the next second its eyes glowed as the headset lifted out of Bill's hands and floated over to land softly on Alakazam's head. Mason blinked. "So they use psychic Pokémon to extract data for technical machines?" he thought to himself before standing up as Bill turned to him. "If you'd be so kind as to call out your Pokémon, Alakazam will use his amplified psychic powers to copy their knowledge of the moves you have discovered and prepare it for transfer," Bill told him. "It won't harm them in any way." Mason nodded as he took Dratini, Scyther and Spearo's Pokeballs from his belt and called his 3 Pokémon out, before he explained to each of them what was going on. The 3 Pokémon just exchanged glances before looking at Alakazam and nodded as one. The powerful Psy Pokémon nodded back to them before closing its eyes as the headset began to come to life on its head as lights turned on and it began to work. One by one each of Mason's Pokémon began to glow with a psychic aura slightly before fading after a few seconds, starting with Dratini and moving on to Spearow and then Scyther. As the last of the auras faded away, Bill went over to his main computer and began to start up a sequence on it. "Ready to receive data now," he spoke as Alakazam began to glow itself. After recalling his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, Mason watched as the data began to appear on the screen in various mathematical formulas that he couldn't make heads or tails of, but apparently Bill could, as he seemed to get more and more ecstatic as the upload finished. "Splendid, absolutely fantastic," Bill said as he typed away at the computer. "These moves are very impressive. I can already tell that Silph Co. is going to be very happy with these 3, and you can expect a big bonus with your first monthly payment comes in." "Well, that will be something to look forward to then," Mason grinned. "Indeed," Bill agreed, before he snapped his fingers. "Oh yes, before I forget," he said before turning back to his computer and hitting a few more keys to set something else in motion before he got up and ran out a side door a few seconds before another machine in the lab came to life and began to work away. After a few moments Bill came running back in, carrying some things, and made his way over to the machine and retrieved a few things out of it before he walked over and presented them all to Mason. "Here we go, some things a field researcher should never be out in the field without," Bill said as he handed the items to him. Mason took them instantly, recognizing them both. The first was something he had only ever seen a few times in the Pokémon anime, a Poke Gear, he said as he looked at the device. It was mostly silver but had black detailing around the sides. It looked sweet. "Yep, the latest model, and I took the liberty to adding mine and Professor Oak's numbers to the contacts in it, so you can call in any time you think you have discovered a new move," Bill explained. "If it turns out you have something, I'll be able to send Alakazam right over to get the new data right away. I've been to every major city in Kanto, so as long as you have your Poke Gear on you, Alakazam will be able to come right to you." Mason nodded before looking to the next thing he was handed and instantly recognized it from the games, a technical machine case. Opening it, he could see 3 discs already inside it. "To carry any TMs you buy in the future," Bill explained, "and I took the liberty of pushing out a disc for each one of the moves you discover to start your collection off." Mason didn't know what to say. Things were just getting better and better. If things stuck to what he knew, that meant he just got 3 technical machines for free that would have originally sold for 9,000 in all, on top of a Poke Gear which he had no clue what it was worth, but was willing to bet it wasn't cheap. Looking at Bill, Mason held his hand out and the young professor took it as they shook. "A pleasure doing business with you, Bill. I'm looking forward to working with you." Mason grinned, excited at this turn of events. Bill nodded as he matched his grin with one of his own. "Likewise, something tells me that our business together will be very profitable for the pair of us." "Oh, and one more thing," Mason asked after they finished shaking hands, "can I get your interior decorator's number? From what I've seen, the guy does great work." Chapter 16. The Final Blow. It was 4 days after they had left the lighthouse that Mason, Ash, Misty, and Brock finally set eyes on the gateway into Vermillion City. All 4 of them looked exhausted, and filthy, after their long journey. The past 4 days especially hadn't been easy after they had once more gotten lost on their travels. As Mason set eyes on the gates into the city, he dramatically dropped to his knees as he threw his hands into the air. "This is proof. There is a God out there and he is merciful. Oh, I can't wait to take a bubble bath," Misty said as her eyes sparkled. her face looking grimy and her hair an absolute mess. "I have to hit the laundry mat," Brock said as he hefted a secondary bag atop his first that was full of his filthy clothing. "Forget both of those," Mason said, as he stood up waving them off. "First thing on the list if a long hot shower and a fresh set of clothes, then I'm hitting the cafeteria and the Pokémon Center and chowing down on 4 bacon cheeseburgers and as man fries as I can get my hands on," he declared passionately. 3 days of nothing but dry rations after our fresh food supplies ran out," he stated, his tone as if he was speaking of a great horror. "Never again." Brock nodded. "Good plan," he said agreeing. "I'm going to have to get another storage pod to see about bringing more fresh supplies with us before we leave. 3 days is a bit too long to be surviving on just dry rations alone." "Well, I'm going right out to find the Vermillion City Gym," Ash declared. "My third badge is calling my name," he said and went to start heading off into the city, only to be pulled to a stop by Brock. "Hold it, Ash," Brock said as he hauled him back by his collar before pointing down at his feet, where Pikachu had slumped to the ground. "Going by how weak Pikachu looks, you'd better go with Mason's plan first and get your Pokémon checked into the center to get a checkup," he stated. "We've had to ration their supplies as well, though not as badly as we would have had if Mason and I hadn't stocked up before we left Cerulean." Ash bent down and picked up Pikachu, who was looking none too energetic, and sighed. "I guess you're right," he said before his own stomach grumbled, and he chuckled sheepishly. "I guess I could go for one of those bacon cheeseburgers as well, come to think about it." "Then what are we waiting for?" Mason said with a hungry look in his eye. "Let's get a move on," he cheered as they all started to leg it into the city to look for the Pokémon Center. Time skip. Luckily enough, it didn't take them long at all to find the Pokémon Center, but when they got there they were met with a rather hectic sight. One that Mason was not expecting. A plethora of Chansey were running back and forth pushing gurneys with injured Pokémon on them, with the Pokémon's trainers running behind them, as Nurse Joy stood atop a chair calling out orders in the chaos. "What's going on?" Mason asked, confused for a moment before realization struck him as he remembered how Surge liked to thrash his opponents. "Guess he's taking it a step up this time for some reason or another, or are we just here early?" he thought to himself before their arrival was noticed by Nurse Joy. "Oh no," Joy said as she jumped down from the chair and came over to them. "Is this another one of Surge's doings? I swear I am going to wring that man's neck at this rate. He's been like this all week with challengers." No, we just got into town, and our Pokémon are exhausted from the trip," Ash said as he held out Pikachu to her. Nurse Joy took Pikachu and checked him over, nodding. "I see, exhausted and looking to be a bit on the hungry side," she sighed in relief. "Nothing a good meal and a long nap won't fix," she assured him. We were hoping to get our other Pokémon checked over as well," Ash supplied. Joy nodded. "All right, but you'll have to get in line as your cases aren't critical like some others," she told them and gestured to the waiting area as she turned away. "I swear if this goes on for one more day I'm going to go down there myself and tear that Surge a new one," she scowled as she walked off. That made it click in Mason's mind. They were early. Surge must have just slowed down his thrashings later on after he got his ear chewed off by Nurse Joy for making her job so difficult. "Guess I must have sped things up when I wasn't paying attention," Mason thought to himself, before he called out to Nurse Joy. "Then can I get a room key then? I'd like to shower, change and rest while things calm down." Nurse Joy looked over her shoulder and nodded. "Sure, just go to the front desk and a Chansey will be along to see you when one's free," she told him. Mason nodded his thanks and looked to the others. "Well, I'm gonna go clean up before I get something to eat and then start strategizing," he said, gesturing to the Pokémon on gurneys. "If the gym leader around here is this rough on his opponents, I want to be prepared," he said as he turned and started to walk to the front desk. "I'd suggest you do the same, Ash. Once your Pokémon are healed up, don't go jumping in before you have a plan." Ash just dumbly nodded as he looked at all the injured Pokémon being rushed around as Mason walked away, not really paying attention to anything else. Time skip. Luckily it had only taken about 20 or so minutes before a Chansey had been free to come to get Mason a key for a single room to use for his stay. Taking the key, Mason left the still chaotic front of the Pokémon Center for the quiet of the trainer sleeping area. Getting in, Mason was quick to strip down and hop into a warm shower, taking time to wash all the grime off himself and pull on his last set of clean clothes, making a note to ask Brock to take his washing out to the laundry mat when he was going with his own. Now feeling much better, Mason decided it was time that he sorted his team out before he did anything else. He hadn't had a chance to get his other two Pokémon from Professor Oak while on the road, so taking out his Pokegear he called the professor up. "Hello, Mason, is that you?" Professor Oak said as his face appeared on the small screen of Mason's Pokegear. "Where are you calling me from? You're a little close to the screen." "We just arrived in Vermillion City, Professor. I'm calling you from my room via my Pokegear that Bill gave me after he signed me up as an AF Move researcher," Mason explained. "Ah, I see, that's excellent news. I had planned to sponsor you for such a position myself, but I didn't know if you would be interested in it yet or not," Oak explained. "I take it you're calling me to transfer you your Squirtle and Growlithe then, as you can carry a team of 8 now." Mason nodded. "Yep, I'll be strategizing for my next gym battle shortly and I want to have all my options available to me for that." Oak nodded. "Very well, Growlithe has recovered enough now to be battle fit, but she still needs to be kept on the new diet for a few more weeks yet. Will that be a problem?" he asked. Mason shook his head. "Nope, I'll call you back later once the transfers are complete and Brock is around to know about what supplies we'll need." Oak nodded once more. "All right, I'll see to it that both of them are transported to 2 of your free Pokeballs for you. Good luck strategizing, my lad. I've heard the Vermillion gym leader can be quite the brute and a real challenge for new trainers, but I'm sure you'll do fine." "Thanks, Professor," Mason said as the call ended. Less than a minute later Mason saw the lights on the front of 2 of his free Pokeballs start to flash before going out and he nodded. That was that, handy tech Pokeballs. He picked them up and was about to call his 2 Pokemon out when his stomach growled louder than before and he groaned. "Food first, strategize later," Mason said to himself before putting his Pokeballs onto his belt and heading back out to the front of the Pokemon Center. Fortunately it seemed everything had calmed down, but Mason couldn't find Misty, Brock or Ash anywhere and shrugged. They had likely gotten a room. Hopefully they were helping Ash to strategize as per his advice earlier. Putting them from his mind, Mason went to the front desk where a Chansey was sitting waiting. Apparently Nurse Joy had gone out. "I need to have my Pokemon given a check over and healing please," Mason asked as he put his 8 Pokeballs out onto a tray at the desk along with his Pokédex for a moment to let it register his legal right to carry 8 Pokemon before taking his Pokédex back. The Chansey nodded and took the tray and left to take care of its task while Mason turned and made a beeline straight for the cafeteria. With his Pokemon being seen to, it was time to see to his next priority, filling his stomach. Time skip. 3 extra large bacon cheeseburgers later Mason let out a satisfied sigh, as he sat in his seat, his stomach now pleasantly full as he relaxed looking through his Pokédex as he checked his roster over. He was definitely happy at what he saw. Species, Dratini. Gender, male. Ability, Shed Skin. Moves. Wrap. Thunder Wave. Twister. Dragon Rage. New move, Dragon Breath, move discovered by Mason Storm. Straight face. Species, Poliwhirl. Gender, male. Ability, Swift Swim. Moves. Water Gun. Hydro Pump. Hypnosis. Bubble. Bubble Beam. Double Slap. Straight face. Species, Spearow. Gender, female. Ability, Sniper. Moves. Peck. Fury Attack. New move, Aerial Ace, move discovered by Mason Storm. Agility. Double Team. Straight face. Species, Scyther. Gender, male. Ability, Swarm. Moves. Vacuum Wave. Quick Attack. Agility. False Swipe. Wing Attack. Slash. Razor Wind. Double Team. New move, X-Scissor, move discovered by Mason Storm. Straight face. Species, Golbat. Gender, female. Ability, Infiltrator. Moves. Bite. Supersonic. Wing Attack. Toxic. Hyper Beam. Straight face. Species, Cub 1. Gender, male. Ability, lightning rod. Moves. Headbutt. Bone club. Bone meringue. Growl. Leer. Dig. Straight face. Species, grow lithe. Gender, female. Ability, flash fire. Moves. Bite. Roar. Ember. Take down. Flamethrower. Dig. Swift. Agility. Straight face. Species, Squirtle. Gender, male. Ability, rain dish. Moves. Tackle. Tail WHP. Water gun. Bite. Bubble. Ice beam. Undocumented move. Straight face. He hadn't taken the time in the past few weeks to view his newest Pokémon's move sets, but he was glad that he had now. Each of them were impressive for what they were. Clearly their old trainers had taken the time to try to improve them by adding to their strength with TMs before he got a hold of them. He was very happy with that. However, one thing caught his eye when he looked to Squirtle, and he saw an undocumented move. It only took him a few moments to connect the dots, rapid spin. That confirmed one thing for him, that Pokémon when left to their own devices could learn and discover new moves on their own without a trainer's assistance. He made a mental note to call Bill about it and get the move added to his next batch of Move SBMSNS. He may as well be the one to report it and make money from it before someone else did. He was rather happy that Professor Oak hadn't done so already, this way he could take the credit. After eating another bacon cheeseburger, Mason rose from his seat and made his way back to his room. He had planned to do some strategizing, but now with a full stomach all he wanted to do was sleep for a while, just a few hours to refresh himself. His team would be ready to start training when he woke up right. So getting back to his room, Mason fell face first onto the single bed, letting out a pleasant groan from the feeling of the comfortable mattress, pillow, and sheets underneath him, and he agreed all the more. Yes, a few hours sleep would be great. Less than a minute later he was peacefully snorting, happy to be back in civilization. Time skip. It was after a brief but satisfying 2-hour nap that Mason woke and pulled himself from the blissful heaven that was a modern bed, after so many weeks of sleeping in a camping bag, and his room towards the front hall of the center, planning to get his team and then go and find the others so that he could see what Ash's plan was for him taking on the gym. However, when he walked into the entrance hall, the front doors opened, and a Chansey came rushing in with a stretcher. On it was Pikachu. Mason froze when he saw Ash's partner on the stretcher. Its fur was singed and its body was badly bruised. It looked in worse shape than Mason had seen it after the attack by the flock of Spearow back before Viridian City. Misty, Brock and Ash came rushing in a few seconds after the Chansey, with Nurse Joy leading them. When Mason saw them and the state of Pikachu, he knew just what had happened, and he saw red. For the second time, since Mason had known Ash, his bare fist slammed hard into the other trainer's face, knocking him off his feet and putting him to the ground faster than a stone falling. "UFNG idiot." Mason snapped, his fists balled. "You goddamn thick-skulled FNG moron," he yelled at him as Ash clutched his nose on the ground. "What did I tell you? Don't go in without a plan. Strategize. Prepare. Train." Mason yelled angrily as he took a step towards Ash, only for Brock to quickly move forward and hold him back. "Did nothing I say sink into that mountainous thick skull of yours?" "Mason, that's enough," Brock began to say, only for Mason to break out of his hold and turn on him. "No, it's not enough." Mason yelled at Brock, "Not until this idiot stops pretending to be a Pokémon trainer." "I am." Ash began to say, though it was muffled with his hand over his nose. "Oh, you are you?" Mason snapped as he turned on Ash again, holding himself back from lunging at the idiot again. "Then you're the worst excuse for one I've ever seen," he said, but when Ash didn't respond he stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar of his jacket and pulled him towards the gurney Pikachu was on. "Look at this." Mason snapped, that's your partner laying there," he growled. "He's in the worst state that I've ever seen him, and why is that Ash?" Ash remained silent, but that didn't stop Mason from hauling him back from the bed and brining him face to face with him. "Because of you, Ash Ketchum, because you rushed in, because you didn't think, because you didn't strategize, you ran in there without preparing, and now your partner is hurt and it's all your fault." "That's enough," Nurse Joy interrupted him and stepped in to force them apart. "I don't know what this is about, but she went on to say, but Mason wasn't having it. "Forget it," Mason said as he turned to walk to the front desk and pick up his Pokeballs. "I've said all I've had to say, I'm not going to waste another breath. If my message hasn't gone through by now it never will," he said before walking towards the doors as he attached his Pokeballs to his belt. "Where are you going?" Misty asked him, looking troubled at the violence she had just seen. "Out, I need to clear my head before I do something that I regret," Mason replied as he walked out onto the streets and away from the person who was making his blood boil more every second he looked at him. Time skip. It was near an hour of walking later that Mason had finally calmed himself down after his blow-up. He knew that he shouldn't have gotten that rough with Ash, but seeing Pikachu like that, it just made him snap. He could never forgive himself if Dratini or any of his other Pokémon got hurt because he didn't think things through. An image shot across his mind, of Dratini injured and in that cage, him without any means of healing him at the time. He gritted his teeth. No, he just didn't understand why Ash just wouldn't take things seriously. It took another half an hour of walking before he was finally able to put the matter to rest in his mind, and focus on what he knew he needed to do. Lucky enough he found himself near the market at the time and was able to go inside to get the things he needed. He had checked his trainer account a day or so after they had left Bill's lighthouse, having just been working with cash by hand since he first started. Only to be surprised to find a lot more than he had expected to be in there. 70,000 in cash was just sitting in his account untouched. It was only after he did a little poking through his Pokédex that he discovered just where all the money had come from. 20,000 of it was his monthly payment from Sylph Co., and a further 30,000 of it was his bonus for the 3 moves he had submitted with Bill. The other 20,000 was actually 2 payments, his winnings from both the Pewter and Cerulean gyms. After talking to Misty and Brock about it when he first discovered it, they had explained how when a trainer enters a gym, scanners search for any form of identification on his person, either his Pokeballs or his Pokédex. It's through them that his trainer account is found, and upon the results of any battle in the gym he was paid directly into his trainer account. And even though he didn't technically win at Cerulean, Misty explained that since he received the badge by her decision the system would have counted it as his win. So overall, he had 70,000 in his account, and 19,000 in cash on him, and he knew just what he was going to spend it all on, not to mention he still had his monthly allowance of 5 free TMs for being an AF move researcher. Oh yes, he was going to have some fun spending his money. Time skip. It was an hour later that Mason was leaving the store with bags in his hands, his stockpiling done, and he had spent his money well. He had taken his time to make his selection on just what TMs he was going to redeem for his team first, taking each of their move pools into account, on just how he was going to utilize them in battle before making his choices. After that the first thing he did was stock up on the essentials, buying 20 Pokeballs, 20 Great Ball, 10 Ultra Ball, 20 potions and 20 super potions and 10 hyper potions. He had even found a selection of type labels for Pokeballs that he had been looking for back in Pewter City. In all he had blown 61,000 on everything, and after putting what loose cash he had left into his account, he could see he had a solid 28,000 still left over. He didn't want to blow all his cash now, however, he knew he would need to keep some for when they were preparing to leave. If he left with them, after that blowout with Ash, he didn't think traveling with them was going to be such a good idea anymore. Hell, he had never planned to travel with them for so long. He supposed he just wanted to feel like he was a part of the story with them, while also going off on his own adventures from time to time. He couldn't deny that it had been fun, but Ash was grating on his last nerves, and if he didn't change now after seeing Pikachu in such a state, he just didn't know. He took his time walking back to the Pokémon Center. It was just starting to get dark when he got back. He didn't care though, and made his way to the training grounds at the back of the center. He still had to plan and get his team ready. He had everything he needed. He wasn't about to lose when he challenged Surge. Time skip. It was approaching the extreme late hours of the night, when both Misty and Brock entered the training area to find Mason and his team hard at work. Each of Mason's Pokémon were practicing various moves in various practice battles. While Mason himself sat at one of the picnic tables, with various bowls filled with berries in front of him while he worked his Pokeblock maker, turning the handle as fast as he could to turn the berries he put into Pokeblocks. Finally putting that to use, I see, Brock comments as they come over to sit down at the table opposite him. Yeah, figured it was about time I did so, finished my own training for now, so I figured I might as well, Mason said without looking up at them as he worked the machine. Both Misty and Brock shared a look with each other before looking back to Mason. Look Mason, Misty began to say before Mason cut her off. I know what you're going to say, Mason stated, it's okay, I know I went too far earlier and I understand if you guys don't want me to travel with you anymore, I get it, he said plainly. He had been thinking a lot about his actions, and what his next steps should be. He knew he couldn't keep tagging along with them, not with how much Ash grated on his nerves. He figured he'd split off from them sometime, maybe at the next gym or the gym after that, but if they were uncomfortable with being around him, then he'd just as soon do it now. That's not Mason, Brock sighed, as Misty shook her head. We don't want that at all, we just want to understand where all this is coming from, Misty said. We know you've been irritated by Ash's laid-back attitude, but we just didn't think it was that bad. Mason gave a half-hearted chuckle as he finished spinning the Pokeblock maker and began to open it up. Yeah, I guess I just didn't let it show most of the time, he said before sighing, it just grates at me, you know. Mason said as he began to lift handfuls of the small blocks out of the machine. I have spent so long, worked hard, studied for more hours than I can count, Mason stated, all to be as good as I am, to know all that I know. Because I want to be the best I can be, he said plainly, but Ash, he just skates by, he doesn't train, doesn't push himself, he doesn't even put any real effort into things most of the time, and yet here he is, 2 badges just like me, 1 Pokemon less than what I have, going on and on about his accomplishments, half of which he never properly earned, and to top it all off he still says he wants to be a Pokemon MSTR. Mason's voice had risen as he talked until by the end he was full on yelling as his emotions rose, before he stopped to take a breath to calm himself down, before shaking his head. It just gets on my nerves, constantly, and I just don't get it, Mason sighed, how he can go at things the way he does and not see the problems with how he is doing things. He treats everything like it's just one big game. His own partner got hurt because he ran in without a plan. I could never forgive myself if Dratini got hurt like Pikachu did as a direct result of my own stupidity. Hell, I'm still beating myself up after that whole Sea King incident a few weeks back, he said plainly before shaking his head. I honestly don't know how much longer I can keep going with you guys if Ash keeps treating this all like he is. Brock and Misty were silent the whole time while Mason was talking, both listening intently to his every word. Brock for his part understood where Mason was coming from. He knew he wouldn't be able to take it either if he was so passionate about something and saw someone else constantly just playing about with it. It was like Ash was silently saying all of the work Mason was putting in was pointless, all of his training and preparation, strategizing and planning was all for nothing, he'd snap as well eventually at some point. Misty understood what Mason is saying immediately. She knew how serious he took his dream to be a MSTR trainer. She saw him at night when Brock and Ash had fallen asleep, going into his bag and getting out this strange screen machine from his bag, and saw him sit for hours reading through what she assumed were his training plans and move ideas for his Pokémon. She knew he worked hard to be as good as he was, and as someone wanting to be a MSTR water-type trainer she could relate to him. If she saw someone striving to reach a similar dream to hers but was on the same level as her after putting in not even half the same effort, it would make her want to scream and pull her hair out in frustration. When they both heard how Mason was questioning how much longer he could keep traveling with them, if he had to put up with Ash not taking things seriously, they both knew it was worse than what they had thought. And if something wasn't done then Mason wasn't going to be leaving Vermillion with them. Ash needed a wake-up call, and, hard. However, unseen by any of them, was the open window into the room that Pikachu was staying in, and Ash stood inside next to it, with his eyes shadowed by his hat as he kept watch on his injured partner as he heard every word. Chapter 17. Sparking a resolve and a ghostly conclusion. After their talk, Misty and Brock had left Mason to continue to oversee his team's training in peace. He made sure to keep a close eye of each of his Pokémon, all the while he was working on other small things. After a couple of hours he had finished grinding up his entire stock of berries into various colored Pokeblocks. It had taken him a few failed attempts before he had managed to understand the trick behind it. After he had that done, he moved on to applying the various labels to each of his team's Pokeballs, making sure to center each of the labels, or align them if a Pokémon had two types. After 2 straight hours of training, Mason called his team in to take a short breather and to try some of the Pokeblocks that he had made. While doing so he made sure to note down what flavors each one of them preferred, planning to make and keep a stock of them as treats to give them during training sessions when they showed improvement. He may not have approved of Darwin's whole stick and carrot methodology, but he had to admit the carrot method seemed like a good idea to him. As his Pokémon rested up, Mason went to check on the results of 2 of his latest additions, Cub1 and Growlithe. He knew both of them, as well as a growing majority of his team, had rather poor backgrounds with their previous trainers, so he wanted to make a good impression on them both. Looking over their training areas, Mason couldn't help but smirk at the sight of the multiple wooden reinforced targets had been reduced to stumps and splinters under Cubone's bone club. For such a tiny guy he can sure pack a mean swing. Growlithe's training area was even more devastated looking. While he had first observed his only fire-type Pokémon, he had seen her practicing her flamethrower on the 5-inch thick sheet metal wall. He had been expecting to see great big bouts of flames at first, but instead Growlithe only let out short thin streams of flame. He put it off and didn't let himself get disappointed, as he had thought that perhaps it was only a recently learned attack, and it would take time for Growlithe to gain any proficiency with it. But now, looking at the sight before him, Mason couldn't stop his jaw from dropping open as he looked at the thick wall of metal. It had no scorch marks whatsoever, but each spot where Growlithe's flamethrower had hit, was melted clean through, leaving small rings of molten metal dripping to the ground. That was when it clicked. Her flamethrowers weren't thin, they were condensed. Growlithe had such efficient control over her flames she was able to condense them down into a thin powerful stream of flames that could melt through 5 inches of solid metal in a short burst. The realization made him grin, but that grin fell when he remembered Growlithe's last trainer, Damien, and how he treated her, how hard he must have pushed her for her to reach this level of control. He doubted very much that it was a natural skill. And he knew it would have been the same with Cub1, how hard he must have worked to become that strong, only for Giselle to see him as a weakling. The thought of both them set Mason off big time, and he turned on the spot as he called out, "Cub1! Growlithe!" he snapped out, getting all of his Pokémon's attention as they looked at him. Both the Pokémon in question, visibly flinched back when called, but hesitantly came forward when he raised a hand to call them to him. As soon as he reached them, Mason smirked as he lowered himself to a knee and reached his hands forward, hesitating for only a second when they flinched back from his hands, the action sparking further anger in his gut for their former trainers, but continued on to put his hands atop their heads to rub and pat them. "Good job both of you," Mason said, his words and actions making the 2 of them look up at him in shock. He smiled back at them. "I can see you are both working hard, keep up the good work, but don't push yourselves too hard. We're going to be training for a lot longer. You both have a lot of power, but our training sessions at the moment are focused more on building everyone's stamina, so it wouldn't do to have either of you exhaust yourselves to the point of collapse before we're ready to turn in," he smirked. Mason could see the looks of shock and disbelief on their faces towards his actions and words, but he knew that he needed to show both of them that he wasn't like their former trainers, that he cared for them more than he did the results of their training. With that said, Mason rose to his feet again and looked around. "All right everyone, it's time to move on to the next step in this training session, and something I know a good few of you have been looking forward to in the past few weeks," he told them all with a grin. "I went shopping earlier today, and I got a batch of fresh new TMs." That made each of his Pokémon light up at the prospect. He had told them all about TMs and what they could do at the end of one of their past training sessions. Each of them had been very eager for him to get them. The prospect of learning new moves and becoming even stronger appealed to each of them. Now before you all get too excited, I only picked up 5 of them this time around, and I chose them with my plan for the next gym in mind, so not all of you will be getting a new move this time around, Mason told them all, but each of those who do will be training in their new moves after this, and I will be pairing you up with others who I think could learn from you to develop the move themselves. It will be your job to pass on the knowledge the TMs give you to help to strengthen everyone. We are a team, we are only as strong as our weakest member. And when one of us falls, we rally and make the one who hurt one of us pay. Each member of his team let out a cry, except Squirtle, Growlithe and Cubone as the newest additions to his team. It was understandable why. He had been pushing the whole unity angle with his team at some point in each training session they had in an effort to bring his team closer together. It had shown results back in Cerulean when Dratini had faced Misty's Gyarados, so much so that he made sure to push the idea even harder. He wanted his entire team, no matter how large it got, to be a close-knit family. That if one of them fell in battle, whoever came out next to take over would push even harder to get revenge for their defeated teammate. His 3 latest additions hadn't been in many training sessions like this, so for most of them this was only the first time they were hearing him talk about it. But Mason could see the looks in their eyes, the fire in them, and knew immediately they would fit right in. Alright, Mason raised his hand to silence them. Line up, and I'll recall those of you who are going to be getting the TMs this time around. After which I'll let you back out, so we can talk further about training and strategy. After which I will be filling you all in on my plan for taking on LT Surge and his Pokémon, he said with a wicked grin on his face, indicating just how devious a plan it was, making his team grin back at him in response. Time skip. Come the early hours of the next morning, Mason and his team were still training, having gone the whole night. Mason did not want to waste a second of their time to practice and train in their new moves as well as perfect the system that he had been slowly working into his team's sessions for when they were in battle. It was just nearing the point where Mason knew he would soon have to call his team in for a rest again when he heard the doors of the center open behind him. Mason didn't pay it any attention as he was focused on his team's training, watching each one of them closely to make sure they weren't overdoing it or were on the verge of collapse. As he did so, he noticed Ash come up and stand beside him watching on also. He caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes widened a fraction at the sight of the nasal splint bandage to his nose. CRP, had he actually broken Ash's nose when he punched him? The thought made him feel a little bad about his actions now, but not enough to regret them. The two of them stood in silence for another minute or so before Mason eventually broke the silence. "How's Pikachu doing?" he asked, deciding to break the ice with a fairly neutral topic. "He's doing better," Ash replied, his voice a little rough. "Nurse Joy says that he should be fully recovered by this evening." Mason nodded. "That's good," he said as they fell back into silence once more, neither of them knowing what to say to the other now. What could be said after what had happened? Did Mason regret what he did? Hell no. Would he do it again? Absolutely. He had deliberately told Ash not to go challenging Surge without a plan, and he'd gone and done it anyway, and Pikachu was the one suffering for it. Hell, he'd probably slug him even harder now that he thought about it. So was he going to apologize for what he'd done? No. If that was why Ash had come out to him, expecting him to drop to his knees and say he was sorry for punching him and yelling at him, he had another thing coming. But before he could outright say as much to Mason's surprise, Ash was the one to turn to him and bow at his waist to him, making Mason freeze at the gesture. "I'm sorry," Ash said, causing Mason's brain to reboot for a second as Ash continued, I didn't listen to you even though you were only trying to help me. I disregarded the things you said because I thought that they didn't matter, and now Pikachu is suffering because I didn't listen to you. You were right, what happened to Pikachu is all my fault. I'm to blame for everything." Hearing Ash's words, Mason could feel the raw emotion and pain behind them. He could tell that Ash really regretted the way he had acted. Turning to him, Mason looked at his still bowed figure, his lips pressed thin as he thought carefully about his next words, remaining silent for several seconds before he finally spoke. "It takes a certain kind of strength to admit one's own mistakes," Mason stated, to recognize your own shortcomings. But another kind entirely to have the determination required to change yourself to fix them, to overcome your own flaws and to do what is needed. So my question to you, Ash, is, do you have what it takes? Ash straightened up as Mason finished speaking, and Mason was honestly impressed and a little startled by the look in Ash's eyes. They burned with passion and determination, with a will that he hadn't ever seen in them before, and Mason had to fight back a smirk that wanted to form on his lips at the sight. He had finally gotten through to him. Yes, Ash said a second later, I don't want to ever feel like this again, to see my partner hurt like that, to know it was all my fault, because I wasn't taking things seriously enough. I don't want to see any of my Pokémon suffer because I wasn't treating them as a real trainer should. Hearing Ash speak with such conviction in his voice brought a small smile to Mason's lips. This was what he wanted to hear. That's good, Ash, Mason said before turning back to watch his team continue their training, but right now they're just words. If you want to convince me, then you need to fix your mistake, you need to prove you are going to take things seriously, he said plainly. I will, Ash said as he turned to watch Mason's team continue to train, and for another few minutes they just stood like that, in mutually satisfied silence, before Ash spoke again. I heard you before, Ash said breaking the silence, earlier tonight, when you were talking to Brock and Misty, he revealed making Mason stiffen slightly. I wanted to say I'm sorry. I had no idea my not taking things seriously made you feel like you did, like I was insulting your every attempt to get stronger. I didn't mean it. Mason took a breath as he closed his eyes. He should have seen that coming. Of course Ash would have overheard them. Him and his FNG bullshit protagonist lucked to be in just the right place at just the right time. Such FNG bullshit. I understand, Ash, Mason said after a moment. You get excited at times and you want to rush into things, but he began to say, but Ash cut him off. No, it's not okay, Ash said shaking his head. I know I'm worse than that. I know I act childish and immature. I know I don't even act like a trainer at times. I let my excitement get the better of me. He went to continue but Mason cut back in. If you'd let me finish, Mason said getting a little annoyed at being cut off. I know how you are, Ash. We've been traveling together long enough now for me to have a good understanding of you, he stated, and you giving in to your excitement at times is understandable, he explained, but, it's okay, it's alright to be excited and to enjoy yourself. But you need to learn that there is a time and a place for it. But when it comes to training your team, preparing before a gym battle, or any battle in fact, those are the times you need to learn to curb your excitement and be a trainer, so that your Pokémon don't suffer because you didn't have the self-discipline to do so. Ash simply nodded to Mason's words, taking in each of them. It really was that simple, wasn't it? Alright, I promise you, that from now on I'm going to act like a proper trainer should, he said before looking at Mason. Can I still ask you to help me? Mason sighed. I want to believe you, Ash, I really do, but no. Not this time. Get through this gym, prove to me that you mean what you say, that you are serious about turning over a new leaf, and then I'll start to help you again. Not before it, he said plainly. Ash took a resigned breath and nodded. He could understand why Mason didn't want to help him, after he had offered him so many times in the past, only for him to waste them like he did. He could understand why he was hesitant to offer his help again. Alright, I'll prove I'm not just talk, Ash said resigned to his task before he turned and walked back inside leaving Mason to oversee his team's training. Mason heard the doors shut behind him and let out a sigh. He really hoped that this would be the turning point for Ash, to become the trainer that Mason knew he could be, to become the rival that he wanted. If this didn't stick, Mason was about ready to just give up on him. Shaking his head and putting Ash from his mind, Mason turned his full attention back to his team, looking over their progress on each of their new moves and smirked as he saw the results. He had thought it might take a day or even two more before he was satisfied with their progress enough to say they were ready to take on Surge. But seeing what he did now, he was more than confident that they would be ready by the following night at the very earliest. Alright, that's enough, everyone fall in, we'll pick up our training for a few hours in the evening, but for now you all need rest, Mason said as he began to detach his Pokeballs from his belt and recalling each of his team to their ball before he turned himself in, wanting to get some sleep before he would force himself up to get back to training. Time skip. It was just before lunchtime when Mason came out of his room stretching and rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Having just woken up from his sleep, he was ready to get a bite to eat and get his team fed before they went back to the training area to get in a couple more hours training in before he went to challenge Surge himself. When he rounded the corner to go into the cafeteria, he bumped into Misty, who was coming out. "Wow, easy there," Misty smiled. "I'm not nearly as sturdy as the rest of you guys," she joked. Mason yawned. "Sorry Misty, just woke up," he said as he walked around her. "Just now?" Misty asked. "When did you stop training last night?" "It was at least 2 or 3 in the morning when me and Brock left you, and you were still going strong." Mason shook his head as he walked over to the table full of lunch food and began to make himself up a plate. "I think it was about 5, maybe 6, before I turned in for the night." "You mean turned it in for the morning?" Misty shook her head. "It's nearly 2 in the evening." Mason yawned again as he took his plate over to a table. "Good, then it's not too late for lunch, and after this I can get my team fed before going back to train for a few hours more, then before we rest up for Surge." "You're planning to challenge him today?" Misty asked, her eyes widening slightly. Mason nodded as he took up one of the bacon baps he had lifted. "Yep, I was going to hold off for a few days, but after seeing the results from last night's training, I'm pretty confident that we can handle him," he said before taking a big bite out of his bap and swallowed a few seconds later. "Plus I have a couple of strategies in mind to handle whatever he throws at us." Misty nodded. "I see. Well then, need a hand after you eat?" "Brock and Ash are, hold up, back in our room." As soon as Ash woke up earlier, he asked Brock and me to help him strategize for when he plans to challenge Surge again. I gave what advice I could before I left them to it. When I left, they were talking about how to go about training Pikachu to make better use of its speed to counter Surge's Raichu. Mason looked up at her when he heard that, swallowing the last of his first bacon bap. It would seem that Ash was actually getting serious about things now. That was good, but if he would stick with it was still to be seen. "Sure," Mason smirked, "given that I have 8 Pokémon who need feeding now, I could use the extra hands," he said before he began to devour the rest of his food. It was 20 minutes later when Misty and Mason were out in the training area, with bowls full of specially mixed Pokémon food were all laid out and ready. "I've got to thank Brock for going out and picking up the extra supplies yesterday evening," Mason said with a smirk. "It completely slipped my mind while I was out." "Well, you did have a rough afternoon yesterday," Misty told him, "so it's understandable." Mason sighed and nodded as he took his Pokeballs from his belt and tossed them all out. "All right everyone, grub time," he said as his team appeared in a burst of red flashes of light. Hearing his words, his Pokémon all gave a cheer and all came over to their designated bowls, another thing he had to thank Brock for. "It looks like they all worked up quite the appetite," Misty commented as she glanced from them to the training grounds, seeing all the damages from their training the night and morning before. Mason nodded. "Yeah, a lot of that was just getting them to get a handle on, and then perfect the new moves I taught them with my monthly batch of TMs," he said as he sat down at the picnic table. "So you cashed in your first allowance?" Misty asked. "What moves did you get?" Mason smirked. "A few that will all but guarantee our win when we face Surge. I've got contingency plans for whatever it is that he tries to throw at me," he said with confidence. "The market had the full selection of TMs, even the rarer ones. I was able to take my pick from everything currently available, not that it was a lot." Misty nodded. "Yeah, last I checked there were only 50 or so moves on the current TM listings, but those are the rarer moves that are harder for Pokémon to learn," she explained. "They wanted to release more, but pricing and ownership of certain moves came into question. Some people wanted credit for discovering certain moves, others claimed they learned them first. It got testy when TMs were first introduced." Mason snorted. "Yeah, I can see why they chose to go down the route that they did with making it so that only move researchers being able to submit moves for TMs, and us only getting a cut of the profits to keep people from arguing. If we want to keep claiming royalties, we have to keep submitting moves or our royalties slowly trickle down," he said, shaking his head. It had been a part of the contract he had to sign with Bill when he signed up. Every move researcher had a 12-month grace period between submitting moves, after which their royalties are cut by half, and if they don't submit one, a further 6 months after that their royalties are cut off completely. But since he had submitted so many moves at once, his Grace PRD was twice that as he was deemed to be a high-quality asset. It's what was best, Misty mused, with so many trainers from so many regions making claims it was the only way to prevent further arguments, and given that any move researcher needs to have someone of high standing vouching for them to get the position, the job is very hard to get. Mason snorted, yeah, or wait the 12-month PRD it would take for both Sylph Co. and Devon Corporation to do a deep dive on your whole life before that point to make sure you aren't just trying to rip them off, he mused, yet another thing Bill had told him, and one reason he was more than pleased with Bill for vouching for him, given his lack of history in this world, he didn't want people looking into his non-existent past. It would mean a lot of questions would be asked that he didn't want to answer, at least not yet until he had a good reputation behind him so that people wouldn't make him disappear. It wasn't long after that when Mason's team finished eating and he clapped his hands to get everyone's attention once more. Alright, now that everyone's eaten it's time to get back to some last-minute training. We are challenging Surge tonight, so I want everyone at their best, Mason stated plainly. Squirtle, Poliwhirl, Mason ordered, I want you two into position practicing your aim with Bubble Beam. Now that Squirtle has it down, I want the air filled with bubbles everywhere. Spearow, I want you in the air seconds after they start. Combo 1, clear the bubbles as fast as they can send them. Your goal is to prevent them from turning the sky above into a bubble bath, Mason ordered. The three Pokémon nodded before they began moving off into the training area to start. Mason then looked to his other Pokémon. Dratini, I want you with Growlithe. She almost has Fire Blast down packed after your first few hours together. Once she has it up to par I want you practicing with Thunderbolt, Mason told his partner. Just because you got 2 of the 5 TMs I got, doesn't mean you get to slack. They were to give you better coverage, now you have to MSTR them, get to work. Once you have Thunderbolt down to an art, I want you practicing your combos, got it? Dratini and Growlithe nodded and went off to get to work. Mason then looked to Golbat and Scyther, you two back to sparing, remember wing attacks only, focus on hardening your wings as hard as you can and make sure to pace yourselves, trying to learn a new move that isn't the same typing as either of you won't be easy but I have faith in you both. Scyther and Golbat nodded and went off just like the others. And Mason looked to the last member of his roster, Cub1. You know what to do little guy, get to work, we'll all be counting on you if things go as I think they will, Mason told him with a smirk. Cub1 gave a cry and raised his club in a salute and went off to get to work on his own training. Misty looked quite impressed as she watched Mason give out his training orders. Well, you certainly seem to know exactly what you're doing, that was impressive. Mason smirked, thanks, I do try to keep them all active with aims in mind when we are training. Misty nodded, I do have a couple of questions though, like what you meant when you told Spearow to use Combo 1, and then again when you told Dratini to practice Combo 1 and 2. Mason chuckled, it's my future strategies for battles, calling out multiple moves can take a bit too long so I've made up combos of various moves they know that work well together, so in battle I'll only have to call out the combo number and they will know what to do, and at the same time it keeps my opponents clueless about what's going on. Misty gawked at him when she heard that, that's pretty smart, tricky but very smart. Mason nodded, yep, it's tricky to arrange good combos that work, but each one that I've come up with so far work really well together in practice so far. Misty nodded, so what's the combos then, she asked. Mason grinned and pointed to Spearow, see Spearow's Combo 1 for yourself, he said as Spearow dove head first towards a stream of bubbles that was spreading out. Misty looked up and watched, as Spearow suddenly sped up drastically in the air before multiple copies of itself appeared and then each one of them began using aerial aces to pop bubbles one after the other faster than she could track. Was that agility followed by a double team and then that move aerial ace? Misty asked as she pieced everything together. Mason nodded, yep, I call it Mirage Ace, he stated, agility makes Spearow even faster. Then using double team right after makes it nearly impossible to track him when he and all his doubles start using aerial ace all over. If aerial ace was impossible to dodge when it was just Spearow, doing it when there are multiple each of them going much faster than normal makes it completely impossible, and when done on repeat. He said as his smirk turned into a Cheshire cat grin as the dozen Spearow above shot around above at insane speeds popping all the bubbles as fast as Squirtle and Poliwhirl could make them. Well, I think the results speak for themselves. Misty swallowed, multiple fast attacks, that can't be dodged, hitting over and over again. She said as she looked at Mason with a little trepidation, "Is it wrong to be grateful that you are only just coming up with these combos now, after you beat me?" She chuckled. "Dare I ask what the 2 combos are that you told Dratini to practice?" Mason smirked. "Well, you know how Dratini now knows both Fire Blast and Dragon Breath," he mused. "What do you think would happen if you combined either of them with a powerful Draconic Wind attack, like say Twister?" Misty's eyes went wide as she found her mind racing at the kind of damage a combo attack like that could do, and Mason chuckled, precisely, seeing her gobsmacked look. After a few seconds Misty came back to herself and looked at Mason, the images of his combo attacks in her mind, and instantly any worries she had about him ever possibly losing to Surge vanished completely. So leaving him to his training, she went in search of Brock and Ash. Mason clearly didn't need her help as much as Ash did. Time skip. It was 2 hours later that Mason finally called an end to his team's final training session. He knew everyone was ready for whatever Surge could throw at them, and he wanted each of them to take the next while to rest up inside their Pokeballs for the next few hours before the fight in order to be ready for whichever one of them he would choose to battle with. As he came back into the front entrance hall, however, he was met with the sight of Ash, coming in from the front of the center, wearing a pair of black running shorts and a black vest top, looking very out of breath as Pikachu came running alongside him. Mason had to blink twice to make sure he wasn't seeing things. What?" he began to say before Ash spotted him. "Oh. Hey Mason, you done training?" Ash breathed out as he hunched himself over to lean on his knees as he tried to regain his breath. Yeah, what's?" Mason was about to ask when Brock came in with a large bottle of water in his hand. "Oh hey Mason," Brock greeted him before handing Ash the bottle of water. "Here you go Ash, drink up, best to stay hydrated." Ash took the bottle and began to drink it like a man who hadn't had a drink in weeks, leaving Mason even more dumbfounded at the sight. Brock shook his head before looking to see Mason's confusion, and he chuckled. Ash settled on a solid strategy for the next time he faces Surge. Since Pikachu doesn't want to evolve, we're going to use his smaller size and speed to his advantage. So as soon as Pikachu was cleared by Nurse Joy, Ash has been out helping Pikachu train up his speed, having him run ahead of him using Quick Attack and then doing the same coming back, while he ran 5 miles himself, he explained. Mason nodded as he let that sink in. It would appear that things had went the same way as in the canon events, with Pikachu refusing to evolve in order to beat Raichu, and Brock had suggested the same strategy of using Pikachu's higher speed and maneuverability to his advantage. It was a solid play. "Yeah," Ash said, having gotten his breath back, and wiping the sweat from his brow. "Now I'm gonna head out to the training area to have Pikachu run lap and change direction every few seconds when I call out, get him used to changing direction quickly so he doesn't develop tunnel vision." Now that brought Mason up short again. Tunnel vision, maneuverability, changing direction, these were things the old Ash would have never have thought about in the canon. Hell, Mason doubted when even at his best in the canon he would have thought about those things. Then it clicked. In the canon, Ash was 10, he wasn't smart enough to think about those things, but here, Ash was 15. Here, Ash was smarter. Just what kind of potential this Ash would have now that he was taking things seriously from this early on. It made Mason want to grin with anticipation and a need to see it. Ash handed the water bottle back to Brock. "Come on Pikachu, we need to get started if we want to have any rest time between training and going to challenge Surge later for our rematch," he said as he walked toward the back training area. Mason blinked when he heard that. "Wait, you're planning on challenging Surge again, tonight?" he asked as his words registered. Ash stopped and looked back at him. "Well yeah, now that we know how to win, and we have a solid plan, once I'm sure Pikachu can change his direction instantly, I plan on going back to challenge him again after dinner." "Why?" Mason said, smirking. "It's just I was planning to challenge him after dinner also," he said, making both Ash and Brock look at him in shock. "You're planning to challenge him already?" Brock asked. "Don't you normally leave it a few days after you've arrived somewhere to make your challenge?" Mason shrugged. "Well yeah, I can see where you're coming from, that was my plan when I faced both you and Misty," he stated, "but here it's different. We've been on the road for weeks, I've had plenty of chances to train with my team on the way here, plus I knew in advance what Surge's gym specialized in, so I've had plans in place on how to counter him in a battle. And after seeing how ready my team is, I don't want to wait much longer before I issue my challenge," he explained. Hearing him explain things, both Ash and Brock could see his way of thinking. He had been preparing well in advance and now he was confident that he could win. He didn't want to wait. Do you mind if I battled Surge before you then?" Ash asked. "It's just Pikachu really wants to get a rematch against his Raichu, and if you're so confident you're going to win, then chances are Raichu wouldn't be able to battle again anytime soon after." Mason thought for a moment before shrugging. "If you want a shot at Raichu, and Surge has more than one Pokémon," he said before grinning, "then I say go for it. If you think you and Pikachu are ready, I'm not going to get in your way of getting your payback as long as it's guaranteed that I can have my match after yours." Brock nodded. "I wouldn't worry about that. Gyms are required to have more than just one Pokémon. It would mean that trainers would have to wait every time the leader lost a single match." Ash grinned at that. "Great," he said before looking down at Pikachu. "Come on, let's get to training," he said as they both turned and ran off to the back training area. Mason shook his head as he watched him go. "DMN, he really is taking this seriously now, isn't he?" Brock looked at him with an arched eyebrow. "I thought that was what you wanted, him to take things seriously." Mason grinned. "Oh, I do. I just wish he had done it sooner. It's now I'm going to have to wait for him to train the rest of his team up before I can challenge him to a proper battle," he said before shaking his head as he started to walk towards the cafeteria. "Oh well, the waiting will just make the battles will have that much sweeter," he laughed. Time skip. It was after a hearty dinner, and a quick freshening up that Mason joined the others as they headed to the Vermillion City Gym. Since the others had already been there before, Mason just followed along behind them, content enough to let things fall as they may. He'd get his battle one way or another. But as they walked, Mason looked around expectantly. He remembered this episode of the canon. How Team Rocket had witnessed Pikachu's defeat at the hands of Raichu, and how they originally ambushed the group on their return to the gym disguised as the Challengers cheerleading squad, wanting to cheer Pikachu along and support him in his longing to defeat Raichu. But when the gym came into sight and there was still no sign of the three idiots, Mason brushed his worries about them off. With any luck, Alakazam had thrown them to another region when he psychically blasted them off the cliff back at Bill's lighthouse, since they hadn't seen them in days. When they came up outside of the gym, the doors to the gym opened and Mason had to actually look up as LT Surge stepped out with a smug look on his face. Mason had to give him this. The guy was huge, easily 7 foot tall, and built like a brick sheet house. The guy looked like he could bench press 3 Ashes, and that wasn't even being generous. Well, what do we have here?" Surge grinned as he saw them. "Did the baby come back for another beating?" he asked before he saw this. "And look, you even brought another baby to watch you take your beating before getting one of his own," he said smugly. "Things aren't going to be like last time, Surge," Ash said with narrowed eyes. "Ha," Surge barked out a laugh. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," he mused before jerking his chin at Pikachu. "You didn't even make your Pikachu evolve. This won't even be a fair fight," he smirked before looking to Mason. "And what about you, baby number 2? Mason gave him a flat look. "I came to kick your butt once Ash gets through pulling your head out of it." Surge threw his head back in a great big belly laugh after Mason finished speaking. "Ha, you've got ball to say that to me, you brat," he laughed with a glint in his eye. "Just for that I'll make your friend here lose quick so I can get to your beating extra quick," he added before turning and waving them inside as he went in himself. Mason followed the others inside the gym, only to discover the place was one giant stadium battlefield. Spotlights above lit up the field even brighter than it would have been in the middle of the day, with the sun coming in from the many windows around the upper area of the large room. But given that it was now getting dark outside, that would have been difficult. Surge walked over and took his place on the gym leader's side of the battlefield as his Raichu got up from the spot it had been relaxing in and came running over. That was when Mason first got a look at it, and he could see how it had been strong enough to remain undefeated here for as long as it had. Mason could tell just by looking it was well trained and powerful. "Well, let's not waste any time, shall we? Let's do this thing," Surge called out as the referee, who was sitting on a side bench next to the battlefield, stood up and looked between them as Ash stepped forward with Pikachu next to him. The challenger Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town, using a Pikachu, will now face the gym leader, LT Surge, using his Raichu, the referee announced. the Pokémon will battle one-on-one with no time limit. The battle will continue until either side's single Pokémon can no longer battle or either side forfeits the match," he continued as he took out a small remote from his pocket. "Let the battle begin." The referee then pushed the button and a bell rang out from above them. "Let's go Pikachu, agility go!" Ash commanded as Pikachu took off from his place beside Ash. Surge just smirked as he watched Pikachu take off. "So you've been planning some new way to lose, have ya? That's funny," Surge mocked. "Raichu, stop it dead with a Mega Punch." Pikachu shot towards Raichu building speed as he went. As he got close, Pikachu moved to evade the powerful fist coming towards him, putting in just enough momentum that he avoided the most of it, getting caught by the very edge and sent tumbling. "Don't give up yet Pikachu, agility, keep it going," Ash ordered as Mason crossed his arms as he stood by Misty and Brock watching. Something wasn't adding up with him. Surge laughed. "You're not going to win if you don't attack your baby, Raichu, rope it in and use Mega Kick." Pikachu once more took off, gaining speed at a faster rate than it had before, but as it neared Raichu it took a wider BRTH this time, clearly wanting to keep out of its physical range. But as soon as it was close enough, Raichu's much longer tail lashed out and caught Pikachu's tail with and pulled it in as its foot reared back and began to glow before it threw it out in a powerful kick, catching Pikachu right in the gut and sending it into the air with a cry of pain. "Pikachu!" Ash cried out in worry, as his fists clenched at his side. Mason on the other hand was mentally running over things in his mind, Mega Kick and Mega Punch. Mason was sure that those two moves weren't something that Pikachu or Raichu learned just through training, and since that he had learned that TMs were a thing in this world, that made him worry about just what other TMs Surge had loaded his Raichu up with. He didn't have to wait long, as Surge clearly wasn't playing around. "Go Raichu, end this double edge." At the order, Raichu dropped to all fours and raced towards Pikachu, who was struggling to get up after the devastating kick it had taken. As Raichu got closer it looked as though it was all over, when suddenly Pikachu's eyes sharpened and it shot off to the left with a burst of speed, avoiding Raichu entirely. Ash grinned. "There we go, now we can win," he said with a victorious smirk on his face as Raichu came to a halt and swung around to face Pikachu. Surge, much to Mason's concern, didn't seem worried in the slightest. "Oh. So you think just because you managed to gain a little speed and avoid one attack you think you've got this in the bag, do ya?" he said with a snort. "Sorry to break it to you, baby, but you have a lot to learn." "We'll see about that. Pikachu, let's go, quick attack," Ash ordered. Pikachu, even faster than before, began to race around Raichu, keeping well out of his range before shooting in fast to tackle Raichu where he stood. But Surge just smirked. "Raichu, do your thing." Pikachu was almost about to land his attack when suddenly Raichu blurred away, its speed increasing drastically as it did so. Brock inhaled sharply when he saw that. "What, but Surge said he evolved his Raichu when it was young, how could it know agility too?" he said, his eyes narrowed as he tried to think how this was possible. But it clicked with Mason sooner than it had with Brock, as he had already begun thinking about what TM Surge could have had Raichu learn, and since he was agility wasn't one that was currently available, that left only one option. "Mimic," Mason said in plain tone, getting his three friends' attention. "Raichu knows the TM move Mimic, it used it to copy Pikachu's agility." Surge laughed. "Ha, a smart brat too." "That's right," Surge said as he held his arms out. "You think you're the first to try and take advantage of my Raichu's speed weakness. I'm not some snot-nosed punk you're battling just for kicks. I've been at this a long time, kiddies. Well, before TMs were a thing, so when they came out you can bet I picked up plenty to help cover whatever weaknesses my guys had. So you're going to have to do better than that if you think a little bit of speed is going to help you beat us. Better luck next time, baby." He grinned. "Raichu, light him up, Thunderbolt." Raichu grinned as his cheeks sparked, followed by its whole body as it showed just why it was the end of its evolution line, letting off multiple branches of lightning from its body that tore through the arena floor and ripped through the air, shattering the windows around the arena, making Misty, Brock and Mason have to quickly move to avoid the falling shattered glass. As the dust from the battlefield cleared, Pikachu could be seen on the ground, his body twitching from being hit by the powerful electric attack, but slowly it pushed itself to its feet, not willing to back down. "Pikachu," Ash said in a low voice. He squeezed his fists by his sides as his expression hardened into one of determination. "If you're not backing down, neither am I. I've got your back." the plan's still on, agility let's go. Pikachu nodded and shot forward pushing through his pain as he sped around the uneven arena floor. Surge snorted, "You're ballsy, I'll give you that kid, Raichu, use agility too, match its speed, then smash it with a double edge." Raichu grinned as he threw himself onto all fours and took off as well, shooting after Pikachu who was moving in a blur of motions across the now uneven terrain. "Keep going Pikachu, stay ahead of it," Ash called as Raichu started to bear down on him. "There's nowhere to run to kid," Surge grinned, "Raichu end this, double edge," he commanded. Raichu gave a cry as it caught up with Pikachu, its body pulsing with a powerful energy as he threw himself at Pikachu. But just as it got close, Pikachu swerved out of the way pulling a sharp turn and dodging to the left. Raichu tried to follow but turned to slowly veering off, and not watching where its feet were going causing it to trip on the uneventful ground and go face first into the ground, hard. That was when Mason realized it, and he was sure Ash had as well if the look in his eyes was anything to go by. Raichu may be able to match Pikachu's speeds, but he was unused to them, he couldn't turn as sharply as Pikachu could. Raichu still had a weakness, one that his evolving too soon had left, and one that couldn't be covered up with TMs. They could still win. "Pikachu, quick attack, keep on your toes," Ash called. Surge frowned, "Raichu, get up, show these punks just who you are," he growled. Raichu got to his feet, a scowl on his face matching his MSTRS as Pikachu raced around the battlefield making sharp turns and moves trying to confuse his opponent as he moved in to strike, but Raichu's eyes followed his every move as he planted his feet and squared his shoulders as he drew his head back, mouth open. Mason's eyes widened when he saw the stance Raichu took, his mind racing. No, Surge couldn't have, but he had. "Raichu! Hyper Beam!" Surge roared. Raichu's head shot forward and a powerful beam shot from its mouth toward Pikachu, whose eyes widened as it jumped trying to clear the blast. The beam caused an explosion as it tooted through the ground and the gym wall in its patch before its trajectory continued upward, cutting off just before it reached the ceiling. Dust filled the stadium as everyone struggled to see what had happened. Surge smirked, "And that's all she wrote," he said confidently, evidently not thinking any Pikachu could have survived that blast, and he would be right. Had it made contact? As the dust cleared, Raichu stood taking deep breaths on the field trying to recover from the massive amount of energy the hyper beam had cost him. While across from him, Pikachu got to his feet, having just narrowly avoided the attack and only looking a little worse off than he had been. "What?" Surge yelled in shock. Ash however grinned, "Your hyper beam was too slow Surge, that's what." "Pikachu, end this, quick attack into Thunderbolt." Pikachu gave a victorious cry as he sped forward and caught Raichu square in the gut with his quick attack, the larger electric mouse Pokémon still too exhausted to move, as Pikachu used him as a springboard to launch himself up and driving in Thunderbolt charged tail straight into his face that knocked Raichu off his feet and backwards, crashing into the ground hard, knocking it out on impact. The battlefield side bell rings instantly as the referee raised his hand into the air. "The battle is over, the winner is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town." Mason grinned as he watched Ash throw his hands up in the air as he ran over to pick up Pikachu in celebration of their win. Ash had definitely pulled this win all on his own. And he couldn't help but feel his excitement growing. Why? Because he was up next. "Ha, bet you thought I was going to leave it there, didn't ya? Nah, I'm not that cruel." Time skip. After Surge awarded Ash's third gym badge, the Thunder Badge, he turned his eyes on Mason. "So how about it, brat, you still feel like facing me after seeing how rough a time your friend had beating me?" Surge asked him with a grin. Mason matched his grin. "Oh, you have to be kidding me. If anything, watching that battle has left me even more pumped for our battle. I can only hope that it's as good after that show, all depending on you actually lasting long enough to put on the show, that is." Surge laughed as he walked back to his position on the battlefield. "We'll see about that. What's your name, brat?" Mason moved to his position as Ash took up his old spot with Brock pulling out some potions to start to tend to Pikachu's injuries. "Mason, Mason Storm," Mason called as he moved his coat out of the way to show the 8 Pokeballs on his belt, ready to pick one of them for when the battle began. Surge grinned. "Well then Mason, you're in luck 'cause I have a treat for ya. I don't often get to show this Pokémon off, but for a smart mouth like you I'll make an exception, he said as he reached around and plucked a Pokeball from his belt, tossing it out onto the uneven battlefield. Mason watched to see what Pokémon he would be facing so that he could choose just which of his strategies he would be going with, but when it appeared he had to stop altogether and think exactly about what he was seeing. The Pokémon that appeared on the field was a very powerful-looking Magneton, its 6 magnets sparking with electricity as it hovered above the battlefield, but what caused Mason's brain to malfunction was its color. It was gold. AFNG Shiny Magneton. Mason internally yelled, his inner Pokémon fanboy going off at the sight of a legitimate shiny Pokémon in front of him. It took him a couple of seconds to calm himself down internally, and to stop going gaga over it, to think and rationalize his thoughts. 1. Shiny Pokémon exist in this world, check. 2. This shiny Pokémon already has an owner, and Surge sure as hell wasn't about to trade him it. Once those thoughts registered with him, his rational brain reasserted itself and he selected his choice of Pokémon for battle. He plucked the correct Pokeball from his belt, and took a second to mentally prepare himself. As he was about to do the singular most painful thing that anyone who has ever played through a Pokémon game, and found themselves in this exact scenario, ever had to do. Face to face with a shiny Pokémon, one that they could not catch, and cannot run from, where they are left with only one choice, and that is, to make the shiny Pokémon faint. Cub 1, ready for battle. Mason yelled as Cub 1 appeared from his Pokeball, holding his club at the ready, looking as fierce as something 16 inches tall could. Surge arched an eyebrow seeing Cub 1 and smirked, so you're going with a typing are ya? Mason shrugged his shoulders, I'd be an idiot not to use every advantage I have in a battle with someone who has years of experience in battles on me. I'm not about to give that up just because some people find it unsporting. Surge gave a chuckle, fair enough kid, but don't think just because my electric moves can't hurt your Cub 1 that this match is going to be a walk in the park. He grinned. Magneton, knock that little punk out with a double edge. Magneton gave a buzzing confirmation before it shot forward at an impressive speed, its golden body glowing as it came in fast towards Cub 1, but Cub 1 showed that his size wasn't just for show as he leaped off the ground and jumped right over Magneton as it shot under him. What the? Surge said in shock at the sudden jump. Fast little thing, ain't he commented, making Mason smirk. That's not the only thing surprising about him, Mason said before his grin widened. Cub 1, heat things up. At Mason's command, Cub 1 opened his mouth and let out a billow of flame straight down at Magneton, catching the magnet Pokémon off guard and launching it across the battlefield and crashing into the gym's wall. Wow, since when could Cub 1 do that? Ash asked as Misty and Brock looked equally as stunned on either side of him. Since I loaded my team up with TMs this morning, I wanted to give Cub 1 something to cover his grass-type weakness. Mason grinned over his shoulder. Fire Blast seemed to fit the bill for him and Dratini. Surge snorted with a grin. Not bad brat, he said before throwing his thumb over his shoulder towards the wall Magneton was now rising out of, looking badly battered but still able to fight, but not good enough. What? But fire is meant to be super effective against steel types, and that was a direct hit, Ash said with wide eyes. How did that attack not end this in one hit? Mason clicked his teeth as he narrowed his eyes. It would have, but that is one sturdy Magneton, he mused with a grin. Surge caught his wordplay and smirked. Good eye kid, not many can spot Magneton's ability right away, but then again, not many can boast of almost taking down my Magneton in one hit. You won't be getting a second shot. Hyper Beam. Not this sheet again, Mason grumbled. Cub 1, shake things up. Magneton buzzed and pointed all its magnets into a point as an ball of energy began to gather, but Cub 1 upon hearing Mason's order raised his club and struck the ground hard, causing the entire building to begin to shake, and large jagged spikes of rock to start to shoot up from the ground in a line heading right for Magneton. Nice try kid, Magneton, teleport. Surge smirked. A second before the directed earthquake would have hit, Magneton disappeared in a flash as the attack missed, and a split second later Magneton reappeared in the air above Cub 1, facing down, its magnet still aimed and primed. What? Mason said in disbelief seeing Magneton primed to fire still. Fire. Surge ordered as Magneton let loose the powerful hyper beam directly downward. The blast hit hard, causing a large explosion and a massive dust cloud to be whipped up, as everyone shielded their eyes from the blast. "I'm getting sick of these freaking dust clouds," Mason grumbled in his mind as he tried to peer through the dust. He couldn't see Cub One anywhere, but then he saw it and a grin came to his face. "Clever little guy," he thought as he heard Surge on the other side of the battlefield. "Well, that's that," Surge said with confidence as the dust began to settle, only for his eyes to widen when he didn't see Cub One anywhere, only a large crater where he had been. Where'd it go?" Mason grinned. "Where he's right at home, Cub One, fire blast one more time." At Mason's command, the crater where Cub One had been erupted, as Cub One burst from the deep hole he had dug in order to escape the hyper beam's direct hit. Cub One launched himself from that very hole, looking battered and revealing he hadn't escaped the hyper beam fully but still had plenty of energy left, as he opened his maw and once again let out a torrent of flames directly from below Magneton, who couldn't move due to being too exhausted after firing the hyper beam. All Magneton could do was widen its eyes as it was hit directly by the torrent of flames for a second time and sent up into the air like a rocket, only to crash into the ceiling seconds after before falling back down and crashing into the ground with a heavy thud, its eyes swirling indicating its status. Once more the bell rang, and with that the battle was over. Mason grinned and threw his hands up into the air. "We did it," he yelled. Cub One grinned and raised his club up into the air with a pleased cry, a split second before his entire body began to glow and change. The sudden evolution brought everyone up short for a split second, before Mason smirked. "It's about time," he shook his head. Brock looked at Mason curiously. "What do you mean? Did you expect Cub One was close to evolving?" he asked. Mason grinned and nodded. "Ever since I first saw the little guy battle, he knew moves that were very advanced for his species. Something tells me that his last trainer just didn't have what it took in order to." Mason began to say, but his words died off as Cub One finished evolving, only he didn't look like Mason had expected him to. Cub One, now Marowak, stood at a meter in height, but it didn't look normal at all. Its skin was black and its features were darker. Its bone club was larger and blue flames engulfed both its ends. Mason, brought up short for a second time, recognized Marowak's form, but he was absolutely befuddled as to just how it was possible. Surge arched an eyebrow as he recalled his Magneton. Well, that's not something you see very often," he mused as he walked over. "Know what you got there, kid?" he asked. Mason nodded. "I do, but I don't understand how it's possible," he said, still trying to work out how his Cub One had evolved into a freaking Alolan Marowak. Surge arched an eyebrow at his confusion. "Just how exactly did you meet that Cub One?" he asked. And so Mason told him, hoping he could know just how this had happened, as one look at Misty, Brock and Ash showed they were just as clueless as he was. Listening carefully to Mason's story about how he caught Cub One after he had been abandoned by a student from Pokémon Tech, he snorted. "Well, that right there's your answer then," he said as if it explained everything. "Care to enlighten us then?" Mason asked, curious as to what his thoughts were. Surge smirked. "Ain't it obvious? About 90% of those who go to that Pokémon Tech are snobby brats who couldn't catch a Pokémon to save their lives. The only way they have one is if their rich mommies and daddies buy them for the more expensive the better," he said with distaste in his tone towards the end. Hearing that, Mason nodded as he looked to Marowak, who was still looking himself over, as well as his new club. It made sense. It was never revealed in the canon where Cub One had came from, and he and Giselle were never seen after that singular episode, so it was possible. He certainly wasn't going to complain. It was a welcome addition to his team as far as he was concerned. "Congratulations, Marowak," Mason said as he put his hand on his Pokémon's shoulder. "I bet you're way stronger now too." Marowak looked up to Mason and gave him a grin before nodding his head. Making Mason smirk. "Excellent," he praised, before Surge cleared his throat to get his attention. "Yeah, congrats, and here," Surge said as he tossed Mason something. Mason caught it in his hand before looking at it and smirked. It was the Thunder Badge, his Thunder Badge. Mason looked to Ash and the pair of them shared a smirk. "That's 3 down," Ash said grinning. And only 5 more to go, Mason added as he tossed his thunder badge into the air and caught it again in a closed fist.